An enthralling All roads lead to Durban, South Africa, where an enthralling rugby championship will come to an end at Kings Park Stadium on Saturday evening. The Springboks return home with a bonus point victory over Argentina, which is enough to keep them in the hunt for the rugby championship title. The high-scoring affair in Buenos Aires showed that the Springboks have the capacity to score tries, and that is exactly what will be expected of them this weekend. With the trophy on the line, Jacques Nielbo has opted for continuity, making just 2 changes to his starting 15 and a further 4 changes to the bench. The coach indicated that what is effectively a final on their hands, he had to select the strongest team possible.
Jacques, can you just give us your thoughts on the changes, please?
Listen, you must remind me on all the changes. Now, okay, listen, obviously the first one, and if I look at the pack, the most notable one is Peter Steff coming in. And I think if you look at the changes across the board, some of them are injury enforced, but most of them, this is a final. And it's a final between 4 teams, not only 2. And I think when you go into a final, you want to select your best fit available players. And that's what we did.
And France, did you just run out of options?
No.
How do you feel about France? I mean, obviously it's been a long time at this level, so...
Yeah, but I mean, he's played for Cheetahs in the Currie Cup, played fly-off for them, and he's obviously trained at fly-off a lot for us. The same with Faf, you know, who's covering fly-off, and I guess that's pretty much if you lose a couple of fly-offs, that's where you sit in terms of a team, but we're lucky, you know. I mean, Damian Willemse was the same. Same as Frans Steyn, you know, if you think Damian Willemse can cover fly-off for us, he covered for us centre, he covered for us fullback. So I think Frans covers the same positions, just maybe with 10 years more experience than Damian Willemse.
Jacques, you probably shot this question down, and I don't blame you if you do. But just given that you've got so few fly halves and you've gone through the whole thing, and we all know the Elton situation and the stuff around that. But given that, you know, it probably didn't have anything to do with rugby and so forth, was there no temptation, because I mean he's got 50 test caps, was there no temptation to bring him back?
Elton?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, listen, how can I say, it would have been nice, you know, but for us, how can I say, with all mental health issues and mental health being such a big thing and all the external pressures that on him, I think from a human side, it would have been unfair, you know, to get a guy back. Obviously, there would be a lot of external pressure on him, and for us, the person comes first. So yeah, it would have been lovely, but unfortunately, like I say, I think it will be unfair on him. Yeah, so from us, a human side comes first. Yeah.
Jacques, one of the things that when you look at the flower situation, there were a number of young flowers that your Jordan Hendrickses that didn't go to your alignment camps. Do you feel that maybe you could have erred in that regard, where you could have given the opportunity so that when a situation like this comes, you are then able to give those younger flowers a chance? Because as much as Frans Steyn's experience, at his age, you don't foresee him playing past the World Cup next year.
I think if you go that route, you will probably go 5 specialist fly-offs. And you'll never use 5 specialist fly-offs. I think if you go to a World Cup, you probably can take 2 specialist fly-off, and then your next backups within the squad will be guys that cover there for you. I think all teams are make up like that. If we had gone with 5 specialist fly-offs, even to alignment camp, if you think now the time and effort we put into a player, let's say you've got 8 hours and you've got 8 fly-offs there, you can only put 1 hour per fly-off, where if you have 2 there or 3 there, you can almost put 3 hours per fly-off in, if you understand what. So it dilutes your contact time with a specialist position, and there's so much detail that goes in. Yeah, you can, but I think you're probably not going to use them. Yeah.
On that, Jacques, you have what you call, I think you still have the pony players. Some of those guys are pony players.
Yep.
I'm assuming that those guys, like the Cape Bull Hunters, I mean, I'm assuming you still is it, but I mean that you do get to speak to them during some time during the year when you're not having
Yes, and listen, the young guys. I mean, there's a bunch of young guys that now with the starting of the URC, like we saw on the weekend, that have the opportunity, you know, and even we forget about a guy like Johan. Johan is just coming back from injury, so he was always our third specialist, but unfortunately he's also coming back from injury. But then there's Jordan. There's too many. I mean, you can in the URC alone. There's 4 that you can mention. Marnie, you can mention a lot. Cade, but yeah, there's a bunch of nice, exciting fly-offs coming through. And definitely, if we have continuous injuries in that position, then we won't. I don't think we a management team or a team that are nervous to give young players the opportunity. If you think we don't mind giving a guy like Kane and Moody at 19 opportunity. If you're good enough, you know.
And how much progress have you kept on Johan Goosen's pro recovery? We spoke to Jake last week and he says it's just a matter of when he needs to play and also where, because he said one of the games where he's not keen on risking it is Glasgow because of that 4G pitch, which is where he got injured last year.
Yeah, no, listen, it is, we obviously follow their rehab through our medical side, but I mean, we won't prescribe when and how and where Jake must play, and that's completely up to the franchise and the franchise coaches.
Just on Damien, I mean, he's not available now, obviously, for
Yeah.
reasons we know. How satisfied were you with his progress? And you mentioned Johan as the third choice, and we don't know what's happening with Elton. Are you sort of now in a position where you're sort of confident where if you had to, Damien sort of stops being a utility back and sort of becomes a fly half again?
Yeah, I think when we started, if you guys think way back in against Wales in Pretoria, I mean there was a lot of question marks and about only 2 fly-offs, usual backup fly-offs, and there we are now. And then Damien stood up in that first test against Wales, where he played fly-off the second half, and now he started 2 games at fly-off, and he's really come on nicely, you know. And again, I'm saying. One mustn't forget, I think Frans Steyn is Damian Willemse, just with 70 test caps more and 10 years of experience more, you know.
I'm shocked. Back to Saturday's game, how do you avoid that 30-minute period in that second half where the team built an advantage, but through a number of things that happened in the game, we found ourselves only trailing by 2 points. So in this particular game where we need to look at what's going to happen in Eden Park in the morning, and also what you guys need to do on Saturday. How do you avoid that sleep session, if you can call it?
Yeah, I don't want to be disrespectful to Argentina. I don't think it's a sleep session. Don't think it was us. I think they were excellent. You know, they came out. There was a try disallowed at the end. They came out 22-6. And they're passionate people, you know. They're a passionate team, and they came out all guns blazing. And obviously, the reason why it got to a stage where it was 22-20 was because we made mistakes, and we made mistakes because they put us under pressure. So no, listen, I'm almost taking my hat off for our players staying calm, because you can easily get derailed by that pressure. But I thought we stayed calm in the back end of that game with 14 minutes to go, and to then go out and score 2 tries and get the bonus point try. That I thought that was excellent from our team. But no, listen, Argentina, it will be the same thing. Again, it's a 4-way race. I mean, if the results goes Australia's way, Argentina can win this rugby championship, and they are here with a mission to win the rugby championship for the first time, just as we are. So it's going to be a humdinger of a game in terms of that. They're a passionate team like we are. They're playing for their country. They're playing for a rugby championship just like we are.
Jacques, arguably at the moment, because of there's like a lot of external noise at the moment, and you've always spoken about how you like the players to be under pressure. So there's pressure on the players, obviously, because a lot of them are getting thrown into the deep end and playing a sort of final on Saturday, as you say.
Yeah.
But and at the same time, you probably can't get worse than the nonsense that's sort of going on around, like on social media. Is there part of you that sort of almost like welcomes that because it sort of puts that whole sort of pressure thing in? You get through this, you can sort of handle anything.
Yeah, look, the rugby pressure is always nice because that's what you want. But the other pressure for me is almost disappointing in terms of because we know the truth and we've put out a statement with the truth on it, and we always said, listen, we're going to be truthful, and we're going to. So if there's stuff that we can comment on, off the field stuff that's truthful, we will do that. We've got nothing to hide in terms of that. So it's almost how can I say, it's almost irritating, that noise. I don't think one ever wants that type of pressure on your team because it's got nothing to do with rugby. But we like the rugby pressure, and we like the fact that it's a final, and we like the fact that all 4 teams are still in it to win it. So I think it's going to have an exciting weekend of rugby championship. Yeah.
Jacques, just a word on how Malcolm Marx is playing, his role leading from the front.
Yeah, no, listen, I think Malcolm's world class, and luckily, well, for us, we get Bongi back, so obviously he hasn't played for a couple of weeks, and but it's nice to almost have the bomb squad back together again, and hopefully building up some conditioning and some game time for Bongi coming back. We can hit the end of year tour with almost a bomb squad mentality again. But no, listen, Malcolm, excellent. He's put some big shifts in the last 2 games, and rightfully was rewarded, I think, last week for the man of the match. I think, I'm not sure, I can't remember, but yes. So no, awesome. He's playing excellent rugby.
Mark, that's an interesting discussion also, as well as the. Malcolm in particular has played. The lineouts have been a bit of an issue, in terms of success rate, which hasn't always, put it like this, our standards in the lineout used to be, I don't think we're quite there yet. Are the lineouts a concern to you, or is it just something where the other teams are contesting particularly well and making it difficult?
Yeah, yes, I think we lost 2 lineouts on the weekend. I think we had 14 and we lost 2, and they're similar. I just think teams are contesting. I would lie if I give you the lineout stats. I'm not sure currently what it is in terms of our success rate.
Prior to the past weekend, it was 80%, so that's why I'm asking.
Oh yeah, no. Look, we look at it completely differently. So winning the lineout is one thing. So your stat of 80% is maybe one thing, but our stat, probably delivery, getting your plan, winning the ball is one thing, but getting to your plan is another thing. So we probably look at it more from that point of view. So that's why I don't even know what the success is. But if you say 80%, it's 80%. But I didn't pick that up.
Jax from ESPN Argentina.
Yep.
What kind of match do you expect from Argentina, taking into account that you said it's a final 4 teams and you're not putting South Africa and New Zealand one step ahead?
No. I think we're going to expect a test match, like a final game from them in terms of good set pieces. I think they probably have one of the best lineouts in the competition. If you look at success rate, they've got a good maul, scored a couple of maul tries, good set piece. I thought they had our number in terms of from a scrum point of view. So it's something that we will have to work hard on. So Argentina are playing test match rugby, and that's why they are in with a shout. They had some good results. Australia, they given 50 points. They've beaten New Zealand away from home for the first time. So they will be a tough team. I expect nothing more than a final from them.
Sorry, Charles, just when the squad was announced to go over to Australia, we talked about the fact that it was going to be very much the sort of Australian X squad, and that there could be room for change. But the only 2 players that were called up this week were Kirtley and Springboks, and obviously one of them was sort of injured forwards, and a couple of players going back to their franchise.
Yeah.
What's the message to the likes of an Evan Roos, for example, or players who were left behind and haven't really had an opportunity to come back? And was it necessitated by the fact that the Rugby Championship has gone down to the last game, and there is a final this weekend? You can't really afford to not play anything but your best team.
Yeah, obviously we went over to Australia with a mindset of getting and not being arrogant. Just our plan was to get a victory in Adelaide and get a victory in Sydney, and that would have changed. That would have given us the opportunity to be a little bit more creative in terms of squad and team selection. And again, that was the broader outlook for us. And we explain it to the players like that. So I think if you go to any of those players that you've mentioned now, if you go to any of those players now, they will probably tell you, I've got no doubt in my head that they would say that to you, that listen, that was the plan, but when we lost the first game against Australia, it kind of changed what we had to do. Obviously, like I say, we want to get some experience and exposure to our broader group, but we always, but never at the cost of performance. So yeah, that's unfortunately how it panned out. But in saying that, they also know that on the end of year tour, we've got 4 test matches, there's SAA games lined up. We'll probably go with a squad from close to 50. So there is another opportunity for everyone to get game time again. And I think the squad that we took to Australia and then played through in the Argentinian games, we gave everybody an opportunity. Unfortunately, some of them only got limited minutes, but that's just how it panned out.
Jock, it's probable, at least extremely possible, that you're going to have to score a lot of points on Saturday to win the rugby championship. How do you approach the game with sort of that in mind? You obviously don't want to get too frantic and end up sort of giving counter-attacking opportunities. How would you approach it if you have to score?
No, yeah, yes. Again, I don't even want to think that, Mike. I think it will be completely disrespectful to Argentina. Like I say, they probably sitting there and say, listen, I hope Australia gets a job done on New Zealand, and that gives us an opportunity to win the rugby championship for the first time in our career, you know. So we don't even think of that. We just focus on, listen, it's going to be a final, like a World Cup final. That's what it would be, and it's going to start out like that, and we just focus on that, and we will think about other things other than that later. But the first thing for us is, listen, as we are sitting here, Argentina is also sitting there and thinking, listen, we can win this thing, and Australia is thinking, yes, we can win this thing, you know. And New Zealand is thinking the same. So I think for us, don't get too carried away about results and what can happen and what you should do. We'll get to that point when the facts are on the table. But currently we're just thinking of, listen, first kick-off, where will it be? If they kick on us, what will their strategy be? Yeah.
Along those lines, though, is it helpful that the other games happening earlier so that you do know what you can write on the back
Yeah, I think both for both us and Argentina. We would both know what we need to do to get a victory or to win the rugby championship. Yeah, so it does help us. Yeah.
Just did the performance of Argentina, I don't know if surprised you or was a very difficult game. South Africa, as we talked the other day, hit harder in the moments that the game was getting very tough. But this is probably the most competitive or one of the most challenging rugby championships. What do you think about this Argentinian success, taking into account that maybe this is the first time that they can get this tournament?
No, I think. Not surprising, I would say, at all. If you look at the experience of that Argentinian side, yes, I think if you go the locks, 70+ test matches, front row, 50+. I mean, they're a very experienced side, so they know what test match rugby is about. And obviously, they're building to a World Cup. They've got a good coaching staff. They've got good plans. They've got good skill set. They can operate under pressure. They're a physical side. So I think we we got exactly what we expected from Argentina, especially in that second half. We obviously knew, we spoke about it at halftime, listen, they're a team that never goes away. Up to the 80th minute, they will play. Doesn't matter what the scoreboard is, because they're pride, they're a team that's proud, you know. So, yeah, I expect the same from them this week.
How confident are you about the officiating? The reason that I ask is that we saw in the Australia-New Zealand game that last 6 minutes, and what transpired in that game, in your game, were 34 penalties awarded. And in a key game, the last thing you want is for a match official to have a decision that will influence their direction, and not only a game, but a championship.
Yeah, look, the best thing there is we just trust the officiating. We trust them. I mean, just they, like we are sifting and getting answers in terms of players. I'm sure World Rugby is doing the same with the officials, handing them high-pressure games to see if they can handle that. And we must just trust that process.
Jacques, we've seen the home test be so well supported this year. How exciting is it coming to Durban, playing from a sold-out Kings Park?
No, yes, very excited. I don't think I've ever, in all my years, have been at a Kings Park that was completely sold out. I'm not, me personally, so I'm kind of, for my personally, I'm looking forward to it, but obviously the players as well. And we just hope, we're going to do everything in our power to put up a proper performance, to thank them, you know, and we believe that if our performance is of a high quality, it might put us in a position to win the game, and then if things go our way, we might be able to win the rugby championship.
Jacques, there's some rain predicted for this week at this one. How does this outside
Sorry, there is some?
rain predicted?
Oh. Yeah, no, I haven't looked at the forecast yet, but obviously we will get some nice opportunity today to train in that. Yes, if there's rain, you'll have to adapt a little bit in terms of how you approach the game. But like we have shown in the past, even if you look back, semi-final World Cup to the final in the World Cup, we have the ability to make small little changes within our game plan to hopefully get us required results.
Just on that, the weather, I don't think it's actually going to be like one of those days where it's really bad, like 1995 in the semi-final. But if it is bad, I mean, France is actually quite a good weather flower. I mean, it's almost like a guy you'd want there in that situation.
Yeah, and again, his experience, you know, he's played here before. He played for the Sharks before. He knows the stadium quite well. And yeah, no, definitely, I would think if it is a wet weather game, he's a nice guy to have in your team.
That also influence the selection of.
Sorry, no.
Yeah.
Did that also influence the selection of a Jaden at 9, because he's also a person who actually played the bulk of his formative rugby in Durban? Because again, he's another player who can, when needed, also be able to debut as a 10.
Yeah, I think Jaden is just our inform. He's been putting up really good performance for us in the last couple of weeks, you know, and like Faf had an opportunity against New Zealand, and unluckily he got knocked out within the first 45 seconds, and then Jaden got an opportunity there, really put in a solid performance, and he's almost then he got, I won't say stuck, but he almost cemented himself there, and he's put in good performances ever since then. Yeah, so his selection was, like I said, probably our best fit, in form, available side. That's what we went for.
Stop the return of Kirtley, because with the 6-2 split, you find yourself that in the event of a touch who doesn't happen, you've got key injuries in midfield. So how important does Kirtley's return to the team come, especially when you have a player like Caden who's also able to debut as a 13?
Yeah, no, Kirtley, yes, he served his ban. Otherwise, he would have been part of us straight through the whole rugby championship if there wasn't injuries to him. But yeah, no, we are. It's nice for us to get him back. He's a quality player. He can cover you at fullback. He can cover you at wing. So he's nice and versatile in terms of that.
Any other questions, guys? No?
Yeah, sorry, John, just one more. About a year after the World Cup, you sort of mentioned the fact that the club squad up to 15 players at the end of the year. Quite a few injuries this year, so quite a lot of different players coming in and out. What do you think you've got a good idea of the core of the squad? What's sort of been your message to some of the sort of fringe players maybe to tour and having captain and stuff like that? What's been your message to them as they sort of go out to the URC teams or various teams over to try and get their way into that France squad?
Yeah, I think I've mentioned it before. Like you guys know, we do performance analysis on players. So that Cebu on the weekend. So we were actually busy with our pre-match mobility where the game was on, and then obviously with the technology these days, you have the game coded available hours just after the game. So for us so the players know it. The players that's in our squad, they know we call them roadmaps. The performance analysis side or how can I say, the performance measurement on the players. And with the alignment camps, they have a pretty good idea what we want them to achieve, and their job is just to make sure that they achieve it. So to answer your question on that, if a player, we will probably do roadmaps on a player once every month. So and we call it roadmaps, where we give him a rating on his different areas. And that is a roadmap how to become a Springbok. So they have a very good idea of where they are and which areas they have to work on. And we will sit down and have one-on-ones with them with Zoom these days. Or not Zoom, with Microsoft Teams. It's easy to sit down and be in a player's living room, and go through clips in detail and tell him where do you see him currently. Yeah. So no. They've got we keep in touch with them on a weekly basis, and there just hasn't been games yet, but we will now. Yeah.
So that person happened throughout the rest of the domestic season, the URC and stuff like that.
Yes, and again, the players must know that they take ownership of their career. A player's, how can I say, a player who's not in our squad, it's his career. He must take ownership of it. It's not the coach's responsibility to take ownership of his career. It's his career. He must take ownership of it. If there's any queries, and the players know that, they contact us, and they're good with that. And they say, listen, please have a look at my defense, or please have a look at my aerial contesting, or please have a look at my scrums, or line out, or setting maul, or whatever detail they want to go into. They just contact the coaches and say, please, I'm struggling maybe a little bit with that. Do you have some feedback? And again, we work closely there with the franchises, because sometimes there's some, how can I say, tactical differences or technical differences between how we approach a breakdown to what the Bulls or the Sharks approach a breakdown. And that's awesome. Just as long as we, the player and his local franchise coach, are aligned. But yeah, we keep in touch with him regularly.
Last question, Gavin.
Cool. Jacques, you made me just think of it now when you mentioned players going off to the URC and that. You guys are in a very sort of difficult position, because you're sort of playing rugby championship with the Southern Hemisphere international season. But we're now aligned to the North, and all your players, even your players who aren't playing URC for South African franchises, are all Northern based as well. I mean, how problematic is that going to be, and how are you going to get around that going forward? Because I mean, we're in a situation where Stephen Kitsoff, for instance, hasn't had a break since the URC final. And now the Stormers are training again and going back in. I mean, how are you going to deal with that?
Yeah, I think it's something that we'll have to manage. I think the local guys, obviously my players, their contracts, I think they've got a cap on the amount of games that they can play during a season. So obviously between us, we try and manage them as much as possible. If you think about that's probably the beauty we have in terms of the bomb squad. So if you look at the games or the rugby exposure that our players get, especially you mentioned Stephen Kitsoff now, it's probably half of the exposure that other props would get, just because we're fortunate that we have an Ox there. But other guys, obviously between us and the franchises, we would like to manage their load. And if you think in 2022, If you think a guy like Peter Steff now, he hasn't played for 2 weeks. If you think what we did in the Wales, the second test match, we almost rotated the whole squad, you know. So we try and manage the game load from a national point of view, but again, not hopefully not to the detriment of the squad and performance. But yeah, it's something that we try and manage as best as we can.
But wouldn't, I mean, you obviously, I mean, it's an obvious question, just you would prefer it if they could have a proper preseason, surely.
Yeah, look, if we can align the seasons, that would be perfect for us. But I mean, that's miles above my pay grade in terms of that. So we try and control the load as much as we can, you know.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much for being here.
One of the Springboks' key players in recent years has been Bongi Mbonambi. His recent injury left a large hole in the Springbok squad, and although Malcolm Marx quickly closed it with some stand-up performances, the return of the Shark star in front of his now home crowd will be a big boost to the side. Mbonambi and Luat Diaga faced the media early this week and gave their thoughts on the clash.
Look, sorry, I'm aware that we can only use your comments for tomorrow. So can I ask you about the Argentinian side? We don't know yet what the team looks like. Do you think the visitors have got much to lose, or do you think they are coming here to spoil their party this coming Saturday?
I think they've got a chance to win the Rugby Championship as well. If Australia beat New Zealand on Saturday morning, Argentina has got as good a chance as any team to win the championship still. So I think they're coming here with a mindset that, listen, they can make history and be the first Argentinian team to win the Rugby Championship.
Just talk us through playing against Thomas Lavan. We have a growing thing in rugby circles that is a walking yellow card. Just talk us through how he is on the field and how far a competitor he is.
I think he's a very physical player, probably one of the most physical locks in the world. And he puts everything on the line for his country, and sometimes he gets it wrong. But I think we as players, there's a certain level of respect you have for each other. I think he's played like 75 test matches for his country, and you don't do that if you're not a good player. So I think he's a physical player, and he brings a lot to their forward pack.
Welcome back to Springbok Rugby again. Is there hunger in Bongi Mbonambi to help his team getting over the line to get that desired result this coming?
Yeah, I must say it's good to be back. Really fortunate to be back again in the Springbok circle and enjoy my teammates. And every opportunity we get, we obviously make sure that we really do prepare well. And when the game comes, we make sure that we're ready to execute everything that's asked of us. And yeah, looking forward to this weekend. And
you're also now part of that elite squad, the bomb squad this coming weekend. There's a lot of expectations when you guys come onto the field, especially in the light of what needs to happen this coming weekend. Is there a lot of pressure on you coming onto the field in the second half?
yeah, I think I wouldn't use the pressure. I wouldn't use pressure as a word in what we do. It's more of a privilege. I think pressure is what normal South Africans face outside there. And us as a country that we're facing, yeah, it's a massive privilege to be included in the squad. And yeah, looking forward to the game and making sure that I do my job well. And yeah, the whole team is pretty much really prepared. I'm really looking forward to the challenge.
You've got really 2 World Cups, one of which you lost in the semi-final, one of which you guys actually both winners. But just talk us through the difference in pressure for tomorrow's game as compared to a World Cup game, because the Boks have already won the Rugby Championship twice, but they've never won it outside of a World Cup game.
Yeah, I think it's a big game. We haven't won a full round rugby championships. What I mean by that is like play everybody twice, a complete rugby championship in a long time. So for us, it's an important game. But like Bongi said, it's a privilege. Like a World Cup final is a privilege, and when you're a little boy and you grow up, and growing up, you want to play in those big games. You always, when you ran in the backyard and played rugby, always simulated a World Cup final or a game against the All Blacks or a rugby championship final. So for us, it's a massive privilege to go out this weekend and hopefully do our country proud.
That first drop, some great rugby from you guys. Is that as good as it gets? Do you think you can be even better?
I think no rugby team has ever played the perfect game. So we certainly had a good first half, but I think there's always things that you can improve on and small little details that we strive every week to get better at. especially looking at the bigger picture, which is obviously the World Cup next year as well. We want to be a more rounded team going into the World Cup. So I think there's always stuff that we try to improve.
Bongi, just talk us through your knee injury, how it's been for you, and also just watching Malcolm just go from strength to strength. You guys have been gelling very well as the two main bookers, but in your absence, also excelled in the same way that you excelled in your starting.
Yeah, the knee injury happened in Joburg before the second test of the All Blacks. It was just a freak accident that happened during training, and yeah, I was really bummed that it happened then. But yeah, I've been through my rehab and I've done my return to training, and the doc and the physios are happy, and I'm feeling more confident in my knee than I was, I'll say, 3 weeks ago. And yeah, I mean, look at someone like Malcolm Marks. He's been really playing well, and I mean, the competition in the squad is very tight. We do compete very hard for place in the squad, and yeah, it's never easy. Coming back from injury and working hard and trying to make it back into the squad. But yeah, as I said earlier, I'm very fortunate and very honored to be back in the squad again, because I know it's not easy making your way back in.
Luke, you have most lineouts won in this championship, and Argentina has the best percentage in the lineout. How did you see that, and also the scrum? How did you feel against Argentina?
No, I think Argentina have always had a good lineout. They've got good lineout jumpers. They've got a good lineout coach. So we expected that to be a big challenge, and we expect the same going into this weekend. And on the scrum, I think we've had a look at the scrum. We obviously it's a big part of our game, and a big way that we want to put pressure on the opposition and build pressure throughout the game. So we've looked at what we did last week and where we can improve going into this weekend, and hopefully we can do that on Saturday.
Ja, wat zijn hulle motivering geweest? Ons weet nie hoe hulle span gaan lyk nie. Kom hulle hier met 'n partytjie te maak?
Ja, ek dink Argentinië het 'n realistiese kans om nog steeds die rugby kampioenskap te wen. As Australië vir Nieu-Seeland Saterdagoggend wen, het hulle 'n baie goeie kans as hulle ons wen met 5 punte om die kampioenskap te wen. Ek dink dit is hulle mindset hoe hulle hier aangekom het. Ek dink hulle glo hulle kan die eerste Argentynse span wees wat die rugby kampioenskap wen. So hulle gaan gemotiveerd wees. En ja, dit gaan 'n groot game vir ons wees. Dit gaan vir ons soos 'n finaal wees, en dit gaan dieselfde vir hulle wees. So ek dink dit gaan 'n groot stryd wees Saterdag.
Ja, ek het dit selfstroot uit gevra insinking in Argentinië. Argentinië het skielik beter geraak in die tweede helfte, en was dit 'n insinking in julle spel. Toe Jacques gesê, eintlik sê dis Argentinië wat beter gespeel het. So is hulle vir 'n moeilike span te teen. Want julle was super oorheersend gehad, maar tog het hulle teruggekom. Dus dit is 'n baie moeilike span om sonder beheer te kry.
Ja, dit is 'n moeilike span om hulle gaan altyd vir 80 minute probeer. Hulle is trots op hulle land. Hulle verteenwoordig hulle land, en dit is vir hulle ook 'n groot eer. Hulle speel met baie passie, en hulle is hardwerkende mense, hardwerkende spelers. So hulle gaan nie net weggaan nie. Ek dink vir ons is dit net om ons konsentrasie vir 80 minute te hou, want op toetsvlak, as jy konsentrasie verloor vir 'n split sekonde, dan kan jy in die moeilikheid wees. So ons gaan net probeer om vir 80 minute te konsentreer en nie soft moments in die game nie.
Mike? Question for both of the guys. Such a big game like this, sellout crowd, so much at stake. Would you regard it as this kind of game as good preparation for next year's World Cup? Same as coming circumstances?
Yeah, but I think it's a massive game. It's a chance for us to win the rugby championship, and it's great preparation for us as players. You treat this like a final, and it can only be good preparation for us going into a World Cup and into the knockout stages, hopefully, of a World Cup. I think games like these are what you want to play and how you want to prepare for a World Cup.
Well, yeah, you guys, given that France hasn't played their flowers at international test level since 2008, can you guys as forwards make it easy, will never be easy, I guess, but make it more comfortable
Yeah, I think someone like Franz Steyn, you can't really say you would need our help that much. He's been around the block longer than any of us, and yeah, he knows exactly what's needed of him, as the forwards know what's needed of them to make, I'll say, not just his job easier, but the whole team's job easier. We all have a specific role to play, and yeah, I think if we can get that right, everyone will be on task for a good performance.
Bongi, there's a lot of good and competition in the front row of South Africa. I'd like to tell me a little bit more about it. Also knowing that Malcolm had a great game, and also what do you think about the front row of Argentina?
Yeah, as I said earlier, the competition in the Springboks, it's never going to be easy. It's always going to be tough to probably make it in the squad. And yeah, when you're there, you know that you can never just relax because you number one and number two. We always push each other on and off the field and make sure that you know your detail, you know your job. And yeah, I must say, the Argentinian scrum we saw last week was very good. They do have a very good front row and a good pack. And yeah, them having Creevy back as a very experienced player, yeah, he knows exactly what to do in the scrums. Yeah, I'll say that he knows most of the tricks that happens in there. But yeah, I must say, yeah, it's going to be a massive challenge in the front rows, both sides.
Guys, we've got about 2 minutes left, so do you have questions?
Can I ask you? I've seen a lot of your players playing in the Springboks squad are basically from Scranton. Is this rather a good hunting ground for the Springboks, or you guys hoping that it will be the same pace as coming weekend again, be in front of your home ground?
Yeah, we really don't look at it like that. If you are from the franchise or not, if you join the Springbok group, you put the Springbok cap on, and wherever we play, we try to make it a very good hunting ground for us, be it away or be it at home. Yeah, I mean, yeah, anywhere we play, we just try to make sure that we put up a good performance, and we make sure that we put up a winning performance.
What is home level?
Suit.
Okay, sure. Just tell us about the importance of Saturday's game. Last week.
Yeah, game 8 lang yesterday, e bohlokwa haholo because it is re win a championship ya rona pele hona mona South Africa, and qedise kgale we win hona mona South Africa. Lape defense ya rona ke tsa mo South Africa, and ya tla game e kgolo haholo, and ke sure training ya rona tsa rona re be successful mo fielding. I got trainer fella re sorry go tsa rona ho fitela the whole 80 minutes.
Met die factoren te vergasten in wereldbeker. Wat sien vir julle as span beteken om die rugby kampioenskap te neem? So met die wereldbeker wat doen.
Ja, ek dink dit hoe om die wêreldbeker uithaal, dit is vir ons groot. Dit sal vir ons eerste wees dat ons 'n vol rugby kampioenskap wen. So dit is vir ons 'n groot game. Dit is iets wat ons baie graag wil bereik. Groot doelwit vir ons is om hierdie game te wen, en soos ek gesê het, ons sien dit soos 'n finaal, en ja, hopelik kan ons dit doen en die land trots maak, en ja, vir ons as 'n groep wat goed saam wil bereik het, is dit nog een vir ons wat spesiaal sal wees om hierdie rugby kampioenskap te wen.
Any last question or two?
Nee.
Kijk, this was on the we spoke about the full rugby championship. I mean, we spoke about boxes that the team wants to tick and so on. How important is it to win a full rugby championship with the 6 games?
Yeah, it's going to be very important for us. I mean, it will be the first full rugby championship that we play, and yeah, I mean, ticking all the boxes, we make sure that we tick all the boxes in the week, and when it comes to the weekend, just have to execute whatever you've been doing during the whole week. And yeah, winning in front of our home crowds will be really special for everyone, not just for us as a team, but for the whole country.
You're back now, back in the starting lineup. What a crucial match. What is the approach now going into this match? Because your coach has been very clear, you guys are treating this match as a final. Is that the approach of your thinking going into this match?
Yes, it's a big honor for me to be part of the squad, and especially to play on Saturday. So our approach for this match, of course, we know we need to win this match and try and get 5 points out of it. But luckily enough, before the game, we'll know exactly what New Zealand did against Australia. So of course, we're going to make plans and be well prepared for Argentina. But
we won't change our plan too much.
Obviously, the fact that Peter's saying that you guys need to go, you guys are going for 5 points, does it mean that players like yourself will have to find that trial learning much more this coming weekend?
I mean, there's no pressure in terms of my side and Moody on the other side, and really. First thing we need is to do our job, and yeah, as Peter said, it's very important for us to get the bonus point, as last week it was the mindset, and yeah, man, there's a lot of things that we have to do in terms this coming week, Yeah.
Mike? Not at the moment.
I was going to ask you guys, usually a coach would say you guys have no control about what's happening outside of what you guys need to focus on this coming weekend against Argentina. Like you rightfully mentioned, there's external pressure from Auckland this coming weekend. Whatever happens in that match, will that change the mindset, the mood, your approach to the match this coming weekend also?
So we're going to prepare the way we have to prepare. So like I said, we're going to prepare to get 5 points, and then what happens that side, it might change, it might not change. But like I said, we're going to focus on what we can control, and that's mainly our set phases and stuff we did wrong last weekend. So we're going to try and improve on the stuff we didn't do well last week.
Peter Steph, it's you're coming back to your home ground, yeah? Durban, it's I don't think it's been sold out for a test match for many years. Just what are you guys anticipating on the sellout crowd, and you feed off that crowd?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to be able to play in front of a full stadium in Durban. It's where my rugby career started, so it's an unbelievable privilege and honour for me to be back here as well. And yeah, for us, it's an opportunity to do well in this championship. So hopefully we can make the supporters proud as well.
Teams, last few games, nine tries against a strong opposition. So you think guys must be feeling that you've got the balance, everything's coming together now from an attacking point of view.
Yeah, I mean, talking about the tries, it's something that it's always good for me to score tries, and it's something that I've been doing for a couple of times, and it's my job to finish up whatever. There's a lot of opportunities, and I feel like we did most of the time to trade to tries, but doesn't matter. It's a forward or the back line, something like that. As long as we're going to score the points.
Give us maybe a little bit of a peek into the character of the team, because I mean there were 6 minutes left and you guys just came up with a good. You scored those 2 tries that gave you the bonus point. Can you maybe just tell us about that character of the team to do those things against the odds?
I mean, it's something that we did work on. It's much, I must say, because of I remember we played in Edis Park in Joburg, against All Blacks, and there was a few minutes and before the 18 minutes, and we felt like somehow we didn't try to finish the game, and there was a couple of opportunities, and we did work hard in that situation. That's why we did trade some tries at the end of the game.
How important it is for you guys to do well and win this, especially with what we're facing as a country? How important it is for you to win? And also, how can we sum up the championship this season?
It's very important for me. It's not for me only, for the team as well, and for the fans in South Africa. Just to bring everything together, and it's been tough for us as well. I mean, to play kind of 4 games away, so now we back at home, and we have chances that we can win the championship now. So there's a lot of exciting as a team in the camp, good spirit, and yeah, we're looking forward for Saturday.
Actually, it's a question for both of you. Makasoli, what do you think are the threats knowing that you are in the backs, the threats from Argentina and Peter, what do you think are the strong points of the forwards from the Argentinian team?
So of course the forwards, Argentina pride themselves on set pieces as well, where they try and perform in the scrums and get penalties, and of course from the line-out mauls as well. So it's something both teams are priding themselves on. So I think that's one of their strong points and something we need to prepare well.
You don't want to. Now, what do you think the threats from the backs?
Yeah, I think it's the same thing. They kind of physically, and it's something that we can try to match as we did that last weekend. I'm sure they are going to bring more of physicality this weekend just to beat us, and also we need to pick up do the few things that we didn't do well last weekend.
Peter, Steph, just you had a long injury and then you played in Japan and now you're playing international rugby again. How are you feeling about adapting to playing international rugby again, and how have you felt about your form since you've come back? And also, is there a big difference? I mean, because obviously you used to still play for the Stormers last year and then went into the international season. What difference is it like adapting from Japan to here?
Yeah, it's always a big difference to step up into international rugby. So I don't think, of course, there's different competitions that's more tough than others, but coming into a rugby championship is a very tough competition, especially with the high performance environment that we are here with the Springboks. So it's something I need to look after myself and make sure that I'm physically fit and my body is strong and ready to get here. So then I'll be ready to train with the team, and of course they look after our conditioning here as well. So they'll definitely make sure that we're fit enough and strong enough and to be able to be selected for the team.
Peter Steph, in speaking to Jacques yesterday, he did allude to the fact that Argentina played very well in the second half, but also the Boks did let slip what was a significant advantage, and one that did end up affecting the points difference. How do you avoid that particular session where you build a lead but not build them, especially the fact that you may need to slightly worry about what happens in Auckland, but still need to win and win significantly?
I think it's maybe just concentration. If you just keep on concentrating, I think sometimes we get into a comfort zone, and if you don't want to get into that comfort zone. So if we just keep on pushing and keep up working hard and sticking to the game plan and not going away from the game plan, I think that's probably the main thing that will help us to get our achievements.
And Peter Steph, just looking at that game last week, obviously you watched it closely from the sidelines, but that PUMAS pack has got a lot of experience in that front row and second row. What impressed you about how they played that pack? What are their danger points?
I think what makes them really dangerous is they've got guys that play towards their strengths, the PUMAS. So they've got guys that do the dirty work as well. So there's one guy that loves to play towards the ball. There's other guy that just do all the dirty work and hit the rocks the whole time and try to intimidate you physically. So I think that's probably one of their strong points, is they almost help each other on the field the way they play towards the ball as well.
Guys, we've got 5 minutes left to do, so if you want to ask any questions in the home languages, and then we can, if there is time, we can go back to English.
I beg your pardon.
Okay, gaan we
Peter Steph, daar vir die Nelspreektoets in Bombela, jammer het jy gesê dat julle moet wys julle is die span van 2019, sodat julle daai vlak het. Voel jy julle daar uitgekom? No?
Kijk, het is altijd moeilijk om in die verlede te sê jy is nou huidig waar jy was in die verlede, omdat die omstandighede altyd verander en waarskynlik personeel verander ook. So dis moeilik om te sê ons is dieselfde span, maar ek moet sê ons het onsself in 'n geleentheid gesit op die oomblik om die rugby kampioenskap te kan wen. So ek dink ons is op 'n goeie plek as span en die kultuur in die span is op 'n goeie plek en ons het 'n goeie selfvertroue in die span op. So ek dink dit is op die oomblik die goed ons kan beheer doen ons goed.
Dus weer op die kans voor Engels gevraagd, hoe gaan die benadering hierdie nou weten dat wat in Auckland gebeur gaan waarskynlik 'n impak op julle het? En in jou antwoord kan jy daaroor sê, gaan die weer dalk impak hê? Want ek hoor gister gereend het, ek weet nie wat die weer die naweek gaan wees nie. Gaan dit 'n impak hê op hoe die mense gaan benader hierdie naweek?
Nou, ek dink so ons gekyk het gaan Saterdag redelik warm is en redelik humiditeit op wees. So ek dink die manier hoe ons speel ons gaan nooit van ons gameplan afwyk en normaalweg bly dit altyd dieselfde en ons maak 1 of 2 veranderinge. So definitief ons wil 5 punte kry, maar ons wil goeie rugby speel, maar jy wil ook nie 5 punte afstaan deur 'n goeie rugby te speel. So ons moet die balans reg kry hoe ons Saterdag wil speel.
Yes, good. Njengombuzo Carlos Levan ozekabi bakakhulele nje ngala ncoko ubikho wanayo bona kumareka korobhethe exesha ukudlala lapha Australia then first stop manje kubaleka kwalo mdlalo njengoba ukhe watsho benamathuba khanye lasebenzise kwi-match ezidlulileyo kufuneke baqabelise kulo mdlalo ke owakugqibela.
La kangasibe nancoko kakhulu manje nje into edibenise nento ayenzileyo and dabe ndithetha naye nje but khange kubekho into kakhulu. Ngokubhiliva kwami erabhini kuba khona izinto ezenzekayo ongakhange usoze uzibone phakathi egemini, but xa sowubuyela uyojonga eboardroom uba into enenzileyo inenzeke njani na, niye nibe nazo zinto nifuna uzilungisa as i-tournament iqhubekeka. So ungumntu uyafunda, ungumntu uyayenza imistake. So it dependa ke ngokuwe ke ngokuba imistake zakho uzenza kanjani na, uzifunda kanjani na. So as babe ndisitsho kuwe ndithi besikhona ichance iqala but khange sikwazi uzilungisa kakuhle, but ngokwangoku as umdlalo eqhubekeka sesifumane ixesha lodlala, so siyabona ukuthi okay no kufanele silungise phana phaya nangona izinto zethu sibheka phambili ngoku siyazibona, so umsebenzi uyabonakala.
Mapipi ngabokusho ukuthini kuwena ukudlala eKings Park eNtombasazi ukuthi nje ade sewonke amathikithi especially ngoba futhi ikhanda ujwayele kakhulu nolaziyo ngokudlala khona eMashayisi?
Well, I mean into enhle kakhulu ngakumbi kwabantu abalapha eDurban abazange bangibukela and abantu abangayazi irugby ixesha elininzi. So I think i-chance yabo ngokuthi bazezebaleni bazobona ukuthi isport singakanjani, and ke nokwami ndiyavuya ukuthi amatikiti aphelile, most abantu abaninzi bazobukela. So excited man ukuba lapha and ba udlala eKings Park again.
Final question.
Can you just repeat Scott's question in English, please?
Which one? The last one? This one?
Yeah,
what was the question?
About which one? Which one?
The altercation you had with
Corobet.
The altercation you had with Corobet.
Oh, that was nothing much. It was just a chat as a sportsman. We always do that, you know, and we kind of talking about the situation that what happened previous game, you know, something like that. You know, it wasn't personal, you know, and we all know when we're playing rugby, sometimes we need to be like against each other. But when the game is finished, you know, we can talk about everything, you know. So it wasn't something serious, you know.
While South Africans seem only to have their eye on scoring as many tries as possible this weekend, Argentina are certainly not going to be a pushover. Argentina head coach Michael Cheika believes his side have the quality and the desire to go to Kings Park on Saturday and come back with a victory.
Okay. ¿Por qué los dos cambios en el 15 inicial y qué partido imaginas para esa?
Sí, primero los dos cambios es Matías Moroni en el centro. Pienso que Orlando fino ahora está haciendo muy linda prestación en general, sobre todo en su defensa. Moroni, que es un segundo centro, en 13, en team principal, juega en un poquito de todas sus posiciones. Pienso que está haciendo buena prestación y merita una oportunidad en el 13 antes que esta ventana termina. El otro es Imos. Bueno, sí, un poquito cambio de estrategia que tenemos por este segundo partido. siempre cuando juegue contra un equipo 2 semanas consecutivas, en idea cambiar un poquito la organización del equipo, el setup del equipo. Bueno, tener un adversario, tener una planificación o una estrategia de juego un poquito diferente. Entonces, pues pienso que IMOF en la última prestación contra el último partido contra Australia hace una buena partido. Made it an opportunity también.
What is the motivation for you and your team this coming weekend? Especially what you got last weekend at Take It All. What is your drive this weekend against the World Champions?
Well, I think we're always motivated, not every week. So I don't think one week's motivation leads to the other. It's not that type of roller coaster. We're motivated for many things in relation to where we want to end up as a team. Of all the games we've played so far, we're probably most disappointed with that one because of the context. I don't think I've seen a crowd going like that ever, nearly. And I want them to go like that at home this weekend when they're watching on telly, you know. So we've got a lot of drive as a team. Well, I think we probably had our best training session of the whole time we've been together yesterday, which is, you know, it's nearly 2 or 3 months of being together or whatever it is since the start of July. And, I think, I don't want to go bigger picture here. I just want to say here's an opportunity, full house in Durban against the world champions, chance to take. Got to go there and try and take.
Chile constantly treat people foreign states as they don't have any rules. School weekend at Kingsville Stadium. You guys here to stand up about this to the this thing?
Are we here to hand over for or is this you guys are the best. You write your own headlines before you even turn up. Honestly, mate, I've been around too long to fall for that one. That's it. No, mate, we'll just turn up and see how we go. You know, we'll turn up and see how we go.
Michael, stop us to this. It's so fun. Oh no. The app is successful here. Theatrics. 7 years ago, game in this PS in Kenya, same one. Then I'll taste Jessica this one.
7 years is a long time, mate. So he looks like a fine player, Tony Moody. He looks like he's got a fair bit about him. You know, I haven't seen too much of him. He said for some of the games he's played, and for the Imof's like he's a genuine finisher. So I think we created ourselves a few opportunities last week. So I'd like to see if we can make a few opportunities that he can get on the end of. And he's got good pace. He's got good experience. I was actually surprised to see how many players of our guys had played in that game in Turkey. You know, it wasn't, you know, I didn't really realise how many of them had that experience. So, yeah, I think, I don't think there's any parallels at all with 7 years and all that business. But the one thing about him off is he's 7 years, he's still playing good football. He's playing well with his club when he's there, and he's playing well here with us now. So still adding a lot as well as a more experienced player now inside of the team. So I'm looking forward to seeing him play.
Corto, recién Mike dijo que el entrenamiento relación que fue de alta intensidad lo pudimos ver, tuve la suerte de estar ahí, se notó. Me gustaría hacer hincapié en el pack de forwards que claramente lo trabajó. ¿Qué cosas te gustaron? ¿Qué cosas querés corregir para este sábado?
Creo que ustedes lo vieron, fue un muy buen entrenamiento, con mucha intensidad, mucha competitividad entre los 30 que estaban en la cancha, así que me parece que es muy importante. Estuvimos hablando bastante de seguir en nuestro proceso, de seguir mejorando, seguir siendo eficientes en el proceso del line-out, del scrum, del rack. Parece que es ahí en el rack donde está el punto para, sobre todo, lo que se vio del primer partido. Cuando tuvimos esa pelota rápida, la verdad que fuimos muy peligrosos con pelota en mano. Entonces se tuvieron rack rápidos, pero el punto negativo, por decirlo de manera, fue la cantidad de pérdida de pelota. Entonces me parece que es el punto para prolijar, y en eso se trabajó mucho ayer y se trabajó mucho en la precisión del line y del scrum.
Okay, talking that you are so focused on your team and last about this concept. Can I ask him, competition is playing in the bigger picture? There's 4 teams, there's competition more. Listen, what's the performance last week against it? Do you think that they could possibly cause an upset this weekend? I'm sorry, what were you asking me about? Do you think Australia can possibly cause an upset this weekend? Right. I've been doing a bit of commentary with the stand in Australia, I don't know if you guys seen. And one of my things that I said I never do is tip, right? Because in a game of rugby, right, the only thing, anything can happen, right? So tipping is, for me, it's for muds, you know what I mean? Like, everyone wants to know what's going to happen, and you're better off just watch the game and enjoy it for what it is. Obviously, as an Australian, you know, I hope Australia win. You know, that goes without saying. But, and I think they got a good chance. But good thing about those games is you never know what's going to happen beforehand. So tipping's really futile, you know. It's what you hope happens or what might happen, you know. And to be honest, like you said, you answered for me beforehand. I don't really have many thoughts about it. I've been focusing pretty much on what's happening here. Yeah. Regardless of where the Rugby Championship is, what do you need for you guys to be for the victor? Again, the step me stay here is as the victor in the space of one corner, and I just think that's something that Argentina's never done in the history. Yeah, well, we can talk about that if it happens. Yeah. Well, there's no point in talking about it beforehand, is there? Mate, the dreams and carry on, all that's, it's about what you do, you know what I mean? And owning what you do. And yeah, we've got objectives and goals and all that stuff, but that's a good discussion for us to have once it's done. But we've got a lot of work to do. We've got a huge challenge in front of us for it to happen, you know? South Africa at home with a full house, you know, and we just got to get in there and get dirty and do our bit and see where we end up, and then we can talk about that stuff after.
For you, the split in the second half last week, and you know, there were a couple of times where I thought you were through, and it was just that guy that popped up to you. What do you think you have to do to basically make sure that you get your different results and then keep it away from you? So what do you think you need to do to make sure that you drive it home?
Well, the first thing I do is have the first half like the second half. Yeah, you're not going to do that the whole time, but for periods. But we had a good start to the game. Then sort of turned against us, then we had a bad, and we recovered, and then we had a bad finish to the game. Lots of penalties, lots of errors, which happened to us against Australia as well in this first game, where we were in control of that game. I think the game was 6 penalties in 6 minutes, and everything changed field position a lot. So it's a new sort of place where we're going as far as that's concerned, and now about being considered a, you know, real competitors with these guys. And it's not easy. You know, they play good footy. They're all highly ranked in the World Rugby rankings, and they've got, you know, staff players everywhere. So it's about never playing the scoreboard, never playing just playing, you know, doing it to win the next action and then see where it lands from there, and not focusing on the end part. That happens in all that stuff's about your preparation, all those motivationals and objectives. It's all about your training and working hard and getting it right. And then when game time comes, you know, don't see it, you just act. Right? So more good actions will help us keep this right in a situation.
Can I assume from what you said earlier that it will actually be no deflection if people cannot in the start of the tournament anymore?
It's got nothing to do with it. It's all right. We're here to, obviously, number one, represent the country, you know, with pride. That's really important. and two, to back each other up. You know, we're away from home, we've got to support each other out there, and you know, in what's going to be a difficult environment. And then try to enjoy the difficult environment. You know, when it's tough, enjoy it. And when it's difficult, enjoy that, because that's really what you've got to do, playing away from home against, you know, people like this, against a team like that. So you just got to get in there, and then when the good moments come, right, go from there.
It's a broader question, but just you in the Springbok side, some of the situation in the sense that because of your players play in the north, in the club rugby, Springboks now also play in the north. You don't actually have a break. I don't know how many games you work for the cup and whether you can have a break. But is that not a concern that you guys are playing almost like 12 months a year, or it feels like it to me? I don't know.
Well, first of all, we're not really in the same situation as the Springboks anymore, right? They have got control over their players that are playing in the URC, so they can rest them at the start of the year, like Ireland would do, and those countries. They weren't before when a lot of their players are playing in the UK. Yes, different scenario, but that's changed now. Many, I know because of my connections with NEC, many of those players are playing in Japan as well now. So they've got to, I think they realise, those guys, that it's not easy to keep playing 12 months of the year, but that's our reality. Not going to be no complaining about it. We've got to manage the best we can, we know what we've got. It's not a concern. We've got to use it and turn it into an advantage somehow. And because it's not going to change. So let's use it as a weapon, you know, somehow, or let's use it not as a weapon. There's more as an advantage. Okay, what can we get from playing all this time? How can we get the breaks into the guys we've been working on? We've seen we rotate a few guys around. Where do we take those opportunities to give it not necessarily a break physically? Yeah, they'll and they want more break mentally. You know, go to the beach, go enjoy some time with the family. Don't think about footy for a while. It's really important, you know, to get the best out of players when they do play. That they get that opportunity to have some time where and just not thinking about it, you know, that you know, you live it, the game. It's hard not to live, you know, you're thinking about when the next opportunity is, and I think they need to take that break where in their environment they're away from it all completely. So that'll be the things that we're already planning, you know, as the year goes on. So, and also the distance between games, you know, I think it's a good, between the November and the next Rugby Championship, I think it's over 30 weeks that we won't, you know, see each other for a game of footy. So, but we'll use the best of what we can out of that, you know, turn it into a positive.
Okay.
Very short turnaround. Did you guys manage to, your players perhaps have managed to do anything, especially at Dell? I know they've got off besides Brian.
Besides what? Sorry, before the key, we had one last night. There was a good one. Well, we've tried to sleep. That's usually handy. Once you've come from Argentina over here, we've tried to fit some sleep in somewhere. I'm not sure what the boys are doing today. It's called a free day for that reason. It's a 3 days, so they could be off doing anything. I wouldn't really know. But our lads, they're really tight together. They're always, you know, sharing good time together away from the field because, you know, they split after this, you know, when they're not in together, and they really have a good affinity for each other. So I think when they get the chance in camp together, they try to spend as much time together as possible doing stuff either for rugby or away from rugby.
Aliko, puedes comenzar las preguntas.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Today's guide on how to watch South Africa take on Argentina in what will be the final match of the 2022 Rugby Championship, and very much supposedly going to be the decider, because no team can win the match, or can win the tournament rather, before the closest match. It will go down to the final match. It will go down to the final minute. The 2022 Rugby Championship has probably been one of the best rugby championships, if not the best rugby championships we've ever had, in terms of a competitiveness point of view, in terms of how close it is, in terms of every team being able to compete. And it's been really enjoyable, and it's really cool that we're going into the final weekend and there are so many different things, with every single team still actually able to win the tournament, which is not something that has happened in recent times. Before we tell you exactly how to watch the game, please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Now, unfortunately, the game is not being shown on any free-to-air broadcasters this weekend. However, there is a workaround. and that is using a free trial on Stan Sport, which lasts 7 days. Now, unfortunately, Stan Sport is only available in Australia. However, there is also, once again, a workaround. So if you look at trying to watch the game this weekend, the various broadcasters, you like SuperSport in South Africa, it's ESPN in Argentina, Stan Sport over in Australia, Sky New Zealand, New Zealand, Sky Sports in the UK and stuff like that. So there's quite a few different broadcasts, paid broadcasts in and around the world. Now, Stan Sport offers you a 7-day free trial, and that will allow you to stream both games this weekend, although New Zealand versus Australia is actually being shown on Channel 9, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. So if you're looking to watch Australia versus New Zealand, then go and use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description below. Go and download ExpressVPN. I recommend signing up for a full year, to be honest, because there's so many different ways to watch rugby. We're going to be doing videos every week on how to watch UFC, how to watch the end of year tour. We're going to do videos on how to watch the FIFA World Cup, how to watch various cricket leagues, stuff like that, how to watch top 14 Premiership. There's so many different ways you can watch rugby on free broadcasts and stuff like that. But in order to be able to access them, because they're all free broadcasters in various different countries around the world, you need a VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN, download it and install it. And then for this weekend, you're going to set your server to Australia. You're going to connect to Australian server. So connect to Australian server, refresh your browser and stuff like that, so it registers your device is in Australia. Basically what it means is that it makes it look as if you're connecting from Australia itself. So anything that is geolocated and geo-restricted to Australia, you'll be able to access. You then go to Stan Sport, also link down in the description, and you sign up for a 1-week free trial. It's actually a 30-day free trial for Stan. Stan Sport itself is only 1 week. So you go and you sign up for that free trial, and then you'll be able to watch. You'll be able to stream both the New Zealand versus Argentina game, and versus Australia game rather, and as well as the Springboks versus Argentina. So don't sit there and wait until 5 o'clock on Saturday evening to suddenly go, how am I watching the game? Get yourself sorted now. Get ExpressVPN, sign up for that Stan Sport free trial, and then you're sorted. And if you've already signed up before, you can use a different email address, for example. You can use somebody else's details, somebody else in your family and stuff like that. So you can get yourself your free trial and make sure you get to watch the action this weekend. All the links that you need are in the description, as well as a step-by-step guide. We will obviously be live for both games this weekend. So come and join us on the Watchalong. But get yourself 2 screens. Get the rugby on one, get the Watchalong on the other. Come and join the chat. Let's have a beer this weekend, and let's see if the Springboks can go all the way and lift the Rugby Championship trophy this weekend. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments down below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
Almost 2 months since the Springboks beat New Zealand in Mbombela, the Rugby Championship remains anyone's game. With the preparation for the test out the way, Siya Kolisi and Zwandile Stick reflected on the tournament and the significance of the final test.
Coach, just raise your hand for questions. No questions. Thanks, guys. Feels bad. Okay. Percy?
So I'll touch this question, and it's a dumb question, you tell us a dumb question. What would you have post like? Were you guys spending your talent and watching what's happening in April, or are you guys not just worried about that match and just focusing on what you guys have to do more often?
No, we'll definitely be watching those. Some guys sleep in and sleep longer, so if we're awake, we'll definitely watch, but we'll know the results at the end of the day. Anyway, it is important what happens there. Obviously, we focus on what we have to do, and I'm sure Argentina is focused on what they have to do too. But we do know that result makes a difference on what happens, on what both teams need to do, because I think all 4 teams can actually win the championship. So we're all in the battle for that, and I think we'll want to know what happens in that game so that we know what we need to do tomorrow. But the biggest thing, we know that we definitely have to win, and Argentina obviously have the same mindset too.
Still on that, maybe so I just want to know, after the game, does your plan start immediately after the game, or are you going to stick to the plan all?
Our plan started on Sunday already after the other game, so we've been working, and nothing's going to change our game plan or anything like that. We're still going to play the way we play, and we're still going to follow the same system, the same thing we did when we played the British Islands, when we played the World Cup. We play the same way. It's not going to change. It's just that we're going to have to reach maybe different goals than we had to, and that's the most important thing we don't change our plan because of the situation, but we look at what's in front of us and we play what's in front of us.
So yeah, how unique is the situation where you find that in cup games, in knockout games, it's the team that gets the most points wins? But you're now in a situation where you are dictated to by what happens in the previous game. How unique is the situation? That's something that you may not have come across to your career.
No, actually, the World Cup it happens like that as well. So we've experienced it before. But the biggest thing is to not to forget like what you do as a team and who you are and what your values are and how you play, because sometimes people change everything because of the situation in front of them. You know, we're just gonna go harder in what we do, you know, and try and be more clinical and take the opportunities that we create. But our system and stuff is not gonna change. And yeah, but we've been here before, and yeah, and it's a great opportunity for all things, and it's a great thing for rugby too, that you suddenly have 4 teams in a competition that can win the competition. I think rugby is getting more, and then you can see with the people coming to watch, because nobody knows who's gonna win on the day, and yeah, I think that's good for our sport, and the sport is growing.
Coach, sometimes we sit and we interrogate you about the style of play and all that, but you must feel that there's a very nice balance in your game at the moment. It looks like you guys are talking about playing what's in front of you and so on. It looks like you're playing the situation well.
Yeah, I think like we always open up about how we want to play the game. It's not a secret, you know, but once again, we do have our strengths that chances are we're not going to move away from them, and building our game and growing it into how we want to play the game and getting better was always part of the goal, you know. And like I always say is that they understand, even on the field, they've got the freedom. If the space is there for them to run into the wider channels, they've got that power, you know. So they are managing the game on the field, you know. But once again, I don't, like I said earlier on, I don't think we're going to change much, you know. But once again, if the opportunities are there for us to score many tries, then yes, of course, we'll probably love to score more tries. And it's good to see also the players now getting confidence. You know, if you look at the youngsters that are in our team, Jaden and the lighty like Moody. You know, when those lighties got an opportunity last week against Argentina, where they combined for the penalty try that we scored first. So it was something that's nice for us. You know, so once again, they've got the freedom to play the volley they want.
And as background coach, your thoughts on coaching Frans Steyn? He hasn't played fly-off in a test since 2008. What has he shown you in the positions where he's had to play during the game and also in training?
Yeah, Frans Steyn. I think the situation with Frans Steyn is similar to what we had with Damian Willems. You know, he's always been in our system, and we knew that he's always a backup for us when it comes to playing at 10 and 15. And with that experience, you know, that is something that made it easy for us as a coaching staff, you know, with Damian Willems being injured, you know, and Frans has been with us. He understands how we want to play the game. He understands our system very well, and he's a very mature player, you know. You don't play for almost 15 years at the test match level. That's okay.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So yeah, you don't play for more than 15 years at this level, and there's nothing special about you. He is a very special player, and we trust him with everything that is good.
And Sia, just your thoughts on a guy like Frans now this week. How much of he's a guy that we've seen his talismanic. He produces it in big moments, and I mean, this is a big moment, and I guess a lot of you have been there. But for him in particular, to come into a position to fly off and produce, just
yeah. I think that it could have been asked of anyone better. You know, he's done it in so many moments, you know, from a young age. I think when they played in 2007, you know, when he had to kick that kick, and he never shies away from moments like that. And just what he's brought to the team, you know, calmness and simplicity, and you know, he's the confidence that he gives us, you know. He tells us not to panic. He's got everything sorted, and you can kind of feel that without him saying anything. And we're really excited for him. You know, he's been, you know, wanting an opportunity. He's been in and out of the group. He was injured for a little bit, and now he's back. But I'm really excited to see what he's gonna do, and obviously to have that, knowing that if I've got a penalty maybe 60 meters away, we've got that. in our armor now coming this weekend, because a guy like Bufeli, the way he kicks too, you know, if you get a penalty anywhere on the field, he will go for it because he backs himself. And I think France, that gives us that kind of ammunition coming tomorrow.
And also to have a fly up that weighs about 125 kgs. Probably, it's the biggest fly up in the world, so I can't complain as a
He's
coach.
not gonna like that.
Coach Stick, the stats that came out, so here
I'm
at
looking.
the end of the game, is that the Boks have made more line breaks than any other team in the championship. And actually the second most, I think Ireland have made the most this year. Is that part of the game to be more attacking, or is it, what are your thoughts on that stat?
That's great to hear that we at least now we're not playing boring rugby anymore. No, it's always the plan. You know, rugby is a pressure game. You know, if on a day we can apply pressure through running into spaces and gaining momentum. You know, we've got big physical forwards. We've got big, even our center partnership. If you look at a guy like Damien Linde, one of the biggest centers in the world, with Jesse next to him. So we do have big physical players, and it's for us. It's always great if we can dominate momentum in the game to apply pressure to opposition. And you saw what our forwards have been doing this season. If you look at a guy like Lord Diaga, how he really runs into spaces very well, and a guy like Irben with their physique and pace, you know. So it's like I always say, we are still building towards playing the perfect game. You know, I've seen maybe 1 or 2 games where I felt like, you know what, we were in control. If you look at the game at the Mbombela Stadium against the All Blacks, I felt like we were in control for 80 minutes in that game. And the second game against Australia, probably also one of the closest, best games so far in this season. And we're trying to build, you know, to be able to win against Australia the second game, and Argentina now away from home, it was very tough. You probably saw the vibe at that stadium. It was really, really, really challenging, you know. So for us to be able to win back to back, and then that's one of the biggest goals now. If we can win the third game in a row, because that's one of the things we've been guilty of in the season, where we're inconsistent when it comes to our performances, you know. So we're trying to build, and hopefully this time we'll get a third one in a row also.
Coach, back on first 10 and third being a bit tested away, how is this physical conditioning, and how long can really go?
He's been with us since the beginning of the year when we started in Pretoria. He's been working with the team, always got nice energy, and you saw whenever he comes on the field, he always brings some different vibe, you know, and also the calmness that he brings, more especially when he kicks those kicks from the corner, you know. So he is a very, very mature player, and he's very professional about how he takes his game. So his physique is good, he's looking good. He's been running like a kid again. Once again, hopefully he will go all the way for 80 minutes, you know, and if all goes well for us, we'll keep him for 80 minutes.
One for both. Sia, what do you expect from Argentina? You're talking about you want to do the perfect game, and do you expect that Argentina is going to change something? They're going to maintain the same? Of course, they are in a different position with the numbers, but for the first time they have actual chances of becoming champions. It is very difficult, but what do you expect from that? And then to speak back first, Sia.
Yeah. I don't think a lot is going to change in their mindset. I think the way they played against us, you know, their scrum went well on the weekend. I think they would have worked hard on the mauls, or maybe playing a bit more. I think they got a lot of energy, especially at home with the offload game. I think that might be it's something that they would look to do. But I think they're probably sitting in the hotel saying, you know, for the first time in the history of the country, you know, that's what they think. Same for us. We haven't won a trophy on home soil, I don't know since when, you know. So, and I always think we are similar countries in a lot of different ways, you know, in Argentina. And we love playing against Argentina because it's no nonsense. They just come on the field, they give 100%, and then afterwards they have a drink with us after the game. They get along very well. And they've got a coach who's able to get them up, who understands the game very well, and we have the same on our side. So I think it's going to be a proper final for both teams, no matter what happens tomorrow morning against Australia and New Zealand. And yeah, I think they're going to be up for it. They were up for it last week, and they will be up for it this week again. So, and a game is all about moments. It's whether you take your moments or not. We had our moments in the first half. They had theirs early in the middle of the second half, and we're able to get back up again. And as coach said, when you play in the World Cup, it's all or nothing. You can't lose. You have to win every single game, and we're trying to find that in our normal season to get that consistency going through, because you have to live on that edge that when you're in the World Cup, if you lose a game, you're out. And that's what we're trying to find, so we can have that kind of consistency. And that's what Argentina has been doing. And it's not by luck that they had these big wins that they've had this year, because something has been happening, and it's all coming together for them. And I think tomorrow is going to be a proper game. I mean, it's a sellout. People are coming out in Durban. It's a big day for South Africa. It's Heritage Day, and it's something that we've been working on as a group. This Springbok team has evolved over the years, and it feels like home for me to be part of this team. We're all different races, different religion, but we all come together to bring this country together, to do the best we can, just to put a smile on people's faces. And there would be no perfect way if we could get a win on home soil. And I know it's going to be hard against Argentina, but yeah, it will be beautiful for us to celebrate it like that in front of so many people. And it's going to be beautiful weather tomorrow. So yeah, we're looking forward to it as a group. We want to make everyone proud in our country. They've supported us through thick and thin when, a lot of people were against our game plan, and now it's coming together. So yeah, there's so much to play for us as a team, for each other, our families, but the people of South Africa, with everything that's happening, a lot is not going right, but we're hoping we can be, we can pull it together so that we can just, for a day, that people can have something to celebrate tomorrow.
And Stick, there are two changes in the team, both of them in the backs. Matías Moroni and Ponimov. Ponimov is a very special stadium because back in 2015, when Argentina beat South Africa for the first time, he made a hat-trick. His father was there. So do you think that is going to change to Argentina? And do you see those two changes in an Argentinian way, like they're going to be more powerful? Do you think that it's going to be better or worse, those changes?
Yeah, if you look at Imhoff, like you've mentioned earlier on, remember he was the one that destroyed the Springboks at the Kings Park Stadium when they've beaten us at home for the first time. Very, very experienced player, and he's been around the block. I played against him when I used to play sevens, and we know he's a very dangerous player. And also, if you look at what he has done the past couple of seasons, because he was playing in France, so of course he gained even more experience. And Moroni, always tough, and the way they've selected their team, also continuity in how they want to build their team, very experienced team. And one thing that I respect about their team is the fact that if you pitch up on a day and you not switch on mentally, they will punish you. It's the same team that beat New Zealand away from home in New Zealand for the first time in history. That clearly shows that it's a very special team, and you saw what happened to Australia also when they went to Argentina. You not switch on, they will punish you. So we can't underestimate them. And I just also like the fact that the vibe between the two teams, there's massive respect amongst the two of us. You saw when we played in Argentina, the hospitality there, people were friendly. Even after a tough fight between the four lines, you will still get the supporters out there cheering at us. So there's a massive respect between the two teams. And once again, you can't ask for any better occasion to play on a Heritage Day on a packed Kings Park Stadium. And like Sia said, Argentina, they've got a lot of similar things to how we are as a country also. They are very, very passionate people about their country. And we know one thing for sure, they will pitch up tomorrow. Like Sia said, anyone can win on a day, and they still got a chance also to win the championship. So it's going to be a massive occasion for us, but these are the games that we live for. As a youngster, we dream about moments like this, and we're such in a good position for us to be able. You saw 15 minutes ago there was a load shedding. So when we're between the four lines, at least for once where we forgot about all the problems that we've got, everyone just make sure that they do their best for the country, and we're not going to stop doing that. We're going to keep on striving for our best to make our country a better place. We're going to keep on striving our best to make the world a better place, and we can't ask for any better occasion. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Sia, there's a chance that in the second, tomorrow you guys might be chasing quite a big points difference to try and win the Rugby Championship. Do you guys sort of have a plan in place in the second half where maybe you just throw caution to the wind and all-out attack if you're trying to chase a points difference of 30 points or something? Because you guys have been sort of stuck in a weird thing where I think each of your last 4 wins, you guys have won by 16 points. So do you sort of have a plan in place that if you need to chase that bigger points difference, you guys throw it all out there in the second half?
Yeah, I think our game plan allows us to be able to chase that, and I think, like we sit and we study the game, and we study it hard. We study opposition, we study each player, got videos of I know what the fly off, what foot the kicks off, or when he's gonna kick, what he's doing. So we go that in so much in detail, and our game plan can allow us to do those kind of things. And I think where we've messed it up as a team, we never take the opportunities, when we get them. And lately we've been able to take a couple of those opportunities. So I think our game plan will get us there. And also we're not silly, when it comes, let's say there's 20 minutes to go and we need to get 30 points, we will know as a team what moves we have, in our team to be able to get to that, to chase that. But the biggest thing is that our foundations need to work. Our set piece needs to work. Our kicking game needs to work. Our scrums needs to work. All those things need to be in place. If they're not in place, it doesn't matter what we want to do to throw everything in. Then it's not going to work, because Argentina strumming, lineouts, and Moles, they're also strong at that, and their kicking game is very good. So, and our discipline is going to be important. I think our discipline has been really good. I think and if we can control those things, anything else, we can play what's in front of us and what's needed in the game.
So, you touched on it, but the occasion of playing on Heritage Day, also considering the fact that Kings sold out, also the fact that it's the home ground. How special will it be, running at Kings Park?
It's going to be very special for so many different reasons. I mean, the game itself, how big it is, and obviously the opposition, we respect Argentina so much, and sold out in front of our home fans, and it's been a while since we've been home. I think it's been 5 weeks we've been away now, and we miss it, and we got to experience how it is in a packed stadium in Argentina, and I'm excited to come back home and hear people singing the national anthem, and when we left after we played the All Blacks and went to Australia, it was kind of different, the environment, and because we came from such a high. And playing on Heritage Day is special, and we're looking forward to it as a group, and playing at home is exciting. It's the first time I'm playing at Kings Park as a Shark player, and I'm sure a lot of the boys will be excited that play for the Sharks. So I'm looking forward to it.
So Coach Dick, let's just partially answer this question. Just briefly, the importance of game today for you guys. Obviously, South Africans will be getting around 5 places. Celebrating another year is the Springboks in our country, but we all celebrate in different ways. What does it mean for you personally? Maybe I don't know, see our
Very, very special day, and with all our differences in our country, it makes us a better place. Because we do things because we care. We care for one another, we care for different races, and I think if you look at everything that we're facing in our country, probably rugby will probably be in the top 3, where it's a system that is functioning well. It's a system that is probably amongst the top 3 teams in the world, if you look at the records, so. And to be able to play on the Heritage Day once again, I know one thing for sure. A lot of South Africans will be sitting in front of the screens having a barbecue, and a braai, and so a lot of South Africans will surely be braaiing tomorrow. A lot of South Africans will surely, by that time when we play for 80 minutes, they're going to forget about their problems, That is the impact that we understand, the responsibility that we carry in our team. And like I said, we're doing this because we care. We're doing what we're doing because we love our people. So it's a very special day in person, and I hope you also by that time probably gonna have a bit of pride, please.
Yeah, I think it's something that should be done. I think every day for us to. It's just a day where you can be who you are and celebrate who you are, where you come from, your roots, and I think that's so important. In everything that happens in the world, sometimes you get lost, and you need reminders, and like for us, Amakwicho, singing, and upeka ngembizi isikhosa, cooking with the pot with the 3 legs, that was bigger. I can cook. Yeah, and for us in this team, that's what we're trying to create, the kind of environment where you can come in and be the person you are and be able to be who you are, to add to the value what we're trying to bring. We want everybody to be themselves and bring the best. You know, we can't all see everything the same, and it's always good to see that I'm different to coach, even though we're both closer, you know, but I still got a different perspective to him, you know, and he might see stuff that I don't see, might see my blind side, and also I can bring who I am. You know, I like to sing before I play. Some guys like to listen to different music, you know, and it brings us together, and I get to learn. Now I'm listening to African songs, listen to the fancy, by the way. Yeah, I'm listening to African song, and now you get to learn, you know, amongst, and that's who we are as South African, especially when times are tough. For me, when I actually saw how special this country is, during COVID, when I was traveling around South Africa, we drove around, you know, asking people to donate to the foundation. Just saw how many people that wanted to help. Sometimes it's with their time, it's resources, it's finance. However way, people are always willing to help. They just want to know how. And that's when we always pull together when times are tough. But I think we should take that and have it each and every single day. If we could do that, and if we all put South Africa first, think about South Africa first, not about our own, what we need, or only a group of people. I don't only play for one group of people. I want to make everybody proud in South Africa, every single kid, because no matter what skin color you are, we all go through the same problem, sometimes differently. So for us as a team, we want to just show it can work. We're not perfect at all. We're not getting it right all the time. We make mistakes as a team, but we want to strive to be the best. We want to make proud. Like, I want to make my son proud. I want him to look at me and he can be who he is, because I am too. I don't want to pretend and be someone else. And that's the special thing about Heritage. You can be who you are and show it. You can dress up how you want to dress up, and nobody's going to judge you. Nobody's going to look at you differently. And it should be like that every single day. But tomorrow, we'll be wearing our green and gold with pride, and we want to give it everything we can, and hopefully we can make people proud wherever they are.
And then, and then the other thing is, personally, if you remember what we have achieved so far as a team, we've won the World Cup, but it was not in front of our supporters. It was in Japan, you know. And we've won the championship before. I remember, I think it was in Salta. So it was not in front of our supporters. And British and Irish Lions supporters weren't allowed to come to the stadium. So at that time, even though it's a great moment for our country, but I'll be honest with you, we were a bit lonely in the sense of we couldn't celebrate with our supporters. I think now we're getting a great opportunity in front of a packed stadium, you know, where if we can win the championship, then we can celebrate with our people, you know. So that's another special thing about the opportunity that we've got tomorrow. We've got an opportunity to be able to celebrate with our people, you know, to make sure that we play for them. And if we win the trophy, they will be there to celebrate with us. So it's a very special one.
Guys, let's take one more English question and then we switch over to English. Can you assume was that English?
But maybe before you go to sponsor, I can just give them a clear ball, both of them. I know they love their football, and you know their team, Kaizer Chiefs, is not doing well at the moment. Maybe they can just say something to calm the fans down, because the Chiefs fans are.
So I must say something to calm me down.
Well, I mean, as a captain of the Springboks, I'm sure you can say something to the Chiefs fans out there to how the team.
No, it's hard for me to say. Like something, you know, because I'm also a sportsman and I go through seasons where it's tough, you know. I know for a fact that the guys are not going out there to play badly. They're not going out there to lose. They work hard each and every single day, you know, to be good. And sometimes things don't work. And the only thing I can say to them, they must just keep on going, keep on pushing. And I'm sure Coach Athazwane, he's played, you know, it's his first season. He will find it. He will know, you know, what's happening, and there's lots of hard work happening behind the scene. But for us as supporters, we must just keep on supporting and believing. And yes, get upset, and be as upset as you want. But at the end of the day, and it will come around.
Love and peace.
Can you say?
Nick, let me go in. The team go back we can watch it and say, if you any trouble, we're going to know okay, who's
I think Tina sike position enhle kakhulu wena Khanyiso, if uyajonga sizawukwazi ukuba xa siyodlala thina ngo-5 o'clock ngomso sizawuyazi exactly i-challenge yethu uba sinida ukwenza njani. Yes, sizawubukela la mdlalo ngeliso elibukhali and into ebalulekileyo sinayo indlela yethu esifuna udlala ngayo, but sizabe sikwi-position entle thina because of sizoyazi uba ngeziphi ezi-points sizabe sizileqa xa sodlala la mdlalo. Njengoba etshile usiya, i-game plan yethu iyasivumela, iyasinika i-opportunity ezininzi uba masiscore i-drive, and ubonile imidlalo mithu ngoku noko i-opportunity besizifumana ebaleni sikwazela uzisebenzisa siscore i-bonus point. So ndiyavuya noko ubona nami uba ii-players ezininzi phaa ebaleni uyabona indlela i-confidence abanayo abadlala ngayo ngoku. Umfana njengoDamian Dalinde, uyabona i-leadership yakhe phaa backline, uthi uyabona i-advantage line, uyabona usipha i-momentum eninzi xa kudlalwa ile nto xa si-attacker. So ndiyavuya ubona abadlali nezintwana ezincinci zikhulayo nayo oModi no-Hendricks, indlela abadlali ngayo last week, indlela abakhombane ngayo last week, yabona. So I think thina sizoba kwi-position enhle kakhulu, but once again like siya le nto beyithetha earlier on is that uba asizuyitshintsha indlela esadlala ngayo, to make sure uba sisafowukhasa kwizi-strengths zethu, but into ebalulekileyo xa sifumana amathuba funeka siwakhonvethile kaloku, ngoba uyayazi ka-test match level if bangaba uzuwathatha amathuba akho uzawupanishwa that. And i-Argentina ngelaa qela lisibonakalisile kwenye imidlalo xa bedlala ne-All Blacks away from home, bakwazela ubetha kakuhle iqela leNew Zealand for the first time, and then also babetha ne-Australia. So uzaba ngumdlalo onzima kakhulu, but kodwa ke tata to make sure uba at least xa sifumana amathuba funeka siwasebenzise.
Ngikhale kahle kakhulu ngiqale kahle umdlalo nje akhe nacimela nje kanje ngiqala ukufuna siqala sibili yenza njalo kuba niphinde lizibele mandaba ekomeni iyaphumela Argentina usonde ezindalo kuba anikwazi uba nethuba basonde umdlalo tupleni phela.
Yeah, sithethile ngayo namhlanje, and sithethile ngayo actually before i-captain's run. Siyayazi into nebanike la opportunity yodlalela hlobo, and si-team siyayazi bafuna ukubaleka nebhola kakhulu, bafuna ukugqaya i-offloads, laa nto ibanike i-energy. So thina senze iplan kuloo nto, and sonyanzeleka ukuthi thina sihlala kule nto kufuneka siyenzile, sineplan yethu, and ngamanye amaxesha siba excited ngenxa isikolo sikhulu, and then sifuna ubaleka nebhola endaweni yonke. So kuzonyanzeleka sihlale eplanini yethu, but siyayazi uba masithini uba xa if yenzeka laa nto for mhlawumbi kumzuzu wesibini isenzeka, sasuka sifakele plan sithethe ngayo.
The Springboks are the odds-on favourites to win this weekend, with Argentina being given just a 1 in 8 chance of coming out victorious against the green and gold. For the best bets, make sure you visit BetCoza using the link in the description to get 100% deposit bonus up to 1,000 Rand. Check out our match preview to see what we think will transpire during the game.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports. For today's preview, as the Springboks take on the PUMAS this weekend in a bid to try and win the 2022 Rugby Championship. It will all come down to the final game. No matter what happens in the first game, unless it is an absolute landslide of victory for New Zealand, the Rugby Championship will come down to the match between Springboks and Argentina at Kings Park. Kickoff is at 5 o'clock South African Standard Time, and it should be an absolute cracker because both Argentina and the Springboks will likely need to go out and get bonus point victories, big scores and stuff like that. And I think that it's going to be a game with two teams really having to go at each other. And they picked very, very good teams, and I think it should be an absolutely fantastic spectacle. But before we look at the two sides, please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Now, in terms of sort of change from last week and stuff like that, I think we saw a game of quarters, really. You know, I think that in the first half, South Africa very much dominated Argentina. Maybe didn't capitalize to the extent we would have really liked them to have done. If there's, the try before half time had counted, it would have been a completely dominant half. But frustratingly, from a South African perspective, really did allow Argentina back into the game and didn't put them away. And something that's come back to haunt South Africa. And Argentina looked like they were almost going to be able to finally get a result before two late tries really gave South Africa the final sort of reasonable scoreline and bonus point victory. But until then, this Argentina side looked very good. And I think Michael Cheika is very much looking for that 80-minute performance that he saw against New Zealand. He knows that his team has the capacity to go and beat the Springboks. The question is, can they pitch up and get the job done on the day? In terms of the two teams that will be going head-to-head, we'll start with South Africans and a couple of changes, a couple of big names back into the side. First of all, in the starting 15, just the two changes.
Pierre Steph Toy comes into the starting lineup in place of Franco Mossad, so he starts in the number 7 jersey, and then Frans Steyn will start just his second game in a Springbok shirt, the first time in well over a decade since he's played the Springboks in that fly half role. But at the end of the day, it's a needs-must position, and I think whilst he hasn't played there a lot recently, hasn't played there that much over his career, compared to the likes of 15 and 12, Frans Steyn is one of the most talented backline players I think South Africa's ever had the privilege of watching and having at the disposal from a Springbok point of view. So I think if there's one player who can rise to the occasion and be okay and cope with this weekend, it's probably Frans Steyn. And the one thing that we do know about him, he's got an absolute monster of a boot, very good tactically from that perspective, very good goal kicker, very reliable, and he's got all the experience in the world. So I do think that he will go okay at fly half. Apart from that, I think it's a very settled pack, a very strong front row, which was kind of out-scrambled last weekend. So they'll very much want to be changing that and making sure that they sort of get their reputation back as arguably one of the best front rows in the world. In terms of a backline perspective, you want to try and see a lot more from Damien Deledi on the front foot. You want to see more ball in hand for Jesse Creel, and hopefully Billy Lou will be able to unlock a little bit of the Argentinian defence this weekend. In terms of off the bench, Bongi Mbambi is back in the 23 from injury. That's a massive boost for South Africa because his absence did leave a very large hole for the Boks. Vincent Koch comes onto the bench, as well as Dwayne Vermeulen, who is back in the mix and will come off the bench as part of the bomb squad. You then got Kwagga Smith, Patrick Clerk, and Kirkley Aronson. Kirkley Aronson back after serving his suspension, and he will run out in the 23 jersey. In terms of Argentina, a bit of rotation for Michael Cheika, but a very strong side still. In the front row, it's the same front row that gave South Africa a lot of problems last week. The pack itself was actually unchanged. It's Nahal Chaparro, Julia Montoya, Eduardo Bello, then you've got Maxis Alemano, Thomas Lavanini in the second row, João Martin Gonzalez, Marcus Kremer, and Pablo Matera. I'm really looking forward to the loose trio battle this weekend because I do think it's loose trios which are playing with a lot of confidence. If you look at them, player for player, I don't think there's a lot of difference between the various players within each loose trio, so I think it should be a very interesting battle. Gonzalo Bertino will once again partner Santiago Carreras, but Juan Imhoff, who's got a very, very good history in this game, is into the starting lineup. He was the man who scored a hat-trick back a few years ago when Argentina did win in Durban for the first time. I think I was back in about 2000 and I think it was like 14, about 7 years ago, 7 years ago. In fact, that's about 2015 now these days. But then in the rest of the back line, Geronimo de la Fuente comes in at 12, with Matheus Moroni coming off the bench to the starting lineup. You then got Emmanuel Bafeli and that gun boot of his, and Jean Cruz Mania. Off the bench, Augustin Krevi, Michael Vivas, Joel Slavi. You got then Guido Petty. Then you got Pedro Rubiolo, who's on debut. Thomas Kubeli, Benjamin Urdipaleta, and Batista Delgar. I mean, so much depth in that Argentinian back three. And once again, it's a very strong Argentinian side. Toe to toe, these teams are very, very close. And I think it all comes down to which team pitches up on the day, which team starts well, which team has momentum, which team can keep their discipline. And I think that's an important thing. Discipline's always been an Argentinian issue, but South Africa last week allowed Argentina back in with some pretty poor discipline in the second half. So I think it comes down to which team can be the most disciplined, can see the fewest amount of penalties, and can really try to put the other away. But it should be a really interesting clash. Let me know what you think is going to happen down in the comments below. Please do smash the like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen. I'll chat to you soon. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Today's guide on how to watch South Africa take on Argentina in what will be the final match of the 2022 Rugby Championship, and very much supposedly going to be the decider, because no team can win the match, or can win the tournament rather, before the closest match. It will go down to the final match. It will go down to the final minute. The 2022 Rugby Championship has probably been one of the best rugby championships, if not the best rugby championships we've ever had, in terms of a competitiveness point of view, in terms of how close it is, in terms of every team being able to compete. And it's been really enjoyable, and it's really cool that we're going into the final weekend and there are so many different things, with every single team still actually able to win the tournament, which is not something that has happened in recent times. Before we tell you exactly how to watch the game, please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Now, unfortunately, the game is not being shown on any free-to-air broadcasters this weekend. However, there is a workaround. And that is using a free trial on Stan Sport, which lasts 7 days. Now, unfortunately, Stan Sport is only available in Australia. However, there is also, once again, a workaround. So if you look at trying to watch the game this weekend, the various broadcasters you like, SuperSport in South Africa, it's ESPN in Argentina, Stan Sport over in Australia, Sky New Zealand, New Zealand, Sky Sports in the UK and stuff like that. So there's quite a few different broadcasts, paid broadcasts in and around the world. Now, Stan Sport offers you a 7-day free trial, and that will allow you to stream both games this weekend, although New Zealand versus Australia is actually being shown on Channel 9, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. So if you're looking to watch Australia versus New Zealand, then go and use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description below. Go and download ExpressVPN. I recommend signing up for a full year, to be honest, because there's so many different ways to watch rugby. We're going to be doing videos every week on how to watch USC, how to watch the end of year tour. We're going to do videos on how to watch the FIFA World Cup, how to watch various cricket leagues, stuff like that. How to watch top 14 Premiership. There's so many different ways you can watch rugby on free broadcasts and stuff like that. But in order to be able to access them, because they're all free broadcasters in various different countries around the world, you need a VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN, download it and install it. And then for this weekend, you're going to set your server to Australia. You're going to connect to Australian server. So connect to Australian server, refresh your browser and stuff like that, so it registers your device is in Australia. Basically what it means is that it makes it look as if you're connecting from Australia itself. So anything that is geolocated and geo-restricted to Australia, you'll be able to access. You then go to Stan Sport, also link down in the description, and you sign up for a 1-week free trial. It's actually a 30-day free trial for Stan. Stan Sport itself is only 1 week. So you go and you sign up for that free trial, and then you'll be able to watch. You'll be able to stream both the New Zealand versus Argentina game, and versus Australia game rather, and as well as the Springboks versus Argentina. So don't sit there and wait until 5 o'clock on Saturday evening to suddenly go, how am I watching the game? Get yourself sorted now. Get ExpressVPN, sign up for that Stan Sport free trial, and then you're sorted. And if you've already signed up before, you can use a different email address, for example. You can use somebody else's details, somebody else in your family, and stuff like that. So you can get yourself your free trial and make sure you get to watch the action this weekend. All the links that you need are in the description, as well as a step-by-step guide. We will obviously be live for both games this weekend, so come and join us on the watch-along. But get yourself 2 screens, get the rugby on one, get the watch-along on the other. Come and join the chat. Let's have a beer this weekend, and let's see if the Springboks can go all the way and lift the Rugby Championship trophy this weekend. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments down below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
The excitement is tangible down here in Durban. The Springboks could be on the verge of some more silverware this weekend, and to do it, they will likely have to thrill the fans with plenty of tries. With everything on the line, the Springboks are ready to leave everything on the field. Coming to you from Durban, this is Stephen Pettit for Forever Sports.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sports for D-Day. We are just under an hour away from kickoff, and shit's about to go down. It's about to be a massive game in an hour's time. 39 points. That is what the Springboks have to win by if they are to seal the Rugby Championship trophy. And currently watching Stormers versus Connacht on the stream here, where Bondi Aki is absolutely fuming and refusing to go off after being red carded. Must admit, I can actually feel his pain a little bit, because he's been red carded for a dangerous clean out. And there was definitely direct head contact. Shoulder contact to the head, but it becomes a quite difficult thing in terms of what else is he supposed to do. Where is he supposed to clean him out? Because you can't come in from the side, and so coming straight on and sort of see a bit of nothing, kind of sort of he's got his head over it, so it becomes quite a small place to aim. But from the law of the book, the shoulder contact to the head, you can't really complain. Either way, Storm was 19 points to 8 up in that game. I think the Bulls are currently still leading, but we are all focused on the Springboks. And yeah, big game coming up. And I think this morning, cheers to Australia for giving us no help whatsoever. Thanks for nothing, basically. Because we needed them to clutch up and give us a chance. Well, they basically didn't. As I said, hello. Now they're tearing up. Angela Davis is busy going on a run. Stellenbosch enjoying this. I hope the people got their free beer. But yeah, as I said, they've given us everything to do and more, and it's going to be a massive ask if the Springboks are going to go all the way. Speaking of going all the way, Damani, the hands here are just Andre Hugo Fenton's gone over what might be one of the best tries we'll see all season. Goodness me, that was next level. Absolutely next level handling from the Stormers. Goodness me. We wondered if we could be able to produce the goods this season. Well, based on that try purely, yes, they will. Yes, they will. But a couple of things. First of all, a massive thank you to BetCoza, who is sponsoring the stream. We are currently powered, our rugby streams are being powered by BetCoza, so a massive thank you to them for coming on board, and lots of collaborations in the future. Now, speaking of BetCoza, we have an amazing offer for you. First of all, if you sign up, link in the description, you'll get a 100% first deposit bonus up to 1,000 Rand. So whatever you deposit, you'll get back as a bonus to use. But for this particular match, we are going to be giving away a free bet to the value of 100 Rand for the person who predicts the closest score. So I want to start getting those score predictions. I'll tell you when we'll start doing it. Yeah, so right now, get yourself onto BetCoza. Go start registering and stuff like that. We're going to do a score prediction. We're going to write down, and you see now that the bat beeping, if you can hear it, is load shedding. So this is going very well here. Load shedding 4 until blooming wants to hop his data, something stupid, which is very frustrating. Cheers Escom for ruining everybody's day. Thankfully, we have got some contingency plans, so hopefully we'll be able to get through without an issue, because yeah, we are actually no, we're only out for around 2.5 hours. Not that bad. We're back at 6:30, so we should be able to last. But yes, so yeah, we're going to be doing a score predicting competition, and the winner will be getting a 100 Rand free bet courtesy of BetCoza. We're going to be doing free bets in most of our live watch along stuff like that. So go and get yourself there and get yourself signed up, because you obviously have to have signed up on BetCoza to be able to get that free bet. But we'll start doing those score predictions later. First of all, how are we feeling ahead of the game? You know, big game, big ask, for example. 39 points is a huge ask. And the question is, can we do it? And we can do it. Will we do it? I don't know. Probably not. You know, but I think that first of all, there was no favors being done by Argentina and Australia when you consider that Argentina lost by 50 points and Australia today lost by 26 points. So we're at a big points differences there. But this is the game where we need to go out and we need to really have a go at Argentina. And it's a problem, because you don't want to be disrespectful to Argentina and write them off, for example. However, there can be no excuses today of the Argentina quality side. You know, if we win by 5 or 6 points, we've got to go out and go score tries at the end of the day. Argentina a good side. They are a good side, but New Zealand put 50 on them, 53 points on them technically. We need to go and put 50 on them. That's what has to happen today. You know, and if we can and we go and do it, we win the rugby championship. So there is no better incentive to go out and do it. Now that doesn't mean that all of a sudden you can't kick a single thing. You have to keep everything ball in hand, and you have to have every single sort of moment has to be a try creating moment. You've got to build an innings. You've got to build an innings, which means we've got to start well. We've got to get our set piece right early on, because that is a massive platform for us to build from. And we need to make sure that we are clinical and that we are using every single opportunity we have to try and create opportunities to score points and to score tries. Look, it also means, you know, in terms of building a scoreboard, if you're getting 3 early penalties in front of the poles, you're taking the points, you know, that's 9 points already, for example. So whilst the order of the day aren't really 3 points, you also can't sniff at them too much, because it's about points today. It's about bonus points, so scoring 3 more points in your opposition, 3 more tries in your opposition. So ideally, you want to try and score 3 early tries and then just keep that scoreboard clocking. You know, and even if you are taking the 3, you have to get yourself to 21 points, for example, and you then start taking a couple of 3s. You can build yourself up to 30, 35 quite quickly. Defense. That is also going to be key today, because as soon as you concede 7 points, you've got to score 46 points. You know, that's what this kind of scoreline means. It's not just a case of we have to score a lot of points. It's you have to score more, 39 points more than Argentina. So it's a big ask. It is a big ask. There's no doubt about it. But it's do or die. And look, I don't think there's any shame if we do come up short. If we go and win by, you know, 30 points or 35 points, and that's not enough. I don't think there's any shame in this. This is just like a preseason game. It's just like how Chimadan Mai is putting the pedal to the metal. He's going to go over here. And this is literally what I said. This is played out like a preseason game. It's been weird with the sort of the offloads we're seeing. It's kind of like it's almost like a rugby league game. Not very union-y over there in Stellenbosch, but it looks like a good and exciting encounter. I'm sure lots of the students are enjoying it. First a free beer for the first, I think it was 500 fans that got to Stellenbosch today. The Darnie Craven Stadium is where they're playing the game. Wish we had a stadium like this in Johannesburg for the Lions to potentially play some of their rugby in. But Gillian saying go Springboks. Jordan Chetty saying go Boks. Tish saying I normally back the boys, but 39 points is too much. Whereas Jordan is still backing the boys, saying there is definitely a possibility we win. I'm assuming you mean the possibility we win the rugby championship as opposed to just the game. You know, it's more than just the game. You know, the game's got to be no issue. It's the rugby championship that we're really out to go and win. And I mean, it would be absolutely incredible if we were to do it. If we were to do it, I think there would have to be a lot of apologies, a lot of humble pie being eaten about the Boks if they were to go and beat Argentina by 39 points to go and win the rugby championship. But yeah, it's a long way away. But let me know where you're watching from. I want to start doing a check-in. Where are we watching from? Do you know some of the countries I'd like to see? Let's see. We usually try and see. That's a horrible kick from Mani Libok. 31 points to 8. Those Stormers are pumping Connacht at the moment. Perfect start for the reigning champions. Red card for Bundyakis definitely not helped their cause. But yeah, let's start doing a check-in. I want to start seeing where everybody's watching from. You know, previously we've almost been able to tick off every single continent, which is always cool. It's always very interesting to see where people are watching from. So I'm already seeing Tariq in Dubai, Mark Sims in Indonesia. Connacht winning the kickoff there. Yeah, apologies for not being able to do the Bulls versus Edinburgh watch-along. We did have a couple of technical issues that sort of 50-50 whether it was going to work or not. And I also wanted to eat food. Because we did have 2 braais going earlier, you know, and what are you supposed to do? It's Heritage Day here in South Africa, so what are you supposed to do? Just not braai, you know, and we are live for this game, we're live for the player rating straight afterwards, we're then live for the Lions taking on Ospreys tonight, so we've got so much rugby ahead of us. I mean, we're still not even halfway through the day in terms of a rugby point of view, and yet we have had lots of rugby. We've already had quite a few URC games being played in and around the place. Also, URC best league. It's no longer even a debate. I mean, we're just seeing some phenomenal rugby play across the league. We're seeing a lot of players coming back. For example, you look at the Welsh players who are coming back. You look at the South African players who are coming back into the league. It's definitely suddenly become the league to be in, and hopefully this will keep it growing. Saw a brilliant comeback performance for Glasgow Warriors last night. We saw Zebra really push Sharks. Sharks almost lucky actually to get the win in the end. So it has been quite cool to sort of see how this URC really is turning into a proper tournament. Yeah, a lot of Stellenbosch students there watching the game. They're going to be shipping off to the bars, the pubs. I know surely there's a big screen being organised down there to watch that to watch the game there at the stadium, but. Or in the beer tent. I mean, surely there's a nice big screen. I mean, imagine that. You just watch Stormers versus Connacht. Great game. And then we are going to... You just pile into the beer tent afterwards and watch... Yeah, I'm seeing a big screen there. So, I mean, you should have a party on the Stellenbosch rugby field. What an absolute pleasure. Jordan is watching from Adelaide in Australia. So you can go and tell all the Australians how much we don't appreciate the lack of fight this morning. Even just one more try would have been everything this morning, but unfortunately not to be. Australia kind of just, you know, rolling over and dying really. But alas, as I said, it means that we're going to have to play well to get the win. Connacht are actually on the 5 meter here trying to attack Stormers. It is certainly almost beer o'clock, by the way. It is an absolutely gorgeous day here in Johannesburg. About 30 degrees, sun's out, no wind, it's baking hot. Yeah, listen, plenty of hops is going to be consumed on the high flight today. And when I say plenty, I mean like like worrying quantities worth of hops and barley in liquid form are going to be drunk across the province, and I'm sure across the country. Supposedly very good weather in Durban. That's what the weather forecast is saying. I'm trying to get to find out exactly what's cooking that side, but it's supposed to be very good weather. It was raining a little bit when I left Durban last night. Oh, Edinburgh ahead of the Bulls, by the way, with 11 minutes left. Interesting. That Bulls defense is a problem. I don't know what they're going to do, but it's a problem. They're scoring lots of points, but they're conceding a lot of points. So, yeah, defense, what's it? Attack wins you games, defense wins you titles, eh? That's always the football saying. I think it's pretty similar to rugby, to be honest. Almost 200 people in the stream with just under an hour to go. Please do smash like on the video. Try and see if we can get up to 100 likes. Want to try and make this a really cool stream. Last Springbok game for about a month. So, you know, we really want to end off with a good note because it has been so much fun, this rugby championship. We're chasing 20,000 subscribers. We're 800 people away from that. So I reckon we could be hitting that hopefully in the next week. Maybe you could do that before the end of the month, which would be amazing. And then I want to try and push maybe, who knows, maybe 25,000 by the end of the year. Somebody said that a while ago. They said, no, 25,000 by the end of the year. And I laughed and I said that I don't think it's going to happen. But maybe it will happen. If you have created your BetCozer account, we've got a couple of suggested bets down in the comments below. I do think that Malcolm, I've got some money on that Marks anytime try scorer, 1.86. I mean, we're going to need tries. You know, the set piece is going to be so important. He's playing like an absolute house on fire. So he's looking as likely to score an open play as he is from the back of a rolling maul. But there's no doubt we will see rolling maul's today. I also think that South Africa, given the fact that they are chasing a high score at minus 17.5, is not a bad bet. As I said, I'm not sure we're going to get over 39 points on Argentina, but hopefully should be getting over sort of 18, 19, trying to get sort of almost 3 tries more in there. And I also think that the over 56.5 points margin is also a decent bet because two teams who like to score points. I mean, last week it was a 56 in total sort of points in total, and I think this week will be higher scoring than that. It has to be higher scoring because also the more you push for tries and stuff like that, the more you try to be positive, sometimes the more leaky you become in your defense. So I do think that there will be opportunities for Argentina. Hopefully not, but I've got a bad feeling that there will be opportunities for Argentina to try and score some points. Hopefully, from a Springbok point of view, that won't be the case, and we'll be able to really shut them out, whilst hopefully scoring pretty much at will. If you want to go and do this, we really do need to annihilate them. And the important thing is to start strong and to put them on the back foot early and to really hammer them early. Because if we don't, then suddenly that 39 points with 80 minutes to go is not too bad. 39 points in a half, for example, suddenly is very difficult. But again, though, having said that, we can't get carried away. You can't sit there overplaying almost in the early stages because you're so desperate to get to that 39 points. You've got to let yourself get there. So you've got to build an innings. Also, if you're looking to watch the game, we do have a guide in the comments. You can download ExpressVPN. You can sign up for Stan Sport using the free link. It's a 1-week free trial, and you'll be able to watch the match. So don't wait until 5 o'clock to try and get that sorted. Get that sorted now, so you don't need to worry. We've got Nick watching from Windhoek, so already we're across 4 different continents there. Well, 3 really. We've got Middle East from Dubai, we've got Indonesia, Asia, we've got Australia, down in the arse end of the world over there with New Zealand and the buggers. And then we've got Windhoek as well. Speaking of Windhoek, those are the beers I've actually got in the fridge for the game. Paul DeVet's on the wing here for Clayton Blommicky. I wonder how he went today. Fortunately, I missed some of the rugby early on. I'll have to watch all that tomorrow. Good to see Sachin Gomezulu is fit for the start of the season, by the way. He was a bit of a doubt with carrying a bit of a wrist injury. Obviously, they'll get a couple of Springboks back in the next couple of weeks. But Diamond is putting the pedal to the metal and the offload away, but Angelo Davis can't quite pick it up. Would have been a really good offload, but Diamond is playing some terrific rugby with the Stormers. Unfortunately, not really rugby that you can play in the for the box. You know, it's a very different type of rugby. They're far more open and far more sort of off the cup. And again, you know, which really plays into his hands, which plays into Evan Lewis's hands. And it's sometimes why they haven't been able to really try. Well, Evan Lewis, for example, is going to struggle to be sort of translate that form onto the top. So yeah, once again, if you're looking to stream the game, check the link in the description. for a guide on how to watch the game. Hannes is watching in Krugersdorp up here on the Highfield. Hope you're enjoying the good weather. I reckon we could be seeing some rain this week. Now that the hot weather has really settled in. With that, hopefully we'll get some summer rains. The Springboks have arrived at the stadium. And in case you're wondering who they are playing, obviously it's Argentina, but the question is which players for Argentina? Well, this is the side that Michael Cheika has named. It's a decent side. It also has the likes of a Juan Imhoff, who last time he played South Africa in Durban scored a hat-trick when Argentina had a historic victory in Durban against the Boks. It's not something that we need to or want to be seeing tonight. But this is how Argentina will line up in about 45-ish minutes' time. Right, so that is the Argentinian side. It's a very good Argentinian side, it must be said. You know, all that we're sort of sitting here talking about the fact that we need 39 points and stuff like that, and that's what we need. It's a big ask because of the good Argentinian side. But very big thank you to Paul Thompson and Jordan Chetty, the latest members to the Fair Sports Members Club. Thank you so much for signing up. Really appreciate it. Again, a couple people already asking. We will play the video in terms of the guide of how to watch the game. But Sasha Ngomazulu doing Sasha Ngomazulu. As I say that, he loses it forward. I was going to say Sasha Ngomazulu doing just Ngomazulu things, but losing the ball forward. They're a very exciting player. Just leave him at the Stormers though for now, people. Let's just let him develop. Let's let him flourish. I'm getting antsy. I haven't been this antsy probably since the third British Irish Lions test. In terms of like, yeah, we just need the game to start, don't we? We're sitting here, call it 40 minutes out from the game. The nerves are settling in. You know, as I said, so many big questions. You know, oh, what a break here from Connacht, and Connacht are in here, inside, outside, good tackle by Monty Debach. Oh, that's a very forward pass. Yeah, so we're going to start doing the score predictions. So the Betcoza score prediction game, we're going to be giving away a 100 Rand free bet for the person who has the closest score prediction. So in order to win, you need to sign up for Betcoza. I'm going to drop in the link into the description now. Predict the score and win. Right, so I want score predictions, people. I want you to put your score predictions in the comments below. Go and sign up on Betcoza, and you get a 100% deposit bonus up to 1,000 Rand. So go and sign up. Get yourself sorted. We've got a couple of suggested bets on the screen, and then we're going to be giving away a 100 Rand free bet to the person with the closest score prediction. So basically what's going to happen, we're going to get score predictions in before the game. Once the game starts, maybe even the first 5 minutes. We might actually cut it at 10 minutes. 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, we'll cut the score prediction. Maybe sort of 5 minutes, actually. Or before the game, I don't know. Probably just before the game. We're going to cut the score predictions, and then the person with the closest score prediction will receive a 100 Rand free bet courtesy of Betcoza. What you do with that is up to you. You could make yourself millions, you could make yourself thousands using that 100 Rand. You could also blow it, but yeah, so a 100 Rand free bet courtesy of Betcoza is available for our score predictions. So let's start getting those score predictions down in the comments below. But let's just remember, you have to have signed up. I can't give you a free bet if you don't belong to the platform that we're giving it to, you know. So Stormers looking for a fourth try, 31-15 to Connacht, so they won't lose the game, but the question is, can they finish with a bit of a bang, get themselves that all-important fourth try? It's a very good ball defense from Connacht, it must be said. There's a penalty advantage, however, for the Stormers. Got him a similar on the park there. Gives it, it's a very good take. I think it was from Billy Engelbrecht. Similar now to Mani Libak, goes to Ngomazulu, who's looking for that cross kick, and it's been straight down the throats of Connacht. So they don't have a penalty advantage. They will go back to be able to kick this out once again and try again. Will Stormers. And Andre Pollard is busy watching Northampton Saints taking on Leicester Tigers. So they had another opportunity here. Will the Stormers? They're well into extra time. Well, into overtime at the moment. But mind you, just knocking into touch. Will the Stormers be able to finish with a bit of a flourish, or will they have to settle for a 16-point lead and just 3 tries to the 2 of Connacht? It's a good line out. There's an advantage as well. That's a big, and that's a try. They've got the 4th try, do the Stormers. What a performance from them in front of the Darnley Craven Stadium crowd. Marcel Tennyson's got the fourth. They'll finish with probably 38 points to 15. He's asking for money kicking tee. I'm not sure it's out of all the things I'd want for money, but I'm not sure his kicking tee is the one. Although he was the leading point scorer of last season, so he's not a bad goal kicker, and by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, the USC game's coming to a close, which means now all eyes do turn to Durban, to Kings Park. And the question is, can the Boks beat Argentina by more than 39 points or more? That's what we're going to have to do tonight. Big, big ask of us. But hey, what's life if you can't have a bit of ambition? Hey, if things are just going to be too straightforward, I think it's all very, very boring. Right, so Watchalong Nokia is coming with our first prediction. He's going RSA 45, Argentina 6. Yeah, so we'll announce whoever wins the prediction at the end of the game. And they'll receive a 100 Rand free bet, courtesy of Betcoza, which you have to have signed up. If you haven't signed up, and you sign up before the game as well. Otherwise, we won't be eligible to win that. You can't just wait for yourself to win your 100 bet and then go and sign up. And that's just, what's the point here? Very strange sound from outside. It sounds like somebody's driven into something. But yeah, Storm was off to a bang. What's happened with the Bulls at Loftus? Have they managed to pip Edinburgh? Because I know Edinburgh were in the lead earlier. I've seen that Shavino Yakov's potentially results. So the Bulls did. They just beat Edinburgh 33 points to 31 as Steyn kicks a penalty over in the 78th minute. Typical, isn't it? I mean, Morne Steyn the GOAT. Morne Steyn the GOAT. I wonder how Johan Goosen went. I want to see who was Chris Smith. Was it Chris Smith taking the conversions, or he was? Yeah, Chris Smith was on kicking duty for the Bulls. But yeah, Johan Goosen back. Hopefully a good performance. And more importantly, hopefully managing to get through it without any injury or anything like that. Because yeah, Mr. Johan Goosen unfortunately is very injury prone. Right, Siri, I need you to conduct that all show today. No, Glakanya, big game needed from JC Creel. And just under 35 minutes until kickoff, so things starting to build up nicely here. The URC is coming to an end for the foreseeable future now. There is a game. Well, there is a game at 4 o'clock to be fair, tomorrow, but no games currently. You've got Osprey taking on the Lions though tonight. So plenty of URC action still to come today and tomorrow, and it will be live for us to be taking on the Lions tonight because we've got to make sure we're watching the best union play the rugby in South Africa, which are the Lions. I don't know the rules; they just are. That is the. I mean, how have we taken the guy that drove the security van during that shootout? I mean, now putting in a courier guy advert. We already do commercialize anything in this world, don't we? Literally, the guy's like picked up as being a really good evasive driver during a shootout situation. So what do we do? Hey, that sounds like a guy we can make an advert for. Man's earning royalties over a life and death situation. You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Thomas Lucas come in and said RSA 38, Argentina 0. I mean, that could be the most heartbreaking scoreline if it were to be that, because that would literally mean that South Africa were 1 point away from winning the rugby championship if we were to have that scoreline. But yeah, I want to get your score predictions. Get your score predictions, and as I said, they need to be in before the games. You've got 35 minutes to give you a score prediction, and yeah, the closest person will win a free bet courtesy of Betcoza. So make sure you get involved. As I said, the link is there. In fact, I'm going to pin the link, so you can go and make sure that you can. That's the link to go and get yourself registered on. And once again, I also want to know where you're watching the game from. I want your score predictions, and I want to know where you're watching the game. We've had Dubai so far, Windhoek, we've had Krugersdorp, we've had Indonesia, we've had Adelaide, Australia. So pretty continental so far. Now, scenes from Durban as... oh, I thought we were going to have scenes from Durban. Now we're having a bit of a pre-Durban package. Yeah, I really enjoyed my week in Durban. It was a lot of fun. Strange environment in the Springbok camp at the moment. In that it's quite cautious, I think, on the back of that article that was leaked, that was put out by SA Rugby Mag. And there seems to be, almost a bit of a hostility towards the media from the Springboks, which is pretty. It's understandable given what's happened over the last week, which is a bit sad and frustrating because I think until then we've had a really good year with the Boks from a media point of view. It's been really engaging. We've got some really good answers. We've established quite a nice relationship, and it's amazing how you go and pull the trigger on one article with very, very big accusations, which wasn't backed up, and all of a sudden there does seem to be a little bit of tension in the air, but hopefully that'll all be able to be resolved. Right, Matt Webb's going 38 points to 6 in Western Australia. So we've got some more predictions coming in. Everyone's going quite big so far for South Africa. I reckon that we are going to score some points. We do need to score some points, so hopefully we will start seeing those. Clayton says, Nick White was right. They called the All Blacks versus Oz last week. Did cost the championship. Probably for us. Yeah, no. You got to enjoy that. You just cost us the Rugby Championship. And then you go and get annihilated the week later. So, yes, if they'd gone and won today and then we had won and they could have actually had a case where that's sat there saying that caused this between them and winning the Rugby Championship or not. But to go and make all those accusations, to go and sit there saying we were in the hunt, we could have won the Rugby Championship, it was there for us, it was there for the taking. And then go and get absolutely taken apart this morning. It is a bit ironic, isn't it? Either way, Durban looks like it is filling up a lot. I'm seeing hundreds of cars. I'm seeing a lot of green in that stadium. My cousins are actually there, so I know quite a few people there. I'm sure it's Heritage Day. Hey! And we've got the guys. I mean, it's not fair. We've got Ndingani and Moshe Diso in a bit of a couple of traditional pieces. Why? I suppose Victor Matfield's in the Veldskoens. I'm actually gonna take a picture of this. This is funny. The teams are on the field warming up. We've got half an hour until kickoff. And lots of words being said about Julian Montoya, who's been very good this tournament, must be said. I mean, it's how blessed are Argentina with the hookers they've had. You think of how good Augustin Krebe was for years and years and years. And just when he was ready to sort of take a step back, bang! Julian Montoya comes in, and what a player he is. Right, so we looked at the Argentinian side earlier, and we haven't really had a chance to look at the South African side, but in case you have missed it, this is the side that Jacques Nienaber has named. It's a good side. It's a strong side. It's probably one of the strongest sides I reckon we could potentially put up. The question is, does it have enough in our tank to be able to find those extra 39 points more than Argentina that we need? And let me know if you think so down in the comments below. Right, so that is the Springboks side for today. Very interesting. A couple of very interesting selections for me are when you look at the fact that Curtly Arnson and Spoon Corsia both returned to the squad, still backing Kanan Moody. It's a massive showing for the youngster who's really come into the squad and playing with a lot of confidence. And it's really cool to see that he's been backed to do the job. Despite there being more experienced players in the box setup. So I think I like that about the box. They are so ready to reward people who have given back to them. You know, if you get a chance and you take it, they'll stick with you. And that's, for example, if you look at Jasper Wiese, for example, they've been very loyal to Jasper Wiese. You know, I think Evan Lewis will definitely get a chance. We know this, but they're not just going to drop Jasper Wiese if he's performing and getting the job done for the box himself. Butch James has got himself a hat on. No, man, Butch, that looks terrible. But yeah, so the big question obviously is how to watch the game. Please do check the description, download ExpressVPN, sign up for a free trial in Stan Sport. It'll last a week. It'll sort you out with the game and stuff like that. We will play a video in a few minutes' time on exactly how you can watch the game. But then, yeah, we've got kick off in about 15 minutes. And if you look at the South African team, the big sort of news, I suppose, is the 6-2 split, the return of the bomb squad. And very interested to see that Bongi Manambi, for example, is going to be in the bomb squad as opposed to Stephen Kitsoff, Malcolm Marks going back to the bomb squad where they've usually operated in the last sort of 18 months, pretty much since the World Cup. But they've very much stuck with the form at the moment of Malcolm Marks, Stephen Kitsoff on the starting lineup. Hopefully they and Frans Maher will have a much better time at scrum time today. We really struggled in that area last week. It was a bit frustrating because, you know, we do sit there claiming, and I do think they are on their day, the best front row in the world because we have always had sort of scrum dominance, but didn't really get that last week. Got Vincent Koch back on the bench for the box as well with Bongi Manambi. So, you know, big boost there. Kurt Lawrence is back. Faf de Klerk on the bench. So it's a lot of good play. I mean, great from you and Kwaka Smith and Frank Moster. It's a very strong bench for the box. From a starting lineup perspective, a couple of players who need to pitch up today. We need to see JC Creel do a bit more with ball in hand and be defensively solid. We need to see, you know, our pack really stand up. We've got to see Peter Steph-Toy putting in a big shift. We've got to see Jasper Wiese putting in a big shift. Siya Kolisi is someone who often pitches up when it really counts. You know, he's a big game player, and it doesn't get much bigger than today. You know, it's all or nothing. It's, as they said yesterday, it's an opportunity for them to win in front of a home crowd, something that they haven't, a trophy for a home crowd, something they haven't done. This squad hasn't done at all, because when they won the World Cup, it was obviously in Japan. When they won the Rugby Championship, it was in Argentina when they won it. And when they won the British Irish Lions Series, we weren't allowed to have fans in the stadium. So they haven't won a trophy in front of home fans, which is something that they, as a team, are absolutely desperate to do. Now, very importantly, we are doing a Bet Koza prediction competition. So what you can do is you can go sign up for Bet Koza. You will get 100% up of your first deposit, up to 1,000 Rand. But we wanted to get your score predictions down in the comments below. The person with the closest score prediction will get a 100 Rand free bet, courtesy of Bet Koza. We've already had a couple of predictions in. We have Marcelo Nokia going 45-6 to South Africa. Thomas Luke was going 38-0 to South Africa. Matt Webb 38-6. Also back in South Africa. Nobody's really called an Argentina victory so far. We had Takolo coming in there with a 49-10 prediction as well. So I want to know what your predictions are, and make sure that you sign up for Bet Koza to be able to make yourself eligible to win that free bet, courtesy of Bet Koza, who are powering the stream. So a big thank you to them. Again, if you're looking to watch the game, Stan Sport free trial, check the link in the description. Use ExpressVPN to get access to that. All you have to do is download ExpressVPN and go to Stan Sport, and you connect to an Australian server, and then you can use Stan Sport to watch the game today. So don't wait until 5 o'clock and then suddenly panic that you can't watch the game. Get yourself sorted. Now, a couple of other predictions coming in. So we have got Albert van Lingen is going 78-12 for the box. Mark Sims is going 52-12. That's very, as you said, it's feeling very optimistic that we can get it done. I'm liking the optimism we're seeing. A lot of people are going big scores here. So I'd like to see that. You know, we've got to be brave at the end of the day. What have we got to lose? Absolutely nothing. The Rugby Championship. But if we don't score a lot of points, we're going to lose that anyway. So nothing to lose, everything to gain, really. In many ways, you'd almost rather lose because you were really having a go than to come up miles short because you were too conservative. But I think, again, though, what I was saying earlier is we can't afford to be let the occasion overwhelm us, get edgy, try and get so desperate to score points that we sort of almost overplay it. We've got to build an innings. Test match hundreds are built on a foundation. So build an innings, score. Just try and score early, try and score again, but also don't sit there panicking all the time. 3 points can help us today. Yes, we do need to score 3 more tries, and then there's no doubts about that. But don't disregard the value of 3 points. Suddenly, a couple of penalties can give you sort of 12, 15 points very quickly. So if you can get yourself those 3 tries, and you can get opportunities for guaranteed points, you take them. You really do take them, I think, because you've got to. You can't afford not to. But a couple of other predictions. We've got Yako saying 25-12 for the Bokke. It's me again going SA 50-8. Yeah, people going big here. Simon Willems going 52-6 to the Boks. I'm assuming to the Boks. You're putting the Boks are at home. So Enrico Smith going 43-23. I mean, that would, for example, win you some money with our overs bet of 56.5. As part of some of the tips that we're giving out for some decent bets. Jean-Pierre Bosch going box 42-12 Argentina. So get those bets in, and then again, go and register for BetCoza so that you can be eligible to win that free bet. We're going to be giving out free bets across the next month. We're going to be doing URC streams. BetCoza is powering Forever Rugby at the moment, so a massive shout out to them for coming on board. This is just the beginning. We're hopefully going to get some bet boosts going. We're going to hopefully get a lot of very cool content going along with BetCoza. So a massive thank you to them for getting involved in the channel, because the more brand stuff, the more support we get as a channel. So like something like Johan Skippers, for example, joining the Fair Sports Members Club, all that support goes purely back into the channel. We spent a week in Durban basically plotting the future of Forever Sports, and it's a very exciting project that we have planned. We've got lots and lots of big plans, a lot of different things we want to see, and the more support we get, the more we can deliver at the end of the day. We're not in here to try and rival. We have to try and rival whoever we can. I think we create a really special community, a very much an alternative space for rugby fans, and we just want to keep growing basically and provide a very different type of way to consume rugby, and I think we're doing it quite successfully, thanks to you people. So thanks to all the 900 plus people we find in the comments today and watching on the stream. But yeah, big thank you to BetCoza. We are looking to collaborate with other brands as well, but they are official betting partners, so do go and show them support, because the more you support them, the more they support us, and we can continue building what I think is probably, I'm obviously biased, but I reckon we've got the best rugby community in the world. I do. I genuinely think that this, and not so much from like a size point of view, I just think that we've got a really good, positive, really good vibes here, really good sense of humor. As I said, my highlight of the week are these watch-alongs, where we can come together, we can have a laugh, chat a bit of rugger, share a beer, which I'm going to go get now. Actually, need to go get them quickly before they start cooling down, given the fact that we are in the middle of sodding load shedding. But a couple more predictions are coming in. Mo's going box 23-17. Takula sticking to his 49-10. Floyd going with Bokke 52-10. Prominent messenger saying Bokke 44-3. Henry Stunner going 27-12 Bokke. So yeah, everyone's backing the box. And why wouldn't you back the box? You got to back the box. You'd be silly if you didn't back the box. Unfortunately, I can't wear a box shirt because then I'd be blending into my green screen and I'd be see-through. It'd be weird. And unfortunately, it's flipping hot. So if you think I'm going to put that jersey I've got on, you've got nothing coming. I think I need to get an away kit. Maybe I'm going to go try and sort myself out a shirt. I might be back in a box shirt. You never know. But again, if you are looking, I'm going to actually play the video now in terms of how to watch the game. So if you're here and you're looking for how to watch the game, I'm going to show you right now. You can use ExpressVPN and use StanSport, free trial, sort yourself out. A lot of people on the channel are using it to watch the game very successfully, so it does work. So this is how you can watch the game. All I ask is sort yourself out, get a young stand screen going. If you've got a second screen, get the watch along going and come and watch chat rugby as we go. But if you are looking to how to watch the game, then this is a, oh my goodness, it's all going haywire. Then this is a quick guide on how to watch the game today. I'm using ExpressVPN and StanSport. Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Today's guide on how to watch South Africa take on Argentina in what will be the final match of the 2022 Rugby Championship, and very much supposedly going to be the decider, because no team can win the match, or can win the tournament rather, before the closest match. It will go down to the final match. It will go down, even go down to the final minute. The 2022 Rugby Championship has probably been one of the best rugby championships, if not the best rugby championships we've ever had, in terms of a competitiveness point of view, in terms of how close it is, in terms of every team being able to compete. And it's been really enjoyable, and it's really cool that we're going into the final weekend and there are so many different things, with every single team still actually able to win the tournament, which is not something that has happened in recent times. Before we tell you exactly how to watch the game, please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Now, unfortunately, the game is not being shown on any free-to-air broadcasters this weekend. However, there is a workaround, and that is using a free trial on Stan Sport, which lasts 7 days. Now, unfortunately, Stan Sport is only available in Australia. However, there is also, once again, a workaround. So if you look at trying to watch the game this weekend, the various broadcasters, you like SuperSport in South Africa, it's ESPN in Argentina, Stan Sport over in Australia, Sky New Zealand, New Zealand, Sky Sports in the UK and stuff like that. So there's quite a few different broadcasts, paid broadcasts in and around the world. Now, Stan Sport offers you a 7-day free trial, and that will allow you to stream both games this weekend, although New Zealand versus Australia is actually being shown on Channel 9, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. So if you're looking to watch Australia versus New Zealand, then go and use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description below. Go and download ExpressVPN. I recommend signing up for a full year, to be honest, because there's so many different ways to watch rugby. We're going to be doing videos every week on how to watch UFC, how to watch the end of year tour. We're going to do videos on how to watch the FIFA World Cup, how to watch various cricket leagues, stuff like that, how to watch Top 14, Premiership. There's so many different ways you can watch rugby on free broadcasts and stuff like that. But in order to be able to access them, because they're all free broadcasters in various different countries around the world, you need a VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN, download it and install it. And then for this weekend, you're going to set your server to Australia. You're going to connect to Australian server. So connect to Australian server, refresh your browser and stuff like that, so it registers your device is in Australia. Basically what it means is that it makes it look as if you're connecting from Australia itself. So anything that is geolocated and geo-restricted to Australia, you'll be able to access. You then go to Stan Sport, also link down in the description, and you sign up for a 1-week free trial. It's actually a 30-day free trial for Stan. Stan Sport itself is only 1 week. So you go and you sign up for that free trial, and then you'll be able to watch. You'll be able to stream both the New Zealand versus Argentina game, and versus Australia game rather, and as well as the Springboks versus Argentina. So don't sit there and wait until 5 o'clock on Saturday evening to suddenly go, how am I watching the game? Get yourself sorted now. Get ExpressVPN, sign up for that Stan Sport free trial, and then you're sorted. And if you've already signed up before, you can use a different email address, for example. You can use somebody else's details, somebody else in your family and stuff like that. So you can get yourself your free trial and make sure you get to watch the action this weekend. All the links that you need are in the description, as well as a step-by-step guide. We will obviously be live for both games this weekend. So come and join us on the Watchalong. But get yourself 2 screens. Get the rugby on one, get the Watchalong on the other. Come and join the chat. Let's have a beer this weekend, and let's see if the Springboks can go all the way and lift the Rugby Championship trophy this weekend. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments down below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon. Right, so if you are looking to watch the game, that is how you can do it. So get ExpressVPN, go and sign up to Stan Sport, use that free trial, and then you can watch it over there. Alternatively, you can pay R1,000 a month to get DSTV Premium, which I personally struggle to afford. Right, this is how it looks. So the standings right now: Australia with 10 points, that with 14 points. If we do win today, we will get second. That's guaranteed. The question is, though, can we find 39 points on Argentina? Not even just 39 points, 39 points more than Argentina. So here it is. This is why the permutations. If 2 or more teams are equal on log points, such position shall be determined by the team with the most wins in the series. New Zealand 4 wins, South Africa 3 wins, but obviously we will also have 4 wins. If both teams are tied with equal teams, I can't even read this fast. Then it goes to points difference. If both teams are tied with same wins against other team, the position will be determined on points difference in the series. The team with the highest points difference being considered as the winner. And I mean, what was the point? You can't even read it. But the next thing was that if that points difference still can't determine, you look at the points difference between the two teams. So when we played against New Zealand, what was the points difference? We had a higher points difference. So yeah, 39 points is what we need to win. It is a huge ask, as Claudia is saying. But what can you do? What can you do? At the end of the day, we had no control over what happened this morning. We had no control over when Argentina absolutely hammered South Africa. But yeah, so people, still got time to get your score predictions in. As I said, it is we are going to be giving away a free bet courtesy of BetCoza for the closest score prediction. So get your predictions down in the comments below. Those will be locked in before the game. Go and sign up for BetCoza. And yeah, we're using the link in the description. And we've got a couple of recommended bets. I think I've got money on all of this. I've got a marks anytime try score 1.86. We've got South Africa, a handicap of minus 17.5. And I've also got overs at 56.5 at 1.95. I do think there are going to be lots of points in this game. There's going to have to be a lot of points in this game. And hopefully we don't leak points. But we've got to score some. We don't we? So yeah, as I said, at the end of the day, and I think people, you can look back at Ellis Park and say that's what lost the Rugby Championship, and I think it's partly true. But I think if we're being perfectly honest, the Rugby Championship swung in New Zealand's favour when they pumped Argentina by 50 points. Because every single game has been pretty close. Even like, when I say pretty close, like 20 points. Even like, which is not a close game at all. But 16 points, 20 points is not like ridiculous. 50 points, that was when the Rugby Championship swung. If that was half the margin, if that was even 30 points, for example, then we'd only need 9 points today. That's sort of the difference. So, we probably should have won at Ellis Park. I think that frustrates me. And we certainly shouldn't have conceded those late tries. But I do think that the biggest result from this Rugby Championship when New Zealand put themselves in prime position was that 53 3 points. I mean, a 50 points difference is huge. Yeah, I don't think it's been a bad Rugby Championship. I think if we beat Argentina, to sit there saying that we won 4 out of 6 games is not bad. We won in Australia for the first time in a decade, basically. So yeah, 6 minutes to go, people. Get your score predictions in the comments now. You're running out of time to get them in. Put your descriptions in. As I said, if you do sign up for BetCoza, you are eligible for a free bet if your score prediction is the best one. So I've got a couple of people coming in here with their bets. Ola Talbot's going to Argentina by 3. I don't like that bet. But Jimmy's going 32-19. So she's Ola, you're the first person to go to Argentina. So if they were to win, you'd actually win the score prediction competition. Jimmy's going 32 points to 19. We've got our Zulu MPs ready to come on. He's like it as usual. There's always one. I mean, the guy's an absolute unit. Imagine coming down across the East guys in the dark alley. Like, the guy in the middle, I reckon, could swap out for Bongi Madambi very quickly in that front row. Randers going 52 points to 9. Christian Smith going 42-21. A lot of score predictions coming in. Please do make sure that you sign up for BetCoza to be eligible for that free bet if you do have the closest prediction. Again, if you're looking to watch the game, go down, get to ExpressVPN, and you can sign up to the Stan Sport free trial and watch this game live and in HD. Voters going 54 points to 20. A lot of people going high scores, and I'm hoping we will see a high scoring. Twisters going 62-0. Wouldn't that be something if we managed to pull that kind of scoreline off? But a packed out Kings Park does rise and wait for the box to run out, being led by Sia Khaleesi. Floyd's going 52-10 to the Bokker. Yeah, the buggers. Yeah, the buggers. I've got Beers going. Anthony Jenkins going SH 52, Argentina 17. Here comes CM Tanda Khaleesi in front of us now, home crowd. Come on, the lads. Come on, the buggers. Come on, the box. Aiden's going 35 points to 17. Yeah, there it is. Sia, who delivered. If you guys haven't, seen it, the press conference yesterday delivered a very passionate bit about Heritage Day. All I'm saying is good luck to whoever has to follow on from Sia Khaleesi, because he has been arguably, after Francois Pienaar, John Smits, right there in the same conversation as one of the best, if not the greatest Springbok captain of all time. Just gets it at the end of the day. He just gets it. The referee for today is Damon Murphy. He'll be assisted by Frank Murphy and Andre Piardi. two Europeans on the touchline, and we've got actually you didn't see who was the TMO there. But yeah, please do smash like on the video. By the way, we've got over almost 1,300 people watching, but we've only got 134 likes. Let's try and pump up those likes up to 500 likes. It's a packed, it is a proper packed out Kings Park. The conditions look absolutely mint for some running rugby, and running rugby is what we're gonna have to see. Well, actually, just high scoring rugby is what we're gonna have to see. Doesn't necessarily have to be a running rugby, because at the end of the day, a more try is worth 5. A try by the wingers scored 5, but the point is, we just need tries. The question is, am I on a Windhoek draft or Windhoek lager, premium lager? Come on, let's go. I'm almost tempted to put that to a poll. Let me know, Windhoek draft or Windhoek lager first. I want a little cooler box, like it's on that sorted. Like literally, this is the selection of beers we've got for today. If you can't even see them, there we go. So we've got my beers for the first half, and we're gonna carry them into the Lions game. So we've got plenty of things. But the question is, Windhoek lager, Windhoek draft first. Windhoek draft's in the can, Windhoek lager's in the bottle. The bottle's always nice to drink out of. These are the sort of small things we've got to try and really get our grips and heads around. Twisted's going either way. This game will be a very good learning experience for our running rugby. Daniel Peterson said, I can't see us winning by 39 points, but in sports you never know. Let's go the box. Ruan's going lager. I tend to agree, just because it's going to be out of a bottle. The question is, though, do you even have a bottle open? I was about to say, because it's not a twist off, and I'm not exactly going to pop one off my teeth and shit. Nor would I have a bottle open anything. So we are going to go lager. We've got three people going with the lager. So we are going to have some lager first up. Unfortunately, I'm usually on the Castle Light, but didn't manage to get myself stocked up. I have been in Durban all week, so I feel like I've got a reasonable excuse. Also, a big thank you to Rowan de Kock, who is the latest member of the Forever Sports Members Club. Jan van der Walt says, are you going to stream the game because I have load shedding? Jan, check the description. You download ExpressVPN, use the link in the below. Go to Stan Sports, sign up for that free trial. You'll be able to watch the game live and in HD. Rena's saying, Loot de Jager. The lager, Loot de Lager. Love it. Which is colder? Yeah, I think they're both out of the fridge onto some ice as load shedding hit. Henny Borshaw's going 48 box 12 for the Pumas. As I said, smash the like button and get those score predictions in, because once the kickoff is done, those will know. First 2 minutes, any score predictions will still go into the prediction game. The person with the Bet Koza. But cheers, people. As I said, we are ready to go. We've got the national anthem, and then we're going to go. We did go with the Windhoek lager, premium lager brewed using malted barley, hops, and water. So, you know, the good stuff. Somebody was actually from Windhoek and streaming in today. So cheers to the man in Windhoek. Cheers to you. Cheers to Bet Koza for sponsoring the stream. Cheers to the Box going and scoring 39 points more than Argentina. Getting the dub, getting the results, making sure that we are, I mean, if we do this, best team in the world. I will say it from the long and short. Don't try and tell us we're not the best team in the world if we go and do what is basically being deemed as the impossible. I love this taste of barley and hops. Right, Ruan Duplessis going. Sorry, James. Where we are though? So James is going 39 points to 12. Ruan Duplessis going SA 38 18 Argentina. Last people getting their score predictions in for the Bet Koza score prediction game. France will stay in. Big game ahead for him. Get onto the Spirits. Yo, we go into the Spirits. I might not make it to the end of the blooming game. Remember, we've got Lions and Ospreys to go to as well later. So we gotta pace ourselves, otherwise we're not gonna make it through. Kurt Lawrence are back into the side after serving his suspension. We need a really rousing national anthem here, people. Right, there it is. Rousing anthem there from the Durbanites. They've got to be our 16th player. You know, our previously played 23. They've got to carry us today. We've got to get behind the side. The side's got to get going. We've got to make sure that we've got to give ourselves the best chance, and to do that, we need them to clutch up here. We've got to get them to clutch up. It is Heritage Day, so I mean, picture the scenes when on Heritage Day this Bok team goes and does the impossible. You know, that's what could happen. That's what we're talking about. Could potentially happen. Apparently, it could be a bit of rain in there later, which is the last thing we need. Which means we need to start well because, yeah, we can't afford to have some rain. Right, almost ready to go, people. Long Q says, Steve, your commentary was the only highlight from this morning. Thank you. I'm glad there was a highlight. Bloody Australia, useless bunch. Last chances, last few minutes to get your score predictions in with a BetCoza prediction game. The person with the closest score will get a free bet courtesy of BetCoza. We'll be running this competition in the Lions to Ospreys as well moving in. Kenny Moody, big game for him. Right, here we go. Here we go, people. We ready? Yes, Ellen saying, go boys all the way from the UK. Please do subscribe to the channel, by the way. We have got a whistle. France Stain has got ball in hand, and we are underway. Come on, the lads. Come on, the lads. First touch of the ball for Juan Imark, and he evades tackle of Kenny Moody, but falls in front of Stephen Kitsop. Not somebody you want to be falling in front of. He is so good over the ball. Like a drunk student at a petrol station. He's all over the ball like a pie, you know, in the early AMs. But first touch of the ball for Jasper Wiese from the kick there, right? Jasper Wiese wants to get going here. Bang, sits on one. Solid carry from Jasper Wiese early on. That's a nice start from the number 8. Well, things you love to see. Now France stays, seeing a bit of space on the right-hand side there. As well, Red and Argentina return the favour. And it's a good kick there. And France Stain was thinking about the quick throw, but won't take it. Not sure it was the right option there to go from Stain to kick him behind. Very interesting to see how he will go at fly half. Hasn't played there for a long time. But an absolute class player. Welcome, D. Smuts, the Les member to the Fair Sports Members Club. As I said, if you're looking to watch the game, check out the description on how you can do it. ExpressVPN, Stan Sport will sort you out. Right, first set piece, and it's a good win there from Lua Tiago. Sia Khaleesi with ball in hand now, Malcolm Marks. Very important to sort of stamp authority early on when it comes to the Moors. Try and get a good maul, try and get some early momentum. Once is the call it there, so it's available for Jaden Hench. So he doesn't kick it. He will go to Damon Delende. He's got Jasper Wiese, but the ball behind to France Stain is not a great one. France Stain is going to carry it up himself. And we go back for a penalty, I think for offside. 5 pulling the leg is the call, so penalty for South Africa. Hopefully, nice, good start there. Nice, it's Lavanini, of course, Lavanini collapsing them all. France Stain, now this is hopefully where he's going to really come into his own. That big boot of his. Needs to find a good touch finder. Doesn't find a touch finder, so that's a really poor mistake from France Stain early on. Trying to find that extra distance, not managing to. Argentina return the favour, goes down France Stain's throat, and it's just been charged down. Well, France Stain's having a little bit of a mare so far. He's going to go all the way back and dot it down. But really, I mean, we should have been having a flipping line on the 22, and now he's just had his kick charge down. It's just smoked him in the head. Wasn't even charged down, he just smoked him in the head. But come on, France. I mean, we should have been having a line on the 22 early games, and he's got to kick that out. That was Elton Yankees. Well, jeepers, we'd be firmly on the side of whoever he was having a alleged affair with. We'd definitely be supporting them in the conversation if he had missed that kick. Anyway, restart here from the box. The early carry from Matera. Jesse Creel now. Slipping the tackle, does Lavanini. And a bit of a fumble there from Argentina. So we have our first scrum of the day. Argentina asking that it was a knock-on from South Africa. But yeah, a nervy start here from France Stain, which is not what we wanted to see. I mean, what are you asking for in terms of a double knock-on? There's definitely first knock-on was from Argentina. Come on, chaps. Right, first scrum of the day. Hopefully, this is where we need to put the hammer down. Put down the marker. We are heavier by about 30-odd kgs than the Argentinian front row. But as we know, same weight for in the loose trio, we are also heavy. So we're much heavier scrum. But as we know in modern rugby, it's about technique. It's no longer about the size. It's all about your technique. We need good technique. We need a good scrum ascendancy. hopefully try and get a penalty here, kick the ball down, get it out for Arnstein, and then we move from the set piece. Wasn't a particularly big hit there. Very steady scrum so far. Will we have a second push? Being told to use it as Jaden Hendrickson. Very solid scrum. Jasper Wiese picks it up from the back of the scrum. Managed to just get over the game line. Jaden Hendrickson popping up to Loot de Jager. Loot de Jager almost through. Gets the offload as well to Peter Steph the Toy. Up into Argentina half. And the offload on the ground to Evan Etzebeth. Good offloads there from the lads up towards the Argentinian 10-meter line. Taking a while for the ball. So very slow ball here for Argentina. I mean for South Africa rather. Billy LaRue goes to David de Linde. He sees a bit of space. De Linde is through. Inside ball was available for Hendrickson. But David de Linde is still going. Penalty? Oh, you've got to give that inside ball to Jaden Hendrickson. Not releasing off the ball after the contact. Really poor from De Linde. That's for somebody who knows it. Come on, man. All you have to do is release the ball on the ground. He could have, but I mean, the inside and the outside ball was there from David Lindy. Got to make that offload. Got to make that offload. Right, Carreras now does find touch. So it'll be an Argentina line-up. She has a really good line break. Steps in the inside. Bang, you've done the hard yards now. Now there, you've got to let go of the ball and then get back up and play. And he knows that as well. We see him do it all the time. Good line out there from Argentina. They go to the front of the line out. Solid take being made by Alemano, but it's right up against the touchline, so they do have to use it. Bertrand inside. Now it goes up to Carreras, goes up to the high ball. It's a big tester for Billy LaRue. And it comes backwards to Gonzalo Bertrand. Long ball out wide. Kenny Moody's got time to do it. Makes the tackle, but the offload is good. Malia has been bundled and touched by Jaden Hendrickson. Brilliant covering defense. We were looking a little bit sketchy there. It's fantastic cover defense from Jaden Hendrickson. Billy LaRue just never really looked confident under that high ball. And it's a really good take. Well, it wasn't even really a take, but just a knock back there from Jean-Cruz Malia. The pop-up there is a very important tackle here for Kenny Moody to make. He's got to make it. Very good tackle there. Tackle from Jaden Hendrickson. Ball over the top to Sia Khaleesi from the line out. So we do secure the ball. Hendrickson will take it himself. Needs to find touch. Won't find touch, but they actually knocked it back here of Argentina. And Malcolm Marx has got over that ball. Malcolm Marx has stolen the ball. I tell you, as South African as they come, the little pickpocket Malcolm Marx, first turnover of the day in the bag. France staying to Billy LaRue. They've got numbers here just South Africa. Billy LaRue sees a bit of space, but he loses the ball forward. It's like bloody Australia all over again. Unforced error from the box here now. Argentina have got chicken chase coming in there from Matthias Moroni, but it's going to be too fast. They'll go back for a scrum where he kicked it. A frantic start from both sides, it must be said. Probably just needs to calm down a little bit. Kenny Moody wasn't even going to contest for that kick from Jaden Hendrickson, which I think was supposed to go out. And we thought he saw a half gap, but then losing the ball in contact. Really good tackle from Marcus Kramer in the box. Still inside their own half. A couple of mistakes here from both sides. I said a nervy start, I think is exactly how I would describe this. Need to settle down if we are to try and find a bit more... Okay, one of the Argentinian players is down. Eduardo Bella is down and receiving some treatment, which we do need him to get back. Malcolm Marx, brilliant steal first up. It's exactly what we need him to be doing all throughout the game. Interesting to see. I mean, he won't play another 80 minutes and he'll start putting him on the flank. But as again, we can't panic. We can't panic. We've got to build an innings here. We're still 7 minutes in. 7 minutes in. Score a try, get yourself into good positions, just get your foundation sorted. Build that innings, settle into the game, and then worry about scoring 39 points. You're not going to score 39 points off the bat. All right, big scrum needed here, lads. That looks like a better set there from the box. France Malherbe seems to have, yeah, big pusher coming from the box. Penalty advantage as well. It looked like a good hit. They go pretty flat there for De Lindy. He goes to France Steyn almost looked a bit forward, but Mooney's got a bit of fresh grass ahead of him. Can he stay inside? He does stay inside the field, but it's been pocketed, so we'll go back for the advantage. Right. Good stuff there. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Yeah, you can see it from the, and then Steven Kitshoff just bang. All the power there. Yeah, that's much better. That's much better. Right, France, we're going to need you to actually find touch here. Lindy is down, which is the last thing you need, considering the fact that we've got a 6-2 split, but he is up. I mean, if he goes off, we're talking about inside centre. We're probably having to suddenly look at Kirkley Arons at full back, Billy Leroux at 10, and France staying at 12. Alternatively, I don't know, if you start looking at, you know, Caden Moody at 13, Arons onto the wing, and yeah, I don't know actually know what I said. You put Jesse Creel at inside. Actually, yeah, I mean, you probably have to put Billy Leroux at 10 and put Arons at 15. France staying at 12. That's what I imagine you pretty much have to do. Welcome, Ultimate, the latest post to Fair Sports Members Club. Remember, if you're trying to watch the game, check out the description. All the links that you need there. Right, we're up to 22 here. First attacking line of the day. Malcolm Marks goes to Luat Diago. Solid line win there. Trying to set them all. Right, so far it's good defense from Argentina. Waiting to try and get a bit of a go forward ball. There's a bit of a counter shot from Argentina. So we got penalty advantage though. Jaden Hendrickson was a very poor pass to go to Damon De Lindy. That's really, really poor. But this will give us an opportunity to kick toward the corner. Or you take the 3 points and get the scoreboard going. 39 points is a long way to go, but you've got to start checking it all quickly. We could take 3 points here, go back and restart. You know, you ideally think that, yeah, we will go for the corner. France Steyn puts us just about 10 meters short. Yeah, John, let's just ride a bit of momentum here. You've got to try and score early. They go to the front of the line after Eben Etzebeth. Bit of a variation. Somebody's got a knee on the ground there. It's all breaking apart here. Somebody seems to be over. We're going to have a look here. I think it's Eben Etzebeth. We're going to have a look here. Well, the crowd is celebrating. They reckon he's over. We're going to have to wait and see. So they need to check the transfer. They said the grounding is fine, but we're checking the transfer to see how he managed to get that. Could be the start we've been after. Again, if you're trying to watch the match, check in the description. ExpressVPN, Stan Sports, free trial. Sort yourself out. Has Etzebeth got the first try of the match? This is what we're about to check in the TMO here. On-field decision is try. We're just checking the transfer. If nobody actually took it back and Eben Etzebeth went through, then he's fine. Okay, so Eben Etzebeth goes. Now, where is his ball? Where is his ball? Where is his ball? He's still got the ball. He's never let go. He's turned around and grounded it. So I think this should be awarded. Because he never transferred. The question, as soon as he lets go, he's transferred it, and then he can't touch it. Has he separated the ball, though? You see, he comes away with it from that angle. You're not going to see separation. It's the other angle we've got to look at. I think this is going to be a try, you know. I don't think there was separation. I think Siya Kolisi has part of the ball, but I don't think Eben Etzebeth has ever let go. And only when he lets go is there separation. He's still got the ball. He's still got the ball. He's still got the ball. So Siakalisi does have his hands on the ball, but so the try. So the try has been disallowed, and they say that he didn't have. But I mean, Siakalisi, no doubt, has got the ball. But there was no separation. He never let go of the ball completely. But they have disallowed it. They have said that as to them, they said there's a degree of separation. So it is then an offside position. So it's a penalty for Argentina. So very frustrating. Look, Siakalisi did have control of the ball, whilst Evan Etzebeth did have hands on it. So it looked like Siakalisi more had the ball on than actually Etzebeth. Frustrating because that would have been the perfect start. Right, Argentina with the line out now. 5-man line. They go to Lavanini at the front. Messi line out. Bertrand goes back to Carreras. Taken back, so he can't kick it into touch. It will go down the throat to Makazolma Pimpi. Penalty for South Africa, though, for offside. So they let us right back in. And it's on the 22 as well. So France should be able to put us into the corner. Come on, lads. Apply the squeeze here. Apply the squeeze. Got to be more accurate. This is our problem. We throughout the competition, we've never had an issue with they go to the front of the line to Lurtiaga. Big hit there from Argentina. So far, very solid. Once is the call. Malcolm Marx is going to have to use this. Jane Hendricks says there. Been told to use it now. Hendricks goes to Damon Derlendi. Solid work there. Now pops up Stephen Kitsoff. Good carry from him as well. PSF the toy picks up and goes. He's a bit isolated. And we always do that. PSF the toy. Why do that? You've got nobody behind you. You've got to go with your support. I mean, goes himself where there's nobody around you. And Junior Montoya has just reached over and helped himself. Why would you pick it up and go when you've got no support? I mean, your support was Jaden Hendrickson. We see it far too often where players pick up and go and they isolate. Pick up and go when you've got support. Just calm down. Wait for it. It doesn't have to always be pick up and go within like seconds and seconds. You've got to have some support. You've got to have a couple of cleaners. There was nobody there. There was nobody ready to support him. And all of a sudden we're back on the 10 meter where we were on the 5. Nervy start. Settle into this, chaps. Another good line out though. Siakalisi breaks off the back of it. Brings in Jasper Visa. It's a good line out though. Makazolma Pimpi takes it quickly. Goes to Pierstep the toy. Pierstep the toy. That's a bit better. Right, Kitsoff. Puts his head down. Working hard to Kitsoff. Offloads to Jane Henderson. Goes to Franstein. Gives it short to Lurtiaga. Very good tackle there by Carreras. Now Franstein going himself. Making a few meters. Useful having a fly half who's one of the 100 kg. Now Billy LaRue going himself. Almost up to 22. Jaden Hendrickson offside there from Argentina. And yeah, we'll go back for the penalty. Right, come on, chaps. We've got so many penalties here. Argentina discipline. I don't want to be that person because I know that we are chasing things. But if we had taken the 3 points, we'd be sitting on 9 points already. Maybe we do need to take the 3. I mean, I know that we need 39 points, but we could be a 9-0 here after 13. You know, 9-0 after 13 minutes is much better than 0. So there must be a temptation now to start looking at the 3 points. We are going to go to the corner, but if you don't score your tries yet, chaps, as I said, we could be a 9-0. But the only thing is here is that they're conceding a lot of penalties in the red zone. So they do concede another penalty at the more here. We've got to be into yellow card territory. I don't know what we're waiting for here. Right, so we are looking to the corner. He's missed a touch. He's missed it. He's gone up. Can't stay in, man. That's pathetic. That is honestly pathetic. An international player of your experience, he's kicked one where he hasn't found touch, and now he's kicked it dead. You were just outside the 22. Just put us out, man. I mean, how can you miss that? That's pathetic, honestly. Honestly. And once again, as I said, we could be 9-0. Thankfully, Argentina kicked it dead. How many opportunities do they need to give us? We could be 12-0 up already. I know we're chasing 39 points, chaps. I know that the public will be calling for you to go for the try, but we could be 9-0, 12-0 up even. 12-0 up after 14. You keep that sort of scoreline, you get to 50, 60 points very quickly. Now, we've got it. If we get a try here, kick the 3. Kick the 3. Get the scoreboard going. 39 points is not going to get there by himself. But France stay, and who everybody was sitting there waiting for a very good game, all the experience, stuff like that. Big scrum needed, jam. That's a good hit for the looks of it. Now getting able to go forward. Yeah, penalty right in front of the post. Take the 3 and move on. Or we're going to see a yellow card. We're going to see a yellow card from Marcus Kramer. Take another scrum then. Marcus Kramer gets a yellow card. Pretty unforced error there from Argentina. I mean, Argentina are handing it to us with a silver on a silver platter. They're literally saying, would you guys like the Rugby Championship? Because we are happy to concede what must be about 6 or 7 penalties already in the first 15 minutes. And yet the scoreline is 0-0 because we haven't taken our chances. Even a converted try at the moment gives us 7 points where we could be on 12-0. France stay and kick it out. He's like it. He's like it. It's a good scrum, yellow card, but we've got to start capitalizing. We've had 70% of the possession so far. Argentina conceded 5 penalties, 3 in their own half, with France staying could be 9-0, and we're sitting at 0-0, still going to go for a try in the 16 minutes. Come now, lads. Clinical. Clinical. We also know, we're going to break and play here as one of the assistant referees needs to get some running repairs. What we also know, let's be very honest, no disrespect to Argentina, but there are a side that can implode. So you do put them under pressure. They do get some bad discipline, like they are. They're under pressure. But they are a side that can implode. So put them under pressure here. You're not going to put them under pressure unless you flip and start taking some points. I mean, really, we're making hard work of this at this rate. Alright, time on. Let's not butcher this lineup. Can we please finally get over here? Malcolm Marks with the ball in hand. They got it at the front of the lineout. But if we were switched on, they did jump, so we could have gotten a bit of go forward ball there from the Maul. Maul defense so far has once again been quite good. Use it once as the call. Malcolm Marks going to have to give this to Jaden Hendrickson. Hendrickson goes to Damon Delendi. Sits down Carreras. Fighting hard at Damon Delendi, but he needs to get down. Good. Go forward ball there from Delendi. Really good leg drive. Up to the 5. Pierced at the toy. Good carry from him as well. Good momentum. Now Francois Herber hit very, very hard. Double tackle on him. He does go backwards. Hendrickson goes to Frans Steyn. Frans Steyn sees a bit of a gap. Goes himself. Advantage for not rolling. Jasper Wiese. And the ball goes down. We'll go back for the penalty. Chaps. Ooh, double whistle here. Could we see a second yellow card? Which, speaking of yellow cards. Yeah, another warning for Argentina. I mean, this has been so undisciplined. They're literally saying, chaps, like, we prefer you to win the Rugby Championship. Honestly, like, we don't like New Zealand. And, you know, we prefer you to win. So, tell you what, we'll give you, I shit you not, 8 penalties in the first 17 minutes. 8? It's basically a penalty every 2 minutes. But, you know, we're just like, no, come. We're going to do this, we're going to do it in style. In that we're not going to take the opportunities, we're going to make this hard for ourselves and then come back. And I mean, what do we need to do here, people? We're going for the scrum here. There's already almost 2 minutes down on the yellow card for Marcus Kramer. And we're still scoreless. Look, a big scrum here, it could be a penalty try, for example. But, as I said, we could be 12-0 up. We could be 12-0 up. Through the boot. But we're almost at 20 minutes and we're scoreless. Trying to see the penalty stats here. They haven't updated yet, but there must be about 6 or 7 penalties so far. Eish. Come on, chaps. Then we have a reset here. The time ticks on Marcus Kramer. You know, the hope is that once we score the first, the ones will start coming. We've got to get that first. At the moment, we're really struggling to get that first. Massive scrum. This could be penalty try time. This could be penalty try time. Slash. Jasper Wiese is just going to jot it down. There we go. Try. That is monstrous from the box. Like, that is borderline abuse. That should be outlawed in certain parts of the world. I mean, Jasper Wiese didn't even pick it up, just by the way. He literally just dotted down. We just walked over the try line and went, thanks, cheers. We'll move back. Finally, we get the breakthrough. And Frans Steyn adds the extras. We're going. This is a huge scrum, though. Absolutely massive. And Jasper Wiese literally doesn't even pick it up. He just dots down. He's just kicking it, bang. Thank you very much. That's the easiest try I'll ever score. I could have scored that try. Finally, we take it. Ferreira goes deep from the restart now. Once again, very important. Jasper Wiese under the high ball. It's what's so important today is a few things. It's first of all, obviously you guys score your points, but you've also got to be very disciplined, and you've got to make sure a couple of things that you secure the restart. You do your best as well. You can never allow them back into the game because, you know, we've got 39 points to try and get to, but as soon as we concede any points, it's whatever we concede plus 39 points. So if you concede 3 points, 39 points becomes 43 points you got to score. You concede 7 points, suddenly it's 46 points you got to score. You know, that's the mathematics of today. Is that it's not about, it's not just about scoring the points, it's about not conceding points. It's a differential that we're working with. But Jasper Wiese is over. And that's the main thing. Ah, Mr. Ref, Eduardo Bello. Should we throw in at the line? I mean, Archie not giving everything that we can. They really are trying their best to give us opportunities. Can we just start taking them? I mean, we're absolutely dominating so far. Really, we are. I mean, we've had how much possession? I'll check now on Rugby Pass. We've had so much possession. I mean, on Ultimate Rugby, what have we got, Jeff? What is Ultimate Rugby saying? We are now 21 minutes in. We have had, because I don't want to lie to you. I don't tell lies. You know, I'm like honest Abe. Matthias Moroni packing down at scrum time for Argentina, given the fact that Marcus Kremer is in the bench. We've had 70% possession. 70%! Argentina have conceded, it still says 5 penalties, but it's a lot more than that. Right, looking for another big penalty here on the box. They do have a penalty advantage. They do have another penalty. Yeah, Khaleesi, yeah, good. I mean, you go to Jane Henshaw. Just tell him to calm down there. He knows that we've got the momentum. He's missed it again. Kronstein has missed it again. Get him off the field. I cannot believe that. That's the third time Kronstein has missed touch. This is childish. That's 3 times. 3 times. Jeez, like it. Come on, man. I mean, the forwards are doing everything out there to try and give us winning us penalties, winning these big scrums. They're basically saying, just get us closer. That's all they're asking you to do. They're saying to Francis, get us closer, we'll score you tries. And he's missing touch. Right, Delendi now. 2 France stages left it behind. Now the kick through. Validu under a lot of pressure. And a penalty for South Africa. Thankfully, France Stain is having an absolute disaster here. Really does. I mean, he fumbles on the ground, but as well to retake it. And then, yeah, Bertino's just dove straight over onto him. Our forwards don't deserve this performance so far from France Stain. He needs to jack up here. I mean, I'll take that. It's not gone far, but I'll take that. I mean, we're actually playing really well, to be brutally honest. You were 23 minutes in. It's been one-way traffic. We've had all the possession. We're winning penalties. But France Stain has missed touch 3 times. You know, it's the most uncharacteristic France Stain performance I think I've ever seen. Mauls are slowly finding a bit of dominance. Call to use it here. Jane Henderson now comes in for once he needs the ball here. Break away there for Marks, and he's lost the ball forward in the tackle. Messi. Pablo Matera comes away with it. And he throws it out, so he will go towards the scrum. France Stain could be playing himself out of a World Cup spot here at the moment, to be honest. This is what he could be doing. Right, scrum here. Penalty needed. Mark Kramer still on the bench. We've only managed to capitalize and score the 1 try, which is a bit frustrating because, as I said, we had thing. But France Stain just needs to get into touch. We're not asking you to put every single kick onto the 5 meter. Another penalty at the scrum time. See, now here, 5 meters. Don't put us on the 5 meter. Just put us on the flippin' 22. It's all we're asking. Just get it out. It doesn't have to be phenomenal. You don't have to push on the 5 every time. Our forwards are good. Where's my bottle opener? Falling apart. Billy LaRue now taking it. And he puts us on, halfway through. Yeah, Billy LaRue the GOAT. Billy LaRue decides, nah, stuff. Actually, I enjoy that from Billy. I really enjoy that. France staying under a bit of pressure, struggling, so Billy LaRue says, just give me the ball, I'll sort it out. Bang, kicks it into touch, decent touch finder, just inside the 22. Cool, move on. Right, here comes Marcus Kramer back on the park. So just the one try scored since he was off. Big opportunity now to try and score another one. Marks goes to the back of the line out. Good take from Pierce Def the toy. The rolling more hasn't really worked so far, but that's looking a little bit better. Pause to come to use it. Slowly starting to find a bit of go forward ball, just edging forward. Now Stephen Kitsoff's going. Malcolm Marks is now going himself. Side entry, penalty. I mean, Mr. Ref, surely you're going to have another yellow card here. Yeah, we are going to have another yellow card. I'm not even going to bring it down. So we're going to have another yellow card. Okay, penalty. Billy LaRue, once again. Bang, on the 5. Come on, man! Let's go! I mean, we've been all over them forwards-wise. Lua Tiago front of the line-out. That's once as the call. Now it's breaking apart. Yeah, now the ball's got a bit of a run. Jaden Hendrickson! Has he got grounding? We're trying to recycle it. Mr. Ref, they're not rolling. It's available for Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue goes down. Billy just passed the effing ball. Try line fever. Try line fever. Come on, man. You've got to make that count. Pablo Montero's down. Julian Montoya's... let's not Montoya's down. Why are you taking it yourself, Billy? You're the smallest person. You got Eben Etzebeth on the right-hand side. Offloaded. Let him carrying it. Trial and fever is murdering us here. I mean, Argentina, if we're being honest, have been dreadful. Like, dreadful. In fact, Argentina might have been worse than Australia they were. Pablo Montero is down, by the way, clutching his head, so I think he's going to have to go off here. First of all, I reckon probably an HIA. Billy, I mean, Billy's taking on... I mean, Rep, high tackles, arms around its head. I mean, you're taking on Anamon and Lavanini as Billy LaRue. You had Etzebeth on the outside. Just, why? 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 As Simon says, let the big men do what they're there to do. The big men are busy playing. They're operating. Sia and the buggers in the pack are like... It's been physical. It's been abuse. The forwards have abused Argentina so far. But the backs are just like, nah, Chiefs, don't stress. You know, we're happy to just not score points. Ah, come on, man. We should be 20 points up here. Yeah, it looks like Argentina are going to have to make a change in the front row. I reckon we could see a front row change from Argentina, which will be quite... will play into the box hand, really, which means they can unload Oxenchair, Bongi Manambi, Vincent Clark to a tight replacement front row. But Materia is sitting up now. I'll be very surprised if he continues after that. I mean, he was down, clutching his head. Surely there's got to be an HIA in there. I mean, this scrum, for example, hang it in the lube.
it's just a sensational scrum. We've just dominated them from up front. We really have. Just need to take opportunities. I mean, Dion Davids right now and Don Human, they couldn't have asked for more. From a pack perspective, they couldn't have asked for more. Yeah, maybe, you know, a couple of more and stuff like that we've been guilty, maybe not capitalizing. But who's running water there? That looks like Dwayne Firmino's running water. He was supposed to be playing. I'm confused about that. Hey, go back. Go back. Matera still... Oh, guys, come on. We can't be having these stoppages all the time. This is ridiculous. Get him off the field. If you can't play, get him off the field. See a president. I agree, Chief. Alright, so it was a penalty advantage. So we will kick it a touch, but it's just annoying because it should have been a try. But how was Montero? How was he allowed to play? He was down for literally maybe about 5 minutes. I should actually do a clock. You know, it should be like football. If you're down and you're injured, get off the field. Get off the field. Right, it's a bit now. Come on, surely this is going to be it. Sia Khaleesi! Try number two. We move. Sia the GOAT. What did I say? Big game player. Big game player. It's a big game. Man scored. 12-0. Let's go again. Come on. Sia the GOAT. France take conversion needed. Does nail it. That's it. Lekker France. Seriously, he bundles over. Come on now. Recycle and go again. Here's 8th try from Sia Khaleesi. That's what we need. Now another one before half time. Again though, just get back. As I said, Argentina are aside. And again, who's gone off here? So we've got a change here. Number 19's come on, which is Guido Petty. There are a man down. Remember, Jean-Martin Gonzalez has left the park, which is why that yellow card is still up. So Argentina is still putting the 14 men down. But it looks like we're going to see Matera is off after all of that. Good carry there. And Slavi is on for Eduardo Bello, who was being absolutely apart by Stephen Kitsov. So again, everything we want to happen is happening. We just need a bit more clinical. But so far, so good, really, actually. 14-0. Good tackle there by Kitsov and Melia. Argentina with the red spot of possession. Now Carreras going to the boot. Putting Blilu under pressure. Should be able to mark it. He does mark it. Good stuff there, Billy. Good stuff. Blilu does find touch. Pegs Argentina back to just for the halfway line. The big thing is not to concede. See, we did 39 points. We now need another 25 points. So one more scrum takes it down to 18 points. Oh dear, it's a very good looking Moya from Argentina. And the big pressure, yeah. It's now suddenly gone to, penalty advantage there. Yeah, it's a pretty horrendous offload. We'll go back for that was a great move from Argentina. Steven Kitsov, hands up. He knows he was the one that conceded that. This is what we can't afford to do. We can't afford to concede tries. We can't afford to let Argentina come back into the game here. As I said, for example, if Spear said the toy. I don't know why Steven Kitts was putting his hand up. I suppose he sort of fell off, which is why they got the run. But yeah, Pierce Toy was the man who was actually penalised. They go short here. Julia Montoya comes back inside. Runs into Luat Diago. Argentina on the 5 meter here. Lavanini. Big tackle made on him by Jasper Wiese. Marcus Kramer runs into his opposite number, as well as Malcolm Marks. Oh, come on. I mean, we saw that flipping thing on Billy LaRue earlier, but now that's a neck roll. Too dangerous tackle for Malcolm Mark. That's frustrating. The good thing is they're trying to win the game, so they're not going to take the points, because you take the points and all of a sudden we need a lot more points. Another Argentinian player down. They're dropping like flies here. There might not be enough players to finish the game at this rate from Argentina. They're being bullied, but now it comes down to discipline. Why have we got time off here again, Ref? They are slowing the game down. This is ridiculous. I mean, we're an hour, almost an hour into, so it's been 15 minutes since the half kicked off, and we're only 32 minutes in. We cannot take an hour to play 40 minutes, guys. We cannot have 20 minutes of off time here. We've got to speed these games up. Come, discipline. You can't afford to concede. Cannot afford to concede. Get through the half time with the scoreline. Even yeah, I'll take the scoreline at half time. Big shove there from the Maul. Very good Maul defense from the box. Very good Maul defense. Now discipline yet. That's going to be offside, Mr. Ref. Surely it's obstruction, Mr. Ref. Yeah, thank you. Obstruction. Yeah, I mean, really, that was so obvious. Joel Slavi's first flipping thing, and he just, I mean, again, that was, what is it, last week? He was a legitimate ball-carrying option, and the man's in front of him. Okay, penalty. Yeah, come on, chaps. 7 minutes to go. One more try, get to half time. One more try, get to half time. We're dominating them. We're dominating them. That's the thing. If this was a normal game where we didn't need to score 39 points, we'd be chuffed as Larry, but that's a skewed throw from Malcolm Marks. He's not convinced, you know. Not massively skewed, it must be said. They weren't competing as well. I've been a strong believer of that. If you're not competing, I don't think you should blow it unless it's really obvious. Because for me, you know, the whole point of it having been straight is to make it competitive and to give the other team a genuine opportunity to steal it. If they're not competing, they never have an opportunity to steal it. Right, big scrub now needed, lads. First try, I think, for Joel Slavi. And it's a free kick there for Argentina. Taken quickly by Guido Petti. Tackle by Jasper Wiese. Lavanini now. Big tackle made by Sia Khaleesi. Now they're working towards the short side here. Carreras kicks ahead and goes out to touch. It will be a line out for the Boks just inside their own 22. As I said, weather a storm. Weather a storm. The important thing is not to concede. Go into half-time at 14-0. That's fine. I'll take 14-0 at half-time. Good line again. To Khaleesi. Big carry from the captain. Big leg drive as well. Jane Henderson. Not looking to find touch. Eben Etzebeth, Kane and Moody chasing hard. Etzebeth is there. The ball bounces. Bertino is there. Tackle made just in front of Jasper Wiese. And Jasper Wiese is going to drag him. Surely he's going to be penalty, Jasper Wiese. You goat. He's had a very good game so far as Jasper Wiese. Big penalty there. 4 minutes to go. I mean, come on. Like, as I said, we are dominating them. We are dominating them, lads. Now, France, just get it out. Just get it out. We're going to have a shot at goal here. Right, France staying. Going for the 3. You'll have the distance. That's a monster of a kick. That is an absolute monster of a kick. I don't mind that, actually. I don't mind that. I said that 3 points are actually very underrated in this situation. I mean, that was massive, by the way. He had 10 meters on that. I mean, Odin Command is losing it. I don't see a problem with that. I honestly don't. We need 39 points. We now need 17. I mean, now 17-0. We're almost halfway there in the first half. You do that again, for example, and you're sitting at 20 points. You're more than halfway at halfway. If you go and score a try now, for example, and you got 22, you're more than halfway there. I don't think that's an issue. You get a restart, so you've still got 2 minutes to try and get some more points. 3 points are underrated. They really are. Michael's on a Pimpy chasing hard. We haven't seen much of them at Pimps. The ball's coming loose there. Who's it come off of? Yeah, will be a South African line out. Good stuff. We do need a bonus point, but it's 3 more tries than the opposition. So we need 1 more try. So obviously we're not going to keep taking the 3 points the rest of the game. But yeah, I mean, add an extra 3. Even now, for example, you win a penalty, you add another 3, you go into the shed, you know, and you could have half the points you need. You could be halfway there at half time. Which poor line out there from Peter Steph Toy. Knock on advantage here for Argentina. Kramer. Advantage over for the knock on. We'll see a bit of space out there. Where's my Pimpy? Where's my Pimpy? Where's my Pimpy? He's nowhere. It looks like a dirty tackle on Marks from Gonzalez. Argentina all of a sudden on the 5 meter here. Guido Petty, an advantage as well. This all comes down. Lavanini is just short. And they're over. Where was my Pimpy? Well, now you can't take 3 points. It all comes down to not conceding. Now it's basically 10-0. You now need 29 points and 2 more tries. The biggest thing you couldn't afford to do. Biggest thing you couldn't afford to do. Peter Steph's toy missing, but where's my Pimpy here? He is so out of position. He's nowhere. Absolutely nowhere. That is the worst possible way to finish that half. It was all going well, all going exactly according to plan. 17-0 at half time would have been fantastic. 17 points to 7 means you need 29 points in the second half. 29 points, 29 unanswered points, by the way. If you had just gotten, even at 17-0, I would have been happy with. I would have been happy with 17-0. Keepers, what's the flipping shot clock here? Buffet doesn't miss, unfortunately. Buffet doesn't miss. Right, half-time, work to be done. 29 points needed, 29 unanswered points needed in the second half. It looks like Argentina aren't even going to go down the dugout, by the way. Frustrating because we dominated everywhere in that half, but couldn't convert. I still feel that we should have gone for the 3 earlier, because I think that there were 12 points out there that we could have gotten very easily with the 3s. By the time we did go for the 3, it was probably too late. But from a performance point of view, you know, we're dominating them. We're just not converting our chances. So very much still in the game. And look, it's always going to be a big ask, you know, to go and score 39 points. Because Argentina's side is good, but we have been all over them. Right, we need a bomb squad in the second half is going to have to come in clutch. We have already seen 2 replacements, just by the way, from Argentina. So bomb squad could very much be a big thing, but it needs to be on steroids. We've got to score first in the first half, get a nice try, maybe convert a try, put us up to about 24 points to 7. You know, we need basically get 2 early tries, get us up to that bonus point, and then you can just take 3s. You can just look at the scoreboard, see if you can get yourself to within striking distance. It's not been a bad performance. The issue is, as I said, we're chasing 39 deficit. That's the big issue. But what can you do? Please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. In case you are still looking on how to watch the game, we're going to show it once again, the video on how to watch the game. Go and check out the link in the description. Thank you to everybody who put in the score predictions. Please do go and sign up on BetCoza. You get 100% free, well, 100% deposit bonus up to 1,000 Rand. We'll also be doing a score predictor competition for the game later. That is Lions versus Ospreys. So go and sign up now so that you're eligible to win that. We had quite a lot of people entering. I'd love to see how many entries we actually had. That is officially... who knows, actually. I think about 26 entries. But yeah, so again, if you're still looking how to look at watch the game, check the video here. The links are all in the description, stuff like that. So yeah, go ExpressVPN, sign up on Stan Sport, and go and make sure you can watch what should hopefully be a very entertaining second half.
Hello and welcome to Forever Rugby on Forever Sport. Today's guide on how to watch South Africa take on Argentina in what will be the final match of the 2022 Rugby Championship, and very much supposedly going to be the decider, because no team can win the match, or can win the tournament rather, before the closest match. It will go down to the final match. It will go down to the final minute. The 2022 Rugby Championship has probably been one of the best rugby championships, if not the best rugby championships we've ever had, in terms of a competitiveness point of view, in terms of how close it is, in terms of every team being able to compete. And it's been really enjoyable, and it's really cool that we're going into the final weekend and there are so many different things, with every single team still actually able to win the tournament, which is not something that has happened in recent times. Before we tell you exactly how to watch the game, please do smash like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Now, unfortunately, the game is not being shown on any free-to-air broadcasters this weekend. However, there is a workaround, and that is using a free trial on Stan Sport, which lasts 7 days. Now, unfortunately, Stan Sport is only available in Australia. However, there is also, once again, a workaround. So if you look at trying to watch the game this weekend, the various broadcasters you like, Supersport in South Africa, it's ESPN in Argentina, Stan Sport over in Australia, Sky New Zealand, New Zealand, Sky Sports in the UK and stuff like that. So there's quite a few different broadcasts, paid broadcasts in and around the world. Now, Stan Sport offers you a 7-day free trial, and that will allow you to stream both games this weekend, although New Zealand versus Australia is actually being shown on Channel 9, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. So if you're looking to watch Australia versus New Zealand, then go and use a VPN. We recommend ExpressVPN, link down in the description below. Go and download ExpressVPN. I recommend signing up for a full year, to be honest, because there's so many different ways to watch rugby. We're going to be doing videos every week on how to watch USC, how to watch the end of year tour. We're going to do videos on how to watch the FIFA World Cup, how to watch various cricket leagues, stuff like that. How to watch top 14 Premiership. There's so many different ways you can watch rugby on free broadcasts and stuff like that. But in order to be able to access them, because they're all free broadcasters in various different countries around the world, you need a VPN. So get yourself ExpressVPN, download it and install it. And then for this weekend, you're going to set your server to Australia. You're going to connect to Australian server. So connect to Australian server, refresh your browser and stuff like that, so it registers your device is in Australia. Basically what it means is that it makes it look as if you're connecting from Australia itself. So anything that is geolocated and geo-restricted to Australia, you'll be able to access. You then go to Stan Sport, also link down in the description, and you sign up for a 1-week free trial. It's actually a 30-day free trial for Stan. Stan Sport itself is only 1 week. So you go and you sign up for that free trial, and then you'll be able to watch. You'll be able to stream both the New Zealand versus Argentina game, and this is Australia game rather, and as well as the Springboks versus Argentina. So don't sit there and wait until 5 o'clock on Saturday evening to suddenly go, how am I watching the game? Get yourself sorted now. Get ExpressVPN, sign up for that Stan Sport free trial, and then you're sorted. And if you've already signed up before, you can use a different email address, for example. You can use somebody else's details, somebody else in your family and stuff like that. So you can get yourself your free trial and make sure you get to watch the action this weekend. All the links that you need are in the description, as well as a step-by-step guide. We will obviously be live for both games this weekend, so come and join us on the watch-along. But get yourself 2 screens, get the rugby on one, get the watch-along on the other. Come and join the chat. Let's have a beer this weekend, and let's see if the Springboks can go all the way and lift the Rugby Championship trophy this weekend. If you have any questions, please put them in the comments down below. Please do smash a like on the video and subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Stephen, and I'll chat to you soon.
Right, and we are back, everybody, and it is crunch time. Crunch time for the Boks. Big 40 minutes ahead of us. We've got to, as you can see on the board, 29 points and 2 tries needed to win the Rugby Championship. Apologies for that, just a little bit of an issue with connection, stuff like that, as load shedding cuts back in, but we are all sorted. Yeah, as I said, so the equation is there. 29 points and 2 tries needed in order to win the Rugby Championship. So, yeah, a lot needed from the Boks. It's doable. It's doable. That's the thing. It's not impossible. I wouldn't even call it mission impossible. It needs to kind of open up a little bit, though. We've got to be able to find tries. Apparently, there is rain that is falling, so not particularly good conditions for a high-scoring game. But, again, it is doable. And we've got to believe. We've got to believe. You know, there's got to be a massive... I mean, of the 3,642 votes, 73% people believed we could do it. That, look, a lot of that was before the game. For me, this is all going to come down to the bomb squad. We've got a new pack we can put on in probably about 10 minutes. You know, but yeah, it's just it's the rain is a massive problem, and the frustration I think is if we were 17-0 up, I'd be feeling not confident, but I'd be like, yeah, you know, we're in this game because you'd need 17 of the 39, which means you would have been needing 22 points. And 22 points in the second half is doable. It's very doable. It's 3 converted tries and a penalty. It's not. It's a lot. Again, all of this has always been a lot. You know, this was never going to be easy for the Boks, but it was just such a sucker punch to concede a try just before half time, because you do feel that if you managed to do that, then suddenly game on. So what are we thinking, people? Can we do it? This is the question. Right. Couple of players on the park warming up. We're going to need a huge shift in the second half. We really are. We're going to need the buggers to really pitch up. That bomb squad's going to have to operate. Right, change of fortune. We're moving from the Bintok lagers to the Bintok drafts, the premium. This is a weirdly sized can. This is a 440. It's not quite my 500. You know, usually nice and solid beer there. Waiting for the team to come up for the second half. 45,982 people in attendance down in Devon. What's the official capacity? Kings Park capacity. So 45, so just shy of 46,000. The capacity is 52,000. But who were the 7,000 idiots that didn't pitch up today? Look, they do have a massive stage behind. They've actually, to be fair, they've probably taken away about 3,000 seats, maybe even actually a bit more. So they probably are at capacity, to be fair. There's probably about 500 to 1,000 seats, which maybe aren't actually being sold because they've got a massive area at the back. I don't know why. That capacity is old because it's not like a weird restaurant area in the one side. But anyway, we are ready for the second half. Whew. Let's go, boys. Cheers, lads. Let's go. It's Mark's birthday. I have 52,000 people at my party. You don't, though. You've got 45,992. Better luck next time, Marcus. Right, Jesse Fields pointing to the left. He reckons that's where it's going. Perez to Jasper Visa. Very strong first half. Right, so I'll take them. Now we need a good exit. Jaden Hendricks lifting it high in the air. Mapimpi is chasing hard. Go, Mapimpi, but Bafeli will catch that uncontested. Brought down by Mapimpi. He's trying to get his hands on the ball, but a good clean up from him. Bertano to Carreras, not much on, so he goes to the boot. Tester for Billy LaRue early in the second half. Very nice take up the air from Billy LaRue. Good stuff there, Billy. Penalty. Oh, shit, from Kane and Moody. Here, not the start we would have wanted. 14 obstruction is what the penalty's for. That's a bit frustrating, Mr. Moody. Can't really afford those. They will kick for touch, yeah. Oh, that's a bit harsh. I mean, his back's turned. Oh, so you got... No, I'm sorry. That's bullshit. You know, it's... I mean, really. I mean, his back's turned. He's not even looking at the player, and he then runs into him, and all of a sudden you've got a penalty from that. Nah, come on. Advantage for the sack, legal sack. Big tackle there from France, Dale and Carreras, who they're just manhandling him at the moment, so they will go back for the penalty. So 2 back-to-back penalties, yep. Not a good start here, lads. Not a good start. And last week we had an issue where we started very poorly in the second half. So we've got to have a much better start here. Where's my beer? Here's my beer. Don't come here and shout at me for having my beer. We've been getting through the lagers. Well, now we're on the draft. They go short. And Kane Moody has bundled him to touch. Kane Moody versus Julian Montoya. Round 1. Kane Moody wins it. A variation. Kane Moody ready for straight. Puts his head down. Bangs. Julian Montoya into touch. You're not just going to run over Kane Moody. Come now. They go to the front of the line to Etzebeth. Strong win there. To Hendrickson. Hendrickson goes flat to Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese gets through the first 2 tackles. Still going as Jasper Wiese. Go, Jasper! Past the 22. What a carry from the 8th man. Hendrickson to Lut Diaga. Oh, look, it almost a bit of a goose step there. You got to love it. Bit of flair there from the big man. Henson now looking to go short to Malcolm Marks. Malcolm Marks just makes a few meters. Hendrickson looking for options. Goes to the left. Gives it to Lut Diaga. A bit of a show and go. Nine use, yeah, and then Hendrickson. High ball there. It's well won by Argentina, though. Bertano, almost a bit of a gap there. Good tackle there from PSF the Toy. Carreras, not really sure what he's doing. Looking for a kick. He puts in the chip ahead behind Mapimpi. Mapimpi has fumbled that. Gives it away to France Dane. And France Dane does find touch. Get yourself a Jaeger bomb every time Damon doesn't pass. Jeez, like it. We wouldn't make it to the end of the evening. It's a little bit aggressive. A little bit aggressive for my liking. I said, we'll just stick to the lagers. We've got plenty of time in the evening. We've got the Lions game coming up. Yeah, we've got a lot we can do. That's because some running repairs. Very good carry from him early on in the passenger play there. A good carry, yeah. Just slips in between Montoya. I mean, that's 4 defenders he's beaten in that one passenger play. Really good carry from Jasper Wiese. Alright, we haven't been in the Argentina's half so far in this half. So not really the half we start we've wanted, considering we were chasing 29 points and 2 tries here. Well, we're going to need to get 22 tries, 29 points. So it's more than 29 points that's really relevant. They're taking an age here, Mr. Ref. They go to the front of the line out. They do use it. Bertino gives it to Carreras. Carreras, Kenny Moody's up quickly. Malian, long pass out wide. A bit of scramble defense needed. Cuts inside. Jesse Creel does make the tackle. They go short to Marcus Kramer. Malcolm Mark's trying to rip the ball. Now he has to release. Bertino goes to Slavi, the replacement. He's rolling, Mr. Ref. Surely, yeah, it's penalised. France stance, a bit of a better kick for touch. Nice, that's good looking more though. As the box get towards the halfway line. Jaden Hendricks up. Goes to the boot. He's been taken off offside if you ask me. Contestable though. Daylindy makes the tackle. Carrera seeing a bit of space in behind. France Stain is getting back. He's got Sia Khaleesi for company. But France Stain right up against the touchline. Will return the favour down to the middle of the park. Need a good chasing line here. Good tackle by Pierce David Toy, but Mattis Moroni steps inside of Dale Lindy. And there's a lot of lazy Argentinian runners which are taking a lot of the box players out. Marcus Kramer now. Argentina, Perfetti up until past the 10-meter line. They're going down the short side. Good handling here. They're down the short side. Oh, my living. That is so rubbish. Who is that? Is that Billy LaRue? Get him off the fucking park. That is pathetic. Billy LaRue has just been sat down by Gonzalez as if he's like the flippin' next Kirkley Aronson. That is dreadful. I would remove him right now. I would take him over right now. That is the most poor attempt of a tackle I've ever seen. I mean, even this year, it's a 2-on-2 situation here. Lewitt, shift. Delendi, shift. 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 Oh, and Billy LaRue just takes a knee. I mean, really. That is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Oh my God. I mean, our fullback has just been made to look like a pub player by a flanker. All of a sudden, Argentina within 3. Now I have to update the thing. We now need 3 tries. Fun fact. 3 tries. And we wait to see how many points we need. Because if Buffetti does slot this, then we'll need 36 points. If he doesn't slot it, then we'll need 34 points. Right, here we go. Buffetti. Oh, he's not going to miss this, is this? Right, Buffetti just inside. Yeah, he's going to slot this. Of course, he's going to slot this. Right, 36 points needed. That is pretty much game one. Not it's tournament sets and match because we now need 36 points and 3 tries to win the Rugby Championship in 33 minutes. I mean, I just cannot believe that Billy has been sat down like that. Right, here come the changes. Jasper Wiese is off. Dwayne Vermeulen's on. Parker Smith's on. Anybody else on? Pierce Steph Toys off as well for Franco Mostert. I think Franco Mostert should have started. Pierce Steph Toys. It's another pretty ordinary outing for him, it must be said. Oh! Hey! Better no, better no, better no. Well, that's shambolic. If I was an Argentina fan, I'd be losing my shit. Because France State has absolutely launched that. Why is it 22? What? He clearly touches it. He kicks it away in frustration because he's touched it. It comes off him. And then he touches it in touch. How is it the 22? There comes Dwayne Milne's first flipping carry. Yeah, sit down. But that is bullshit from the referee. That is absolutely pathetic. Where's the TMO now? Last week we were looking at absolutely everything. We were looking to make sure that people's socks were the right height before we had to make a bloody decision last year. He's clearly touched that, then basically carried it out, and has gone for a 22. He literally kicks it away in frustration because he knows he's cocked it up. No, that hacks me. We should have had a 5-meter scrum. Should have been a 5-meter scrum. Fuck you, referee, honestly. That is the most shambolic call I have ever seen. Ever. How do you look at that and award a 22? That's the worst call of the year. I mean, he clearly comes off his chest and then he goes to grab it, and all of a sudden we're on our own 22 with the line out for them. I mean, really. It's a hold up, so tomorrow it's going to be turnover ball. But that was. Quacka Smith has turned that over. Well done, Quacka. He should have had a flipping 5-meter scrum, and we hit back all of a sudden. Now the penalty. I mean, that is a terrible decision. Now Billy kick and chase from himself with the penalty advantage. So we'll go back for the penalty. Oh my goodness! I mean, as I said, in general, I mean, you can't really complain about the referees as a South African fan, given the fact that they conceded, I think, about 15 penalties in the first half, 2 yellow cards. So we have had a lot of opportunity, but that is just a plain shocker. They go short here, do the box. Malcolm Marks comes inside. Orange is on for LaRue. And a lot of pressure there from Hendrickson. So Dave Vermeulen will just carry this up. Kits off now. Kits off almost through the gap. Good carry there from the Ginger Ninja. Hendrickson gives it to France Stain. France Stain's going to lift this high in the air. Delaney needs to chase hard here. It's too far. It's too far. But sure, I mean, Eleni asking about blocking. Good tackle, big tackle there from JC Creel, and the ball's gone forward. Good work there by JC Creel. Good stuff there, lad. Thank you. Bit of physicality here needed. But you got to look at the blocking there from Argentina. Damon Delende couldn't believe it. I mean, you look here. He's changed his line. I mean, Kane and Moody got blown for that earlier. Massive tackle there from JC Creel. Yeah, I said 15 penalties conceded by Argentina, twice as many as South Africa. So you can't really complain that we haven't had the chances, but there's two calls there which are really, really poor. The call on Kane and Moody, which they did score after, I think, I'm pretty sure. Did they? I think they did. Might have not actually, might have been afterward. But that flipping that 22 just beggars belief. It really beggars belief. The water break here as we get some running repairs on Julian Montoya. So a couple of takeaways so far. France has really struggled. I think that he could very well have played himself out of the World Cup sort of contention. Just didn't pitch up today at all. And I think we're going to have to call up a fly half based on that. There's no Andre Pollard at the end of the year tour unless Elton Yankee is coming back in. Even if Elton Yankee is coming back in, by virtue of there not being Andre Pollard, we've got to bring in the fly half. So Pollard's up at the end of your tour, got to bring in a fly half. So we've got hopefully and possibly two. If Alton's not available, we've got to bring two. So we've got to have Dave Williams, so we've got to have two fly halves at the end of your tour. That's a given, but we know this anyway because of the SAA games. PSF Detroit can't start ahead of Mostert. Cannot start ahead of Mostert. He's been another very ordinary performance for him. Mostert is outplaying him every day of the week. So that's a big takeaway for me. Front row, phenomenal today. They've really been phenomenal. Jasper Wiese, take that jersey away if you dare. I mean, 58 meters made, 9 carries, 5 defenders beaten, 4 times gain line success, 1 try, 1 turnover, 1. A brilliant game from Jasper Wiese. Really impressive stuff from him. Yes, you want to see Evan Roos, but you can't justify dropping Jasper Wiese right now after the performances he's bringing in, week out. Special player at the moment. I'm surprised we haven't seen Frank Master come on yet, actually. I mean, it's funny how everybody said that Franco Master's not a number 7. For the past couple of games, I think he is our number 7. Yeah, big scrum coming. Penalty advantage, penalty. Curtly Orense at first receiver. I mean, I'd love to play an advantage every now and again. Right, go to the corner, chaps, and off we go. France Stain, finds touch on the 5 meter. But, yeah, I mean, we're sitting at 26 minutes to go, and we've got to score more than a point a minute. We really missed Damian Willemse today. It's been as simple as Damian Willemse to the country. Although, to be fair, we haven't really seen it back with the ball. I mean, for example, you can have a go at JC Creel. I don't think he's had a carry yet. I mean, Damon Dealendi has skipped him for every single carry throughout the entire match. So the poor lad's going to get ripped apart when it comes to the player ratings, I have no doubt. And another penalty advantage here for the Boks. It's a good looking more. They're throwing the people in. JC Creel's in there doing the Lord's work. This should be a try. Yeah, penalty try. And that has to be yellow card then, ref. Yellow card? No? Penalty try? Yellow card? Right, let's change that. We now need 2 more tries. At this stage, 31 points. But that could change down to 29 points. We can get back to where we were as we went to the shed in the first half. We waited 60 minutes. Getting back there. Huge, huge more. And the ironic thing is that we're going to sit there tearing apart the performance. We'll probably win today. We could even win quite well. You know. The ironic thing is just the moment that we're not going to be happy because we're not going to win the championship. Yeah, there's the yellow card. Yeah, so it had to be a yellow card. I mean, come on, it's barely try. So another yellow card for Argentina. 3. I said they're giving us every chance. So the sad thing is we'll probably win the game at this stage. Hell, we might even win it by quite a lot. But just I think for me, this rugby championship has identified a lot of things. In terms of playing personnel. Yeah, I've just checked, and Jesse Creel hasn't had a single carry. He's made 4 tackles, hasn't missed a tackle, 1 turnover, 1. So he's done everything he's had to do, but he's going to get absolutely torn apart. You just know it. You know he's going to get torn apart in the player rating show, despite not getting the ball once. Backwards off Argentina. I mean, how can they regain their own kickoff here, lads? Knock on green, knock on advantage. Big tackle being made by Sia Khaleesi. Big, still working. Yeah, that's huge. He's just driven a front rower back 10 meters. That should be knock on advantage over. Carreras stepping away from 1. Now Sia Khaleesi. Oh! On the ground first with the call against Khaleesi. That looks a bit harsh. Can't see it from this angle, to be fair. Meanwhile, front of being Sierra Leone 4-0. You gotta love it. Uh, 29 points needed, just by the way. Contest from the lineup there, and Quacker Smith is doing a lot to penalty advantage. I think it's a knock-on advantage. I don't think it's a penalty advantage here for Argentina. It's still his advantage. I'm trying to work out where the penalty advantage was from. Big tackle from Jesse Creel once again. And then he gives away a penalty. I mean, chat, come on. Another advantage for Lou Diago. We're going to get a yellow card here, by the way. Another big tackle from Valerio, but then he gets up, from Jesse Creel, then he gets up and dives into the ruck. Well, here comes Oxen Chen and Vincent Koch. No Bongi Manambi at this rate. So another, and this is the problem is not so much like the fact that we're conceding, tries, the penalty stuff, it's just we're wasting time playing in our own half. We've got 29 points to score in 23 minutes. We can't be playing our rugby in our own half. It's another messy line that goes down from Argentina, but backwards. Slavi. And the ball comes across the second side. Vincent Cox come away with it. Good turnover from him. Old Superman onto the park. Henderson wants to use the box kick to get them out. I think he's looking for touch here as Hendrickson. That's fine touch. It's a good touch finder. The Argentina line is not functioning particularly well at the moment. The Africans definitely are causing them a lot of problems. Down to 14 men. Got to try to score 2 quick tries. That's what you kind of need. You know, to make this even remotely achievable, you got to go bang bang. Like literally like 2 tries in like 7 minutes type thing. You know, we need to be sitting at like 66 minutes and all of a sudden need, you know, 14 points. So still another 2 tries and some. But because I mean 4 converted tries still don't get us there. It's the 14 points that have killed us. Look, as I said, it was always going to be a massive ask at the end of the day. You know, I don't think we were ever really going to do it. So people sitting there saying sack the coaching staff because Argentina got pumped by 50 points. That's why we're going to lose the Rugby Championship. Not because we were good enough, because Argentina got pumped by New Zealand. But Ibn Etzebeth just stood in that line brilliantly. Up and under there from Hendricks. Argentina player's gone over, and the ball's gone out. We're going to have another break and play here as Buffetti's gone down. Once again, there's so much blocking going on. Comes on his head, actually, so this should be a Springbok line-out. So there should be a Springbok line-out. If we like to use CMO as much as we used then, last week, for example. Look, just score 2 more tries. Get yourself, you know, go and win by 38 points to 14, and then say we couldn't do it. You know, that's the best thing you could do at the moment. Is, you know, come up 10 points short, come up 12 points short, and say we tried. Because as I said, what we were forgetting here, yes, we should have maybe won in Ellis Park and stuff like that, but Argentina getting pumped by 50. That's what the issue was. If Argentina were pumped by half of that, by 25, which is still a thumping. If they were beaten by 25 points instead of 50, we'd need 4 more points and 2 tries. That's what we need. That would be the equation. Bit of a difference, isn't it? Mark and giving us some phenomenal analysis in the comments. Apparently, at the game of rugby, thought we were watching a bit of croquet there. So thanks, Mark, for letting us know which sport we are watching. We have only been doing this for the last 18 months. I mean, only being specific, it's also a game of rugby union as opposed to rugby league, just in case there is any confusion. Right, this should be a Springbok line-out because this comes firmly off the pip. Oh, I think it's better to know. Boom! Trying to work if it comes off Moody afterwards. So we're having a look at the team earlier to see if there's a push from Ibn Etzebeth. I personally think it's blocking. Oh, come on, there's nothing in there. It's a Springbok lineup. Let's just play. There's nothing in here, ref. Let them play. Let them play. Oh, goodness, we're still having a look here. I'd like to look at the running lines because the blockers. I mean, Kane Moody was penalised early for, and now Ibn Etzebeth's going to get a yellow card. I'm not convinced that the push is the massive back to you because you've got Kane Moody, he bumps into there. He's even stopped. It's not even him that brings him over. Just by the way. If you actually look, it's Bertino that sends Bafeli over. It's actually not the person who Evan Etzebeth pushed. Yellow card for the Boks. Exactly what we didn't need. Well, the commentators don't think it's correct. So yellow card apiece. Evan Etzebeth goes into the bin. Weird call. Weird call. This is it. It's not even that. So if you look at this here, he's fallen over Bertino. He's not even made contact with Gonzalez, who's the player who was pushed. So Bertino goes shoulder to shoulder against Kane and Moody. And penalty advantage at the moment. The sad thing is that we probably had the best rugby championship ever. Ever. And Bafeli's gonna go over. That's crawling, ref. Punch on the ground, slow ball, yeah. Knock on my blue, gonna go back for the penalty advantage. But yeah, that's the sad thing. As I said, we're going to have probably the best rugby championship we've ever had. And as I said, you go back to that decision and it just wasn't. It just wasn't. I mean, as I said, it does push a player, 100%, does push a player. That player doesn't make contact with Bafeli. Gonzalo Bertino makes contact with Bafeli, which is why he goes over. Gonzalo Bertino was shoulder to shoulder with Kane and Moody. Faf Clerk, meanwhile, has run onto the park with a set of boots, which is weird. I'm not sure who they're supposed to be for. So I think the biggest issue is that this rugby chat, Malcolm Marks has got over that. He's got his hands on that, by the way. That's brilliantly defended. Malcolm Marks has done brilliantly to get his hands over there and turn that ball over. Well done, Malcolm Marks. Ah, dear. Ah, dear. Paletta on the park. Big tackles. No, it's been a proper shift here by Sirkalisi, by the way. I reckon he could be a man of the match territory. Kane Moody. Not Kane Moody. Curtly Orenser. And then fullback. It's a good kick from him, actually. Barnes touch just in front. Good kick there from Curtly Orenser. Very bright yellow scrum cap of him. That's it. The ironic thing is that we're probably going to win the game at this stage by 10 points, which is pretty comfortable. The issue was the fact that we're chasing 39, a 39-point margin. So, yeah, as I said, it's frustrating. But the best thing you can do is score a couple of tries, get yourself relatively close, and then, you know, look back and say, well, we did try. As I said, we probably could have played better today. Needed to have been more clinical. Should have scored more points. Penalty advantage for Argentina on the back of the line out. Paletta with kicking behind that Orense gathers. He would have been away. I reckon he probably would have scored. I can say that because they stopped play, so we're not actually going to find out. Player finds touch just in front of the 22. Once again, we're seeing very contrasting halves where we saw the Springboks not being able to do much wrong in the first half, now doing everything wrong in the second half. Couple of annoying calls, which I'm sure Argentina will probably feel the same way, because I'm sure there are issues there as well that they'll feel aggrieved about. But I look back at that 22, for example, from the kickoff, and he just made it up. I mean, I just don't understand that. I think that yellow card is ludicrous. The penalty against Kane and Moody was pretty weird. Garnish side entry. We're going to get another yellow card. Yeah, we don't be careful. Yeah, we're going to get another yellow card potentially, or maybe a final warning. It's another penalty. Yellow card for Faf de Klerk. This is going well. This is going well. Down to 13 men now, Faf de Klerk. Meanwhile, Argentina are going to be back to a full contingent soon. This could get very ugly, actually. This has been a horrible game, though. It really has been. I mean, we're sitting at 7 o'clock. We've still got 15 minutes to go. We cannot have games taking 2 hours and 15 minutes to play. Cannot. Regardless of what's going on, regardless of the result, we cannot have rugby matches taking... It's 160 minutes and a 10-minute break. That's what we're looking at if we keep this going. You know, we're going to go well over 2 hours. Another penalty advantage. Really poor handling there from Argentina, and we'll go back for the penalty. And we've now had 5 yellow cards. 5 yellow cards in the game. Not lucky, is it, eh? This might be one of the worst flowing point of game ever. You know, we've had just penalty after penalty after penalty. We've had 5 yellow cards. It's about to be... We're about 8 minutes away from the 2-hour mark since the game started, and we haven't even hit the 66th minute. So what is supposed to be an 80-minute game is going to take about 140 minutes to play. 150 minutes, maybe? At this rate? So we need to look at it. Rugby needs to look at it, you know. And I think that the Rugby Championship did promise to be a very good advertisement for the game. From a tournament point of view, in terms of being very close. You know, we've seen some really good games, stuff like that. But it's just getting to the point where we need to actually step in regards to time wasting. And then we did, and then everybody hated thing. But we've got to relook at it. We've got to make it a much better product. Because this game has not been a good product for rugby. It's not. There's been time wasting. Augustin Crevy's on, by the way. We've seen 5 yellow cards. I mean, what kind of game do you want to watch where it's never a 15-on-15? And the funny thing is, like today, if you look at it, for example, there's been no foul play. I think there's been 1 foul play. No, there hasn't been a foul play yellow card. Somebody moved. Somebody's in the way of the camera. There's a good pressure here from Argentina, by the way. Oxen chair. They go short chair. Argentina's looking dangerous. They're trying to take on Sia Khaleesi. You're never going to get past him. He's been standout for me, as Sia today. Proper performance and proper shift from the skipper. Good old skipper. Malia almost goes through. Can he get that down? Not quite. They've got the numbers, and yeah, I mean 15 on 13, they go over the corner. Kind of inevitable, wasn't it? Should I even bother putting up what we still need, because it's now just a lot, basically. 36 points, 3 tries. It's over. We can't win the Rugby Championship. Literally, it will be 34 points needed right now and 3 tries. Question is, will we win the game? Will we win the game? And even if we win, it'll be a very hollow victory. Good news is we don't slip down from a world rankings point of view. Which is, if you consider that, quite important given the fact that we do play Ireland and France, which means an opportunity for us to move up the world rankings. But now we're now just trying to win the game. We're not even worrying about the Rugby Championship. The question is, can we win the game? We've got 2 yellow cards. Evan should be back in the next 2 minutes, but Faf's out for a while. And Buffetti it's a good strike. I mean, Buffetti's not going to miss. He's kicked so well this tournament. Proper world-class players, Buffetti. Right, now we can see this game off, actually. We actually need to go back to just playing test match rugby. The Rugby Championship slipped away. It is what it is. Win the game. Just win the game. What a take from Dwayne Vermeulen. Goodness me. That is brilliant from him. And media scrum off. Goes to Oxen Chair. 19 seconds left on the clock for Eben Etzebeth. Kurt Lawrence is operating as scrum off. Oh, Morning Stay with a show and go. I think he has unfortunately been a little bit... not very poor today, if we're going to be very honest here. Not a good day for France Day. Oh, it's a high tackle, Mr. Ref. Thank you. On Kurt Lawrence, high tackle. Send him off! Send him off! Come on! Up around the neck for Kurt Lawrence. It's not a good look. Apparently, I'm seeing 31 penalties so far in the game. 32, by the way. Cannot have a game with a penalty every 2 minutes. We can't. We can't. Imbanambi, Bungles is on the park. As is Franco Mostert. You should have been on the park a long time ago. Who's he on for? I think he's on for Luat Diaga. Bongi Manambi steps up, pops it up to Damon Lindy, who still does not want to give it. Hey, spins away. I mean, he's not very bad as Damon Lindy, but he should have walked. I mean, poor JC Creel is desperately trying to justify his. Needs to get down to ground yet, as Damon Lindy. Quite a split that scrum off. He does do it all. Oh, Mr. Riff! Jeez, Lacker. That didn't look like a lack of tackle. Penalty advantage here. Quacker Smith. Go back for the penalty. Jeez, Lacker. That didn't look like a lack of tackle on Eben Etzebeth. Yeah, we're probably looking at about 32, 33 penalties. No, there is a wrap. There is a wrap. I'll take it all back. There's a wrap. The tackle's actually not too bad. Bongi Manambi goes to Quacker Smith. I mean, it's Franco Moster. I mean, Quacker Smith. Frank. No, it is Quacker. Why is Quacker jumping? What is going on? Reset to the angle. It's Roddy Moore here. They're going to put advantage. They're over. Penalty try. Another penalty try. Yellow card. Yellow card. Send them off, man. Send them off. They haven't enough yellow cards. Send them off. Bin them. You got to bin them. Mr. Ref, you got to bin them, surely. We need 6 yellow cards. It's compulsory. There has to be 6 yellow cards. Got to be a yellow card here, Mr. Ref. It's a penalty try. Got to be a yellow card. Yeah, guy going to the bin. That's what I like to see. 6 yellow cards. We want more. We want more. I actually forgot to take it down, but Joel Slavi's gone to the bin. 6 yellow cards. 6 yellow cards. The equation, however, to win the Rugby Championship in the last 8 minutes now sits at 29 points again and 2 tries. I don't know why I'm updating it. I just think it's bans. Paletta sees a gap. Maybe 20 years ago he might have gone through it, but these days, not as fast as he once was. Surely, come on, I thought it was penalty time there. Argentina with possession on the 10-meter line, going left there to Augustin Crevi, to Maroney, off the hands of Kana Moody. It is a knock-on. Maroney now goes to the boot. He kicked it, Mr. Rev. Knock on over. Advantage over. Six yellow cards is it's just ridiculous. Dear. I think this will be the first scrum actually for Oxen Chair and Bongi Manambi and Vincent Cock. I don't think we've actually had a scrum since they come on. Right, well here comes Eduardo Bello. He got subbed early because he was being absolutely decimated by Stephen Kitsov. Let's see if Oxen Chair can just pick up where he left off and just send him back. 10 points is the advantage at the moment, 31 points to 21. We scored 4 tries to Argentina's 3. Again, I mean, scoring 4 tries. We've actually scored quite a few tries at the Rugby Championship, ironically, for a side that plays a lot of boring rugby. The issue is, just as I said, we're chasing a very big points difference. At this stage, we'll end up with a points difference of 38 compared to New Zealand's 67. Yo, that's a massive scrum. That is a ridiculous scrum. Goodness me. Oxen Chair might have just retired Eduardo Bello. Him and Vincent Cock have just... Again, that should be outlawed. You shouldn't be allowed to do that to people. Like, these people... Some of these guys have kids. You can't just go and embarrass people like that. Look at Bongi Manambi. Top dog. Walking around there, eyes on fire. He knows what that means. You've just been absolutely dominated. Right, Fab to clear back on the park. So I can remove that other yellow card we've got. Good line there for Evan Etzebeth. Come on, just score here. 38 points to 21. Just make it respectable. I mean, scoring 5 tries is not anything to sniff at, is it? Now the more's gone down, but they're still going. Having said that, somebody went down. Even there's a bit of off the ball between Vincent Cock and Marcus Kramer. The ball is available. Faf de Klerk gives to Damon Dealindi. It's another strong carry from Damon Dealindi. Vincent Koch, bit of a pressure, but just to pick up keeping possession was the important thing. Now top dog goes himself. Bongi Manams. Faf de Klerk goes to Oxen Chair. Jeepers, that's another grass cutter. I mean, chop tackle. Frank Spanstein going himself. Power from our fly half. He's basically an inside centre. Quacker Smith now. Come on, lads. Find a try here. Faf de Klerk goes to Jesse Creer. Jesse Creer with the ball in hand. Things you love to see. First carry of the day from the poor lad. Clark back to Etzebeth. It's a knock on there from Faf to Clerk. He's not happy. He's saying that there's a player in the way there. Right, we're into the last 4 minutes. A reminder, we'll be doing our player rating show. In fact, I'm actually going to drop a link to it now. You can go and rate the players. I think they're going to be quite harsh, despite the fact that we are potentially going to win by at least 10 points. Frustrating, because I do feel that we had a really good chance to win the rugby championship. You know, Ellis Park was probably the turning moment. Not getting over the line there. If we had won that, you know, we wouldn't have even been worried about this game. Really, would have just been to go out and win. But 4 wins out of 6, winning in Australia again, beating New Zealand, beating Argentina twice, which is kind of what we expected to do. I think we've taken big steps forward. I think you know, if you don't recognize that we have improved, then I think there's obviously a bit of an agenda there, because there's no doubt there has been improvement. This particular game's been very, very scrappy. Backline's not been involved. I think the ball has been quite wet. I think it has been very 10-man rugby-ish today, which has been quite frustrating. But it's another game that we have scored a lot of tries. Defensively, I would like to be a bit better. I think we conceded some soft tries today, which were frustrating. You got to look at that the Gonzalez try, for example. Well, it was a big scrum there from South Africa, but Faf de Klerk conceding a penalty. He's not particularly happy. I think the biggest thing is yeah, I just dipped in touch there, did my pimpy. I think the biggest thing is I think we've got a lot of answers for our team. A lot of questions, unfortunately. A lot of questions. You know, you got to stay wondering, is France Stain still a viable option, for example? President Toy, former player of the year, not playing particularly well. Definitely not the first, for me, the first choice number 7. Backline wise, need a fly half. I think that's pretty obvious. So there have been a couple of answers. So for example, I think France. I mean, Lourdes Diaga, Evan Etzebeth, first choice lock combination, that's sorted. Malcolm Marks has to start. We now know that. Stephen Kitsoff has to start. I think our front row, we know needs to start. Jasper Wiese for me has been very impressive at 8. Sia Khaleesi is looking very good. No issues there. Jaden Hendricks is our starting scrum half. We have found him this tournament. 14, it's been a revolving door when it comes to 14. Anyone and everyone's playing. But Kenny Moody's got some games under his belt. Kurt Lawrence is back in the setup, which is quite good. So, yeah, I think we have answered a few questions, but there are still quite a lot of out there. Do we need to look at? I mean, for example, you got Dwayne Vermeulen coming off the bench today. If you had an Ulrich Lowe or an Evan Roos, for example, coming off, I think that's probably more where we need to be at the end of the day. I think if we go with a 6-2 split, I think Evan Roos, Quacker Smith, and even a P. Steph Toy maybe coming off in a 6-2 split could be a very, very good bomb squad. Once again, Jesse Creel has been skipped there. We go out wide from Far Stance. A horrible pass to Kenny Moody, who has knocked it on. Yeah, Far Stance had an absolute shocker. He might be getting about a 3. Now all of a sudden, Argentina on the front foot here. Good tackle being made by Hudson Koch. He's penalised for not rolling away. Quick tap here coming from Kubeli. Reda Paletta, with his lack of hairline, making some yards. Gonzalez, a very, very important contribution there for Faf to get his ankles. Fairly almost through. Loose ball. Very, very messy at the moment. Makazoloma Pimpy chasing down Kabeli, putting him under pressure. Away from here and trying to get his hands in there. Last minute defense. The Boks just need to weather a storm here. There goes the hooter. This will be the last patch to play unless the Springboks will actually get a penalty. The ball comes loose, then Kwaka Smith come away with it. Go Kwaka! He's just brought down 10 meters short. Well, maybe South Africa can finish with a bit of a bang here. David Jalindi goes Siya Khaleesi. We can't lose the game, so we might as well have a go. Siya Khaleesi, what a shift he has put on today. Oxen Chair. Long pass out to Franstein. Franstein gives it flat to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel. That's a really good... Oh, inside ball! No, give it to Jesse. Kanan Mooney! Give it inside to Jesse! Give it to Jesse! He deserves it! But Kirkley Lawrence is over. We'll finish with a bang. We'll finish with a bang. Kirkley Lawrence goes over. Jesse Creel. What a nice little intervention there. He's deserved that because he's going to get ripped apart on Twitter. We fall short at the end of the day. We fall short. But final score will be 38 points to 21. We scored 5 tries. We actually scored 1 fewer point than we needed to score, but we conceded too many points. But Jesse Creel, bang, tucks in the 1. Good intervention there. Oh, it's so nice that Jesse Creel got that. Just because the poor guy's been getting so much abuse on Twitter for just not getting the ball. Like he's there. Everybody wants him. He wants the ball, but he's just not getting it. Right, 38 points to 21 is the... Do we miss it? I thought I saw the polls light up. I'm sure I saw, yeah, 38 points to 21. Final score, 38 points to 21. We come up short at the end of the day, unfortunately. Too much to ask. 38 points, 21, though, 5 tries. Didn't get a bonus point, so the points difference didn't really matter. But Argentina, we've done the double over Argentina. We win by 17 points, which is a pretty substantial victory. Unfortunately, just not enough on the day to get the Rugby Championship trophy. You can be upset if you want. You can be really bleak. I think it's not been a bad Rugby Championship. People are going to have an absolute meltdown. This Argentinian side beat New Zealand. It is worth noting that, just by the way. So, yeah, it is what it is. We come up short, unfortunately, in Durban from a Rugby Championship point of view, but we do get the victory. New Zealand will take the Rugby Championship with 1 point over the Boks. Full-time, 38 points, 21. And, yeah, well done to New Zealand for getting it. It's frustrating that cause I think we had a very good opportunity to win the Rugby Championship. But it's another victory. As I said, we won the same amount of games. Hopefully this is a bit of momentum going to the end of the tour. The season is set up to be a decent season. It all comes down to the end of the tour. But people, thank you very much for watching, for jumping in, for keeping me company. We'll see you now for the player rating show, which will be live in about 10 minutes. And then we'll obviously be live in an hour's time for the Lions taking on Ospreys. What a game we've got on our hands there later. So I'll see you guys then.